Chapter 2570. One-Line Sky. Fang Chen and the other two were strong enough to sweep through one-line sky. Since Venerable Qingxiu escaped, no one could pose a threat to them. After a long time of exploration, the three finally found a place with a strange environment. On a cliff towering into the clouds, Fang Chen and the other two sat cross-legged in a cave. This cave was different from the previous one that contained corrosive demonic qi. Compared to the previous cave, this place was very suitable for cultivation. With the number of tokens we have now, it's enough for us to be number one, Qing Ho said slowly. The barbarian put away his war hammer and grinned. Before he came in, he was still worried about how the three of them would be able to fight for a chance of survival in the one-line sky that was filled with experts with their strength. But now, only a dozen years had passed, and they had already reached this step. It had to be said that sometimes, fate was truly unpredictable. One-line sky will be closed for 100 years. During this period we can't go out. We can take the opportunity to consolidate our realm, the barbarian said. That's the only way. In his mind, a large part of the illusory sword had been consumed. Imperceptibly, the illusory swords were changing the potential of his swordsmanship, and even his myriad swords body. Now that the myriad swords body had reached the complete LV, 10,000 swords body was also thinking about how to proceed in the future. In addition, he had to comprehend the Azura sword principle and improve his cultivation. Although he was now a warrior in the abstruse realm, his enemies were very strong. The patriarch of the Sky Pillar Zong family was a legendary limit honorable. Unless he could step into the abstruse god realm, it would be difficult to shake him. I wonder what the 5 great kings are planning. Fang Chen lifted his head and looked at the azure sky as he muttered to himself. Although the warlord did not say in detail, he said that this battle was very likely to give them a chance to leave Blackstone Prison. Fang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. The Blackstone Prison was not his stage after all. It would be best if he could leave. However, he was not clear about the 5 great kings' specific plan. He could only improve his strength first. Only by increasing his strength would he have the confidence to do so. Time passed by as the three of them cultivated. During this time, the heavens line was exceptionally calm. After Venerable Qingxiu escaped, he never appeared again. He was secretly recuperating and waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Unfortunately, Venerable Qingxiu's wishful thinking was wrong. 30 years after being forced to retreat by Fang Chen, it was nearly 50 years after Fang Chen and the others entered One-Line Sky. His hiding place was discovered by a mystic realm martial artist. Supremacy Qingxiu? The young warrior's eyes were filled with coldness when he saw Supremacy Qingxiu. It's you. Venerable Qingxiu's face was gloomy as he suddenly punched out. Dong! The two fists collided, and a terrifying force instantly exploded in the void. The next moment, the young man took a few steps back. From today onwards, there will be no more venerable clear cultivation in One-Line Sky, the man said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he put his palms together and a terrifying aura burst out. Behind him, a dazzling golden energy appeared. Whoosh! A majestic hand blade whizzed out. Crack! Seeing this, Venerable Qingxiu's pupils shrank. His body kept retreating, and at the same time, he let out a roar. Damn guy, if it weren't for my injuries, you would have died long ago. The young man's taboo technique was too powerful. The aura contained in the hand blade made Venerable Qingxiu fearful. Whoosh! Whoosh! Although Venerable Qingxiu kept retreating, he was still hit by the hand blade in the end. Poochie! Like glass shattering, his arm instantly broke. Wu Xiang, Venerable Qingxiu's pupils shrank as he cried out. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, his head was smashed by the hand blade, and his body and soul were destroyed. Bang! Venerable Qingxiu's body fell to the ground softly, and he lost his vitality. If the people outside saw this scene, they would be extremely shocked. A mystic realm martial artist could easily kill Venerable Qingxiu, who had been famous for a long time. One should know that Venerable Qingxiu was a true top venerable, and he was considered the highest level of combat power in the Blackstone prison. For the past 50 years, I have been comprehending the Buddhist inheritance day and night. By chance, I have cultivated the Wu Xiang skill to the highest level. A mere Venerable Qingxiu is nothing to me. This person was the only remaining member of the Martial King battle team, Wu Tong. Let the hunt begin. Wu Tong's eyes shot out a scarlet light, and the corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. His voice was hoarse, emotionless, and extremely cold. As soon as he finished speaking, his body disappeared into the void. After 50 years, Wu Tong, who was chased by the Martial King battle team, finally appeared. As soon as he appeared, he killed Venerable Qingxiu of the Martial King battle team, and then began to look for the other battle teams. However, a month later, Wu Tong's heart was filled with doubts. What's going on? Why can't I see anyone after I've searched the entire one-line sky? Wu Tong stopped in his tracks and muttered to himself. Logically speaking, there were a total of 5 battle teams and 15 martial artists. Even if the competition was cruel, there should be at least 1 battle team left. However, why did he only find Venerable Qingxiu? Where are the others? Were they all killed by Venerable Qingxiu? Wu Tong said faintly, but he quickly denied his own thoughts. This was because he only found an identity token on Venerable Qingxiu's body. This meant that the others were not killed by Venerable Qingxiu at all. Thinking of this, Wu Tong's eyes burned with passion, and his heart trembled. There was only one explanation for this situation, and that was that there were still people hiding in the dark in one-line sky, but he had not discovered them yet. Humph, I don't believe that you can hide anywhere. With this thought, Wu Tong leaped into the void again and began to search. This time, Wu Tong searched for more than 10 years before he found traces of Fang Chen and the other 2. There's a cave above. In the past 10 years, Wu Tong had been there many times. However, he did not find anything unusual each time. This time, it was a coincidence that he could see a looming cave above the cliff from where he was standing. Wu Tong stomped his feet and leaped up. His figure leaped over the cliff. After a while, he arrived in front of the cave. Sure enough, there's someone here. There was a strong restriction in front of the cave. Before Wu Tong got close, he could feel a strong force coming at him. You want to stop me with a mere restriction? Wu Tong sneered. He put his palms together and a golden light shone brightly. Finally, he slammed his palm out. The void blade carried a sharp and domineering aura as it cut through the void and hit the restriction. Hiss! The restriction did not resist at all and was shattered by Wu Tong. Crack! As the forbidding aura shattered, the figures of Fang Chen and his crew appeared before Wu Tong's eyes. Battle Monarch Team? Wu Tong clearly remembered Fang Chen and the other 2 because the Battle Monarch Team was similar to the Battle Monarch Team that he used to be in. They were all people with strong potential. Powerful indeed. Wu Tong sighed after looking at the 3 of them. He could feel the aura fluctuation from the 3 of them. Fang Chen in particular gave him a feeling of fear. No one can stop me, Wu Tong. Wu Tong growled and the void blade blasted out again. Poochie! The incomparably sharp void hand blade actually dissipated when it hit the barbarian's body. Wu Tong was a little shocked by the scene. His physical strength is so strong? The barbarian, who was in the middle of enlightenment, did not move at all. There were only shallow wounds where the void blade hit. I don't believe it. Wu Tong grabbed with his hand. Suddenly, 10 void blades appeared in the void and blasted toward the barbarian. Ding! 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 The sound of metal clashing could be heard in the cave. The continuous bombardment of more than 10 void blades finally hurt the barbarian. Poochie! Wounds appeared on the barbarian's body. Blood flowed out from them. The pain spread throughout his body and finally reached his brain. The barbarian woke up from his epiphany and looked at his body. Damn it! The barbarian was furious. He raised his head and looked ahead. Wu Tong was looking at him mockingly. Martial pupil? The barbarian coldly said, Don't tell me that everyone in the Battle Monarch team likes to sneak attack others from behind? For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2571. The barbarian was really angry. The three of them were cultivating here, but this guy barged in. If he had not woken up in time, he might have been killed. Thinking of this, the barbarian clenched his fists and raised his war hammer, ready to attack. Wu Tong ignored the barbarian's words. So what if it's a sneak attack? Since ancient times, the winner takes all. Don't you know this? Wu Tong shrugged and said with an arrogant look on his face. Humph, why would King Wu choose trash like you? The barbarian sneered. Usually, only trash would call others trash. Wu Tong said, With your strength, I can kill you in minutes, but you don't see the truth. Truth my ass. The barbarian had a bad temper, and did not want to listen to Wu Tong. He raised his war hammer and rushed toward Wu Tong with a surge of violent power. Seeing this, Wu Tong shook his head. In his eyes, the barbarian was at most a boorish man. There was nothing to be afraid of. Bang! When the barbarian's war hammer was close to him, Wu Tong gently raised his hand, then clenched it into a fist and punched out. Dong! Wu Tong's fist was wrapped in golden light. The golden light contained a strong Buddhist power. With a loud bang, the barbarian's war hammer was blown away. His body flew out like a kite and hit the wall of the cave hard. Crack! Stone chips fell. The barbarian's skin was torn open. Too weak. Wu Tong looked at him as if he was looking at a weak ant. He shook his head and said with disdain, Struggling like an ant, anyone can easily trample you to death. What's the point of living like this? Humph, acting all high and mighty. Do you think you're King Wu? The barbarian endured the pain and said sarcastically, If you're strong, why would the King Wu team be destroyed? And why would you disappear for more than 50 years? Facing the barbarian's question, Wu Tong's face finally darkened. The annihilation of the martial king group was a huge blow to him. And at that time, if he did not run fast enough, he would have died in the one-line sky. Buzz! He opened his hand and golden light flowed in his palm. He released an extremely powerful killing intent as he walked towards the barbarian. The latter stood up with difficulty and stared at Wu Tong with an unyielding gaze. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Wu Tong asked curiously as he moved forward. You can't kill me, the barbarian said confidently as he glanced at Fong Chen and Qing Ho, who were still in a state of epiphany. Oh? Do you still expect to be saved? Let me tell you, they can't even save themselves, so no one can save you. Wu Tong walked up to the barbarian as he spoke. In the center of his palm, the golden light had already reached its peak. 1. A vast Buddha light enveloped his entire body before it was compressed onto his fist. With this punch, your head will shatter. Wu Tong licked his dry lips and said grimly. At the same time, he waved his fist in front of the barbarian. The most painful thing was not accepting death, but the fear before death. Wu Tong wanted to see the fear in the barbarian's heart and his expression of begging for mercy. Unfortunately, he was wrong. From the beginning to the end, the barbarian's face was full of unyielding fighting spirit. Finally, Wu Tong was completely enraged. He narrowed his eyes and threw out a punch. Rumble! Wherever the fist passed, the void shattered, and a deafening sound rang out incessantly. The barbarian laughed as if he was mocking Wu Tong. Die! Wu Tong let out a furious roar. His fist sped up and whizzed toward Yi Futian. At the critical moment, our annihilation puppet appeared in front of the barbarian and helped him block Wu Tong's punch. Bang! The doom puppet took a few steps back and stabilized itself. It formed a battle formation with the other 8 puppets and surrounded Wu Tong in the middle. Wu Tong's pupils shrank when he saw this. A fervent look appeared in his eyes. This is a doom puppet? Wu Tong's heart began to burn. He turned his head and saw Ching Ho open his eyes and slowly stand up. "Are you okay?" Ching Ho asked. The barbarian grinned. "If you woke up a little later, you wouldn't be able to see me anymore." After making sure that the barbarian was fine, Ching Ho let out a sigh of relief and focused on controlling the Doom puppet to deal with Wu Tong. Wu Tong from the Martial King battle team? Ching Ho stared at Wu Tong. Before entering the one-line sky, he had met Wu Tong once. At that time, Wu Tong was just an ordinary mystic light realm martial artist. Many people were curious why King Wu chose Wu Tong. At that time, Wu Tong was too ordinary. There was nothing special about him. Now, Ching Ho finally understood. Among the 3 members of the Martial King battle team, Wu Tong was the one that King Wu valued the most. "No wonder," Ching Ho murmured. Before this, King Wu's tone was very confident. He probably already knew that Wu Tong was not ordinary. "Since you have a Buddhist technique, you must be a Buddhist, right?" Ching Ho asked. "What's the point of knowing that?" Wu Tong curled his lips. "If it weren't for these 9 Doom puppets, you wouldn't even be able to block one of my fingers." Ching Ho naturally ignored Wu Tong's mockery. "The Doom puppets are also a part of my strength. Humph, watch me destroy your 9 annihilation puppet." As he spoke, Buddhist light shone from Wu Tong's body. Formless Buddhist technique. Wu Tong uttered a groan as he executed the art of Bodhi. A strong aura of Bodhi lingered around his figure, increasing his defense to the maximum. At the same time, he grabbed at the air and clenched his fist. Bang! Wu Tong's golden fist whizzed out and attacked one of the annihilation puppet. Formless Divine Fist. The Formless Buddhist technique. When the Formless Divine Fist was used, the entire cave was lit up by Buddhist light. The terrifying aura made Ching Ho's body tremble a little. He also felt a little suppressed. What a powerful Buddhist technique! Ching Ho took a deep breath and kept forming seals with his hands. He controlled the 9 Doom puppets to change their direction and fight against Wu Tong. Bang! The scorching light shrouded one of the Doom puppets. Ching Ho instantly realized that he had lost contact with it. "Oh no!" Ching Ho cried out in his heart, and then he retreated rapidly. Boom! The Formless Divine Fist was too powerful. Wu Tong's punch directly sent one of the Doom puppets flying. It lost its combat power for a short period of time. The remaining 8 Doom puppets' joint attack formation was broken by itself. Without the joint attack formation, their attack power was greatly reduced. They were no match for Wu Tong. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, a great change had taken place on the battlefield. Ching Ho's expression was grave as he stood with the barbarians. "Now what else can you do?" Wu Tong stood in front of the Doom puppets and looked at the 2. Ching Ho and barbarians' expressions were originally extremely anxious. But suddenly their bodies shook slightly. Immediately, a touch of excitement appeared in their eyes. "Humph, a clown like you only knows how to bully the weak. You'll be the first one to run when you're faced with a strong opponent." Ching Ho's expression changed. He became confident and sneered. "That's right. When the Martial King battle team was destroyed, you ignored your teammates and ran away. Now you still have the face to stand here?" Barbarian did not give Wu Tong any face. The 2's words completely enraged Wu Tong. He clenched his fist. The Buddhist light around him shone. His killing intent was overbearing. "You all have to die," Wu Tong said in a hoarse voice. At the same time, he performed the Formless Divine Fist again. Boom! The mighty Formless Divine Fist drew a perfect arc and appeared in front of Ching Ho and Barbarian in an instant. The 2 stood quietly with a mocking look on their faces. "Pretentious," Wu Tong sneered. He increased the strength of his fist and punched toward the 2. "Enough." Suddenly, a cold voice came from the void. Then, the space exploded. Rumble! Tumbling airflow escaped from the explosion and instantly wrapped around the Formless Divine Fist. Crack! In a flash, the Formless Divine Fist was dissolved. Wu Tong's body staggered backward. Wu Tong's face was gloomy. He looked at Fang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. Chapter 2572. Bang! Before Fang Chen could react, Wu Tong suddenly threw a punch. The power of the formless divine fist increased again. The golden fist whistled through the air, heading straight for Fang Chen's head. Crack! However, something unexpected happened. Fang Chen did not open his eyes from the beginning to the end. When Wu Tong's fist was about to reach his head, he made a surprising move. He raised his palm and stretched out 2 fingers, catching the incoming fist as fast as lightning. Break! Wu Tong shouted. The power on his fist surged, but he could not break Fang Chen's seal. His fist was firmly caught by Fang Chen's fingers. Damn it! Wu Tong cursed in his heart. At the same time, 2 golden rays shot out from his eyes. Rip! The golden rays turned into sharp blades in the void and pierced toward Fang Chen, forcing him to give up resisting Wu Tong's fist. Wu Tong took advantage of this opportunity to retreat. He suddenly saw that there were 2 clear handprints on his fist. He looked at Fang Chen again. His heart trembled. Crack! He suddenly opened his eyes. A substantial ray of light shot out from his eyes. It collided with the sharp blades whistling toward him, causing a powerful explosion. Fang Chen stood up in a flash. He seemed to be surrounded by the power of heaven and earth. He gave off a feeling that he could not be surpassed. So powerful! Even the barbarian Qing Ho could not help but exclaim. They had been in seclusion for more than 30 years. Fang Chen's strength had increased to such a level. The aura emitted from his body alone made the 2 of them feel suffocated. As expected of Brother Fang, Qing Ho gave him a thumbs up. Fang Chen exchanged glances with the 2 of them. Then, he stepped forward and looked at Wu Tong with a smile. You're Wu Tong from Battle Monarch team? Fang Chen looked at the latter with great interest. You have the body of Buddha and you cultivate the most powerful cultivation method of Buddhism. You have great potential in Buddhism. No wonder King Wu values you so much. Wu Tong's expression changed when he heard that. He couldn't see through the latter, but the latter saw through him with a single glance. He could even tell that he possessed the Buddha body. He had no choice but to re-evaluate this fellow in front of him. You're not weak yourself. I underestimated you before, Wu Tong said. However, I don't think you can withstand my formless Buddha technique. Fang Chen shook his head. Until now, Wu Tong still believed that he could defeat his opponent. He was too naive. What? You don't believe me? Wu Tong's clothes fluttered, and his Buddhist aura soared. He suddenly threw 2 punches into the air. This was the strengthened version of the formless divine fist. It was much stronger than before. The formless divine fist shattered the void and arrived in front of Fang Chen. However, what was shocking was that Fang Chen did not move at all. Instead, he allowed the formless divine fist to hit his body. Crack! When the 2 boundless fist auras collided with Fang Chen's body, they were actually completely shattered. At this moment, there was a faint illusory sword light wrapping around Fang Chen's body. 10,000 swords body? Wu Tong cried out involuntarily. Obviously, the latter's 10,000 swords body had reached its peak. Illusory sword light wrapping around the entire body. I didn't expect your 10,000 swords body to reach such a height. Wu Tong was shocked. When the 10,000 swords body reached a certain level, there would be a qualitative change. There was no doubt that Fang Chen's 10,000 swords body had changed after more than 30 years of hard work. Wu Tong's attack was something that even an ordinary profound God realm honorable could not withstand. However, the latter blocked it easily. What did that mean? It meant that his physical strength alone had surpassed most ordinary profound gods. Wu Tong had a hint of retreating in his heart. However, he was unwilling to give up and still wanted to try. For the sake of King Wu, leave the token and I can let you go, Fang Chen said casually. In your dreams. Wu Tong rebuked angrily, and then the golden light around him surged again. The formless Buddha technique was pushed to the extreme. Formless Buddha blade. Wu Tong roared, and one of his arms turned into a peerless saber. The saber contained a powerful aura. It was the saber technique of the formless Buddha technique, formless Buddha blade. Once used, a part of one's body could be turned into a peerless saber to attack. However, Wu Tong's formless Buddha blade was not cultivated to perfection. If cultivated to the extreme, one's entire body could be turned into a peerless saber, and its power would be even more powerful. Wu Tong tiptoed and turned into an afterimage. He carried the peerless saber and whizzed over. Interesting. Fang Chen grinned. All along, he had rarely come into contact with Buddhist cultivation technique. Now that he saw it, it was indeed mysterious. It was no wonder that many people were afraid of Buddhist experts in the ancient times. The formless Buddha blade's attack power was very strong, and the peerless saber that the arm turned into was far harder than a top-grade space-level weapon. It was much stronger than the star-hidden sword. However, this attack alone is not enough. Fang Chen performed an improved version of the innate soul reversal technique. The violent power of the soul path turned into a soul power spear. I'll slash. Wu Tong controlled the peerless saber and slashed at the soul power spear. Rip. In an instant, the soul power spear turned into rich soul path power and wrapped around the peerless saber. Break. Wu Tong tried his best and pushed the power of Buddhism to the extreme, but he could not break free from the soul path aura. Damn it! After struggling for a while, Wu Tong was a little anxious and secretly cursed. At the same time, the soul path aura that wrapped around the peerless saber also quietly changed. Bang! All of the soul path aura quickly drilled into the peerless saber and destroyed it from the inside. Crack! A crisp sound came from the inside of the peerless saber. Wu Tong's body swayed and his face turned pale. In the blink of an eye, Wu Tong's body fell heavily to the ground. The peerless saber had long disappeared, and in its place was a blood-stained arm. Wu Tong quickly bounced up, his arm drooping and bleeding. His eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. I'm going to kill you! Wu Tong was already in a frenzy. One of his arms was crippled by his opponent just like that, and he did not even touch his opponent's clothes, which undoubtedly made Wu Tong even crazier. Thousand Buddha greeting of the formless Buddhist technique. Wu Tong, who was in a frenzy, did not care so much. He had used a taboo technique from the formless Buddha method, which was clearly beyond the scope of his control. Rumble! The berserk Buddhist aura was unleashed and bombarded the entire cave. In the blink of an eye, the ground shook and the cliff collapsed. Let's go! Fang Chen shouted. The three of them quickly escaped into the void and left the cliff. Crack! The towering cliff finally could not withstand Wu Tong's frenzied attack. It broke from the middle and collapsed. Like a skyscraper collapsing, it poured down. The entire one-line sky could feel the tremor. In the distant void, Fang Chen and the other two stood in the air, staring at the collapsed cliff. That guy's Buddhist technique is really powerful. The barbarian sighed. This guy's last move was obviously out of his control, or it wouldn't have become like this. Qing Ho said. The mountain collapsed and he was trapped inside. No matter how capable he is, he can't escape, right? Qing Ho thought that Wu Tong should have died in the collapse. Fang Chen shook his head gently. A complicated look appeared in his black eyes. If he can really control the last move, Thousand Buddha greeting, he'll definitely be able to fight against a limit Venerable. By then, even I won't be his opponent. Fang Chen murmured. The three of them stared at each other for a long time, and finally left together. The cliff shattered, and all the broken stones piled up together tightly. A few days later, the boulder at the top shook slightly, and then a golden light shone from below the boulder. Crack! Suddenly, a large hand pierced from below the boulder, penetrated the boulder, and appeared on top of it. Around this huge hand, there was a vast and mighty Buddhist aura. Rip! The large hand waved left and right, and the surrounding boulders rocked down. A figure walked out of the thousands of boulders with difficulty. His head had been deformed, and his body had turned into pieces of flesh. Only his primordial spirit was still intact. A blood-red luster surged in his eyes. When the golden light appeared, it was mixed with bits of black light. Wu Tong was not dead yet. Chapter 2573. That day Wu Tong went crazy and used all his strength to activate the Thousand Buddhas greeting technique. In the end, he went mad, causing the mountain to collapse and drowning himself. Qing Ho and the barbarian both thought that he must have died in the rubble. However, a few days later, he dragged his battered body out of the rubble. His heart was filled with anger, and he wanted to destroy the whole world. "I must avenge this." Standing in the rubble, Wu Tong said in a deep voice. His pupils looked into the distance, and in the end, he suppressed the anger in his heart and left this place. "The day when my Thousand Buddhas greeting technique is the day when the three of you die." Wu Tong's life and death were not important to Fang Qin and the other two. After entering the one-line sky for nearly 50 years, Fang Qin and the other two's strength had significantly improved. Especially Fang Qin, he did not even use the Shura sword technique to deal with Wu Tong, and he was able to force him to such an extent. The barbarian and Qing Ho were full of praise for him. "Brother Fang, you've improved too quickly in the past 30 years, haven't you?" The barbarian looked at Fang Qin, dumbfounded. He really could not associate this harmless guy in front of him with the demon who killed without blinking and forced Wu Tong to turn into a demon. The contrast between before and after was too big, wasn't it? The barbarian knew very well how strong Wu Tong's strength was. He attacked with all his strength, but he could not block Wu Tong's punch. He guessed that the latter's strength was comparable to a top Venerable. Even a top Venerable was no match for him. Wu Tong's strength is so strong, and he's a Buddhist, but he couldn't fight back at all. The barbarian continued. "If Wu Tong knows that you haven't used your most powerful Shura sword technique, I wonder if he'll collapse in hell?" Yes, even my annihilation puppet couldn't resist Wu Tong's formless Buddha technique. But Brother Fang, you broke it with a raise of your hand. You're really a hero. Qing Ho gave him a thumbs up. After the incident with Wu Tong, the two of them really admired Fang Qin from the bottom of their hearts. "By the way, Brother Fang, what level have you reached?" The barbarian chuckled and asked curiously. Qing Ho was also curious. His eyes flashed with excitement. Seeing their gazes, Fang Qin shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. "How can it be so easy to become a limit Venerable One? Plus, I'm only a mystic realm martial artist. Even if I were to fight someone of a higher realm, I wouldn't be able to challenge an extreme honorable." Since Fang Qin said this, it proved that he had not become a supreme Venerable One. "So you're saying that you're as strong as a top-notch Venerable One?" the barbarian continued to ask. Fang Qin shook his head. "Wu Tong should be stronger than ordinary top-notch Venerable Ones. Strictly speaking, his strength is almost on par with a top-notch Venerable One, while at this point, Fang Qin deliberately kept them in suspense. Qing Ho and the barbarian looked anxious. "I'm probably between a top-notch Venerable One and a supreme Venerable One," Fang Qin muttered. According to his guess, he could only be comparable to a supreme Venerable One when his cultivation base reached the mystic god realm. Therefore, there was still a long way ahead, and he could not afford to be careless. "That's still very powerful. At least in this Blackstone prison, other than the 5 great kings, no one is your match." The barbarian laughed and was very excited. Back then, he and Fang Qin unified the boundary space together. At that time, they were not strong enough and had to be careful in everything they did. And now, in less than 200 years, Fang Qin had already reached such a height. Don't think too much. With your potential, as long as you work hard, it's only a matter of time before you step into the Venerable One realm. Fang Qin comforted them. His potential was too shocking, causing the two of them to be shocked. Therefore, Fang Chen comforted them. One-line sky, wind, thunder platform. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, wind and rain intertwined. Standing on the wind-thunder platform, it was as if one could control the entire one-line sky. Wu Tong enjoyed this feeling very much. He opened his arms and let the raindrops hit his face and then slide down. The power of thunder and lightning bombarded his body. Traces of thunder patterns flickered and covered his entire body. He looked up to the sky and roared. His roar echoed in the clouds. I want this world to crawl under my feet. After the thunder and lightning in the sky gathered to a certain extent, Wu Tong roared. Immediately, he raised his hands and suddenly intertwined with the thunder and lightning in the clouds. Rip! He swung his hands violently. Suddenly, the thunder and lightning in the clouds whistled down and hit the wind-thunder platform hard. At the same time, golden light burst out from his body. His Buddhist aura was even more powerful than before. Thousand Buddhas greeting. Wu Tong used the Thousand Buddhas greeting to attract the thunder and lightning in the sky and bombarded the legendary wind-thunder platform. Wind-thunder beast. At this moment Wu Tong's mind was shaken. He forgot everything except the 4 words, wind-thunder beast. He learned from King Wu that a wind-thunder beast was trapped on the one-line sky wind-thunder platform. For countless years, the wind-thunder beast had been waiting for an opportunity to escape. However, the 5 kings worked together to seal it to prevent it from destroying the environment of the Blackstone prison. The environment was already very bad. If it was destroyed, it would be even more impossible for it to survive. Wu Tong also learned this secret by accident. All this time, he didn't dare to enter the wind-thunder platform, because standing on the wind-thunder platform would cause him to bear all the thunder and lightning in the sky above the one-line sky. However, this time, he had mastered the formless Buddhist technique. With the help of the Buddhist technique's transferability, he transferred the thunder and lightning that bombarded him to the wind-thunder platform. He wanted to take this opportunity to blast open the wind-thunder platform and release the wind-thunder beast. I want this world to be destroyed. Hatred filled his head and drowned his reason. Endless thunderbolts bombarded the wind-thunder platform with loud rumbles. Crack! A crack appeared on the wind-thunder platform. Wild demonic aura escaped from it. Then, a roar that seemed to have traveled through time and space came from the wind-thunder platform. Seeing this, a wild smile appeared on Wu Tong's face. Thousand Buddhas greeting. He was taking this opportunity to refine the Thousand Buddhas greeting and attract thunder to bombard the wind-thunder platform. Wind-thunder seal. Under the storm-like thunder and lightning bombardment, cracks finally appeared on the wind-thunder platform. Demonic aura soared into the sky and shook the sky. At this time, Wu Tong waved his hands and formed a series of seals. The wind-thunder seal was used to communicate with the wind-thunder beast. In another area of the one-line sky, Fang Chun and the other 2 were walking slowly. Suddenly, they felt the one-line sky shaking. What happened? Qing Ho asked hurriedly. The barbarian raised his war hammer and looked around vigilantly as if he was facing a great enemy. Only Fang Chun remained relatively calm. He leaped up and hovered in midair, looking into the distance. What he saw was a surging sea of thunder and violent thunderclouds. In the thunderclouds and sea of thunder, bolts of lightning swooped down. That's the wind-thunder platform? All the lightning was targeting the wind-thunder platform. Seeing this, Fang Chen's expression changed drastically. The wind-thunder platform is the core of the one-line sky. Why is there such a phenomenon? Fang Chen asked. Could it be that a supreme treasure has appeared? Since ancient times, when a supreme treasure appeared, there would be a phenomenon of heaven and earth, causing a storm in the world. Look, the wind-thunder platform is about to shatter. The barbarian's voice suddenly sounded hurried. Fang Chen and Qing Ho looked over and suddenly realized that there was a tiny figure standing on the wind-thunder platform that was filled with crack. It's him. Fang Chun and the other two recognized Wu Tong. "What is he doing?" Ching Ho shouted. "Is he summoning something?" The barbarian said hurriedly. "Stop him." Fang Chun yelled and performed the time collapse technique. He rushed toward the wind thunder platform at lightning speed. Ching Ho and the barbarian looked at each other and followed closely behind with a serious expression. At this moment, the wind thunder platform was full of cracks. It would not be long before it shattered. The lightning in the thunderclouds was still swooping down and bombarding the wind thunder platform. Wu Tong, who was standing on the wind thunder platform, was communicating with the wind thunder beast using the wind thunder seal. Roar. After communicating for a long time, a sound that shook the sky was suddenly heard. The next moment Wu Tong was overjoyed. "Okay, I'll help you get out of here today." The wind thunder beast and Wu Tong had reached a secret agreement. Wu Tong focused on guiding the lightning, using his Buddha body as a medium to bombard the wind thunder platform wildly. Chapter 2574. Wind and Thunder Rise. Wu Tong roared in the face of the thunderbolts that swooped down from the thunderclouds. On his body, the power of thunderbolts trembled and thunder patterns flickered. Using his body as a medium, he transferred it to the wind thunder platform. Crack! The violent power bombarded the wind thunder platform. No matter how hard the wind thunder platform was, it could not withstand the bombardment of thunderbolts. Finally, after holding on for a while, it exploded. Rip! Debris flew all over the sky. A steel cage appeared in front of Wu Tong. In the cage, a demonic beast was crazily dancing and roaring. Its claws scratched the steel cage until it creaked. Wind and Thunder Beast? Seeing this, Wu Tong's eyes were engulfed in flames. His heart shuddered slightly. "Hurry up and activate the thunderbolts to help me break the cage." A voice came out of the Wind and Thunder Beast's mouth. The thunderbolts swooped down crazily. Wu Tong's eyes turned red and he gradually fell into a state of madness. He used his Buddha body as a medium to withstand the bombardment of thunderbolt. However, there was a limit to the Buddha body. Blindly transferring the thunderbolts caused his Buddha body to be severely damaged. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the void far away, Fang Chun and the other two quickly flew over. Oh no! As soon as the wind thunder platform shattered, a terrifying aura came out of the wind and thunder beast. Fang Chun and the other two appeared from the void. They could feel the terrifying waves of air rushing towards them. Bang! The barbarian and Ching Ho were directly knocked away. Only Fang Chun could barely withstand it. He looked up and his eyes fell on Wu Tong. However, when he saw the thunderbolts on Wu Tong's body move down, he finally saw the steel cage. What's that? Fang Chun's pupils shrank and he was shocked. Wind, thunder platform? The power of wind and thunder. Is it the legendary one? At this time, the barbarian hurriedly got up. His eyes were full of disbelief. Do you know what it is? Ching Ho asked hurriedly. Wind Thunder Berserk Beast. It's actually the Wind Thunder Berserk Beast. We're finished, we're all finished. The barbarian's heart was filled with despair. What's going on? Fang Chun shook the barbarian's body to wake him up. The latter briefly explained the terror of the Tempest Berserk Beast to the both of them. After hearing this, Fang Chun's heart stirred. Stop him! Suddenly, Fang Chun roared. He leaped up and activated the body of 10,000 swords to the extreme. The domain of 10,000 swords opened up and controlled the surrounding air. Whenever a violent aura approached, it would be blocked by the body of 10,000 swords. At the same time, he took out the star-concealing sword. Azura sword skill, the 20th move. He could feel how terrifying the Gale Thunder Beast was, so he used his strongest sword technique right from the start. When the 20th move was executed, heaven and earth trembled. The thunderbolts in the thunderclouds were tumbling under the impact of the terrifying sword chi. Whoosh! After brewing for a while, the hidden star sword pierced through the sky like a rainbow, carrying a power that made people tremble. It pierced toward Wu Tong. You're courting death. Seeing Fang Chen, a wild smile appeared on Wu Tong's face. He waved his hands, and thunderbolts roared out and blasted toward Fang Chen. Boom! The thunderbolts hit his body, and he felt a slight pain. The body of 10,000 swords helped him block the thunderbolts' attack with absolute strength. Crack! The terrifying sword light pierced through the void and pierced toward Wu Tong. A crisp sound was heard, and Wu Tong's chest was pierced. Puff! Wu Tong spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. Trash! The Tempest Berserk Beast's voice was heard. He suddenly stretched out his claws toward the void. Suddenly, a vast power swooped down and enveloped Fang Chen. Continue! The Tempest Berserk Beast's vibrating voice came into Wu Tong's ears. The Buddha's light on Wu Tong's body was even more dazzling, completely enveloping him. At the same time, Wu Tong's Thousand Buddhas greeting technique was activated to the extreme. Rumble! In the sky, the thunderbolts were still swooping down crazily, and Fang Chen was blocked by the Tempest Berserk Beast's power, unable to move. Crack! Working together from the inside and outside, the iron cage could no longer withstand the powerful pressure and could shatter at any time. Let's go! Qing Ho tried his best, even at the expense of destroying the annihilation puppets, to forcibly shatter the power surrounding Fang Chen. And the barbarian was also crazily waving his war hammer to beat the power. Crack! At the cost of sacrificing 3 annihilation puppets, he finally rescued Fang Chen. Let's go, or it'll be too late. The barbarian shouted. Fang Chen did not dare to delay. He performed the spacetime collapse technique and quickly left the wind thunder platform. Whoosh! 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 After a while, the thunder rumbled, and all the thunderclouds in the sky gathered together, forming a thick thunderbolt that swooped down. The sound of the thunderous rumble echoed throughout the world. Crack! Under the impact of the violent thunderbolt, and with the help of Wu Tong's Thousand Buddha pilgrimage technique, finally, the iron cage could no longer withstand it and shattered. Roar! After countless years, the Tempest Berserk Beast finally broke free. His face was full of joy. He roared to the sky, and the entire wind thunder platform was instantly destroyed. From now on, there will be no more wind thunder platform and no more one-line sky. The Tempest Berserk Beast's huge body stood on the ruins of the wind thunder platform. With a stomp, the wind thunder platform was instantly destroyed, and the ruins sank into the ground. From now on, there would be no more wind thunder platform in one-line sky. Ha ha ha, I'm finally free. The Tempest Berserk Beast laughed, very excited. The wind thunder platform had trapped him for countless years. Now that he was free, he immediately shattered it. Buzz! As the wind thunder platform shattered, the thunderclouds in the sky instantly dispersed. The gloomy sky gradually cleared up. Wu Tong's face was a little pale. He fell to the ground and looked at the tall Tempest Berserk Beast with a complicated expression. After the Tempest Berserk Beast destroyed the wind thunder platform, his eyes fell on Wu Tong. You're not bad. The Tempest Berserk Beast nodded to Wu Tong. From now on, you're mine. Bullying you is the same as bullying me. Get up. The Tempest Berserk Beast calmed down. With a flick of his finger, a bright light entered Wu Tong's body. The latter's body trembled, and his face was immediately filled with shock. My power is not something you can imagine. Since you helped me escape, this is your reward. The Tempest Berserk Beast said. Wu Tong felt that the power of Buddhism in his body seemed to be burning. In his mind, the bottleneck of the Buddhist Tao that had once been a huge hindrance actually disappeared at this moment. Thousand Buddhas greeting. Thinking of this, Wu Tong was overjoyed. He quickly sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the Thousand Buddhas greeting. A few days later, Fang Chen and the other 2 finally escaped to a place that they thought was safe. The 3 of them were panting, and their minds were filled with the image of the Tempest Berserk Beast. Wu Tong is crazy. The Tempest Berserk Beast is too strong. If he is released, the Blackstone prison will be filled with blood. The barbarian said angrily. It's too late to say this now. We should think of a way to escape from the one-line sky. Qing Ho said. Fang Chen's face was solemn. He guessed that Wu Tong and the Tempest Berserk Beast had reached an agreement. He was most worried that the Tempest Berserk Beast would chase after the three of them for Wu Tong. With the Tempest Berserk Beast's strength, if he chased after the three of them, they would have no chance of survival. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen took a deep breath and said, "The Tempest Berserk Beast has just escaped. He should recover his strength and not chase after us." However, just as he was about to say the second sentence, the one-line sky suddenly shook. Rumble! Like an earthquake, the entire one-line sky was shaking. What happened? The barbarian asked. Oh no, the Tempest Berserk Beast wants to destroy the one-line sky. Fang Chen shouted. Immediately, the three of them rushed out of the one-line sky as fast as they could. Outside the Martial King City, a crack suddenly appeared in the unusually calm void. Immediately after, an extremely violent energy was emitted from it. King Wu rushed into the void immediately. His dark eyes stared in the direction of the one-line sky. Oh no! King Wu sensed the Tempest Berserk Beast's aura and shouted in his heart. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, the other four kings arrived one after another. Their faces were gloomy as they looked at King Wu. I sense the Tempest Berserk Beast's aura, King Wu said in a deep voice. Could it be that the Tempest platform has been destroyed? The Tempest Berserk Beast has escaped? Damn it, he is destroying the one-line sky. Suddenly, King Wu roared and his eyes turned scarlet. The 15 contestants were still in the one-line sky. They could not resist the Tempest Berserk Beast at all. Chapter 2575. The Wind Thunder Beast was not in the ancient god realm, but it had the power of an ancient god. It was regarded as the most powerful demonic beast in the world. There were even rumors that it was the ancestor of the demonic beast. However, even the demonic beasts did not know if the Wind Thunder Beast was their ancestor. In ancient times, the Wind Thunder Beast had once appeared in the chaotic void. When it first appeared, it caused a huge commotion. That was because no one had ever discovered the existence of the Wind Thunder Beast before. When many warriors in the chaotic void learned of the terror of the Wind Thunder Beast, their hearts palpitated. In the end, all the experts joined forces to attack. Even the ancient god experts were mobilized. In the end, the Wind Thunder Beast was banished to the Blackstone prison. In the Dark Ages long ago, the king of the Blackstone prison was the Wind Thunder Beast. However, it was too ferocious and often killed. It did not give others any chance. Where there was oppression, there would be resistance. The 5 great kings appeared one after another. After hundreds of millions of years of chaos, they finally suppressed the Wind Thunder Beast in the Wind Thunder platform in the one-line sky. At that time, they also knew that it was not a solution to suppress it. However, they could not completely destroy it. That was because the composition of the Wind Thunder Beast's body was very strange. They did not know where to start. Even the ancient gods could not completely kill it, let alone the 5 great kings. Now, countless years had passed. It was so long ago that even they could not remember. The Wind Thunder Beast finally rushed out of the prison. The Blackstone prison was about to be attacked by Doomsday. The 5 great kings stood side by side in the void. Their auras shook as they prepared to fight. Crack! Under the attack of the Wind Thunder Beast, the seal could not withstand a single blow and shattered. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The moment the seal shattered, 3 figures whizzed out. Behind them, raging flames instantly drowned the one-line sky. Bang! If the 3 of them were a little slower, they would have died without a doubt. The 3 of them were exhausted. They fell to the ground, panting. Fang Chen. Seeing this scene, Warlord rushed to the side of the 3. With a wave of his hand, he brought the 3 of them to a safe place. It seems like they used the wind thunder beast to rush out when it destroyed the one-line sky, Warlord Wu said. The other 3 kings were also anxiously looking at the crack in the sky. Their team members had yet to come out. From now on, there will be no more one-line sky. A furious roar came from the one-line sky. The 5 king tiers looked at each other. The Battle King brought Fang Chen and the others back to the Battle King Palace as quickly as he could and had the Star and Moon take care of them. As for him, he once again arrived in front of the one-line sky. On this day, the Blackstone prison shook. All the martial artists cried out in alarm. Could it be that the end of the world was coming? Although the Blackstone prison's environment was harsh, at least they could survive. The one-line sky was completely destroyed by the wind thunder beast, and a shocking battle began. It was said that someone had been watching the competition from afar, and the energy fluctuations emitted from the competition had shattered his head. One could easily imagine how terrifying the battle between the 5 great kings and the wind thunder raging beast was. Even a top-notch venerable one would die without a doubt if they were caught in the storm. Warlord Palace. Brother Chen, how are you? The Star and Moon's pretty face was a little worried. I'm fine. After resting for a while, Fang Chen's face was a little rosier, and his injuries were much better. Qing Ho and the barbarian were a little heavier, but it was not a problem. It's good that you're fine. The Star and Moon said, what happened in the one-line sky? It was supposed to be 100 years, but only 50 years have passed. Moreover, when Master came back, his face was very serious. For the Battle King to be so serious, something big must have happened. The Wind Thunder Beast escaped from the Wind Thunder platform and is destroying the one-line sky. I think the commotion now should be caused by the battle between the 5 great kings and the Wind Thunder Beast, right? In the Battle King Palace, one could still feel the fluctuations of the battle. This battle lasted for 3 whole months. No one could see the scene in the center of the battle storm. It covered the sky and the sun, and the momentum was like a rainbow. Finally, a sound that shook the sky sounded, and the Wind Thunder Beast was forced to retreat by the 5 great kings. I will be back. The Wind Thunder Beast's roar reverberated throughout the Blackstone prison. After being trapped for so long, his strength had not recovered to its peak, and he was at a disadvantage against the 5 great kings. In the end, the Wind Thunder Beast chose to hide for the time being. In fact, he had underestimated the 5 great kings' strength. He thought that no matter how much the 5 great kings improved, they would not be able to catch up to him. However, when he really fought, he realized the terrifying potential of human martial artists. However, the 5 great kings could not do anything to the Wind Thunder Beast. Although the latter's cultivation had not recovered to its peak, his strength was too strong. King Qing was even injured in the process of the battle. Whoosh, whoosh. The Blackstone prison gradually regained its peace, and the fluctuations of the battle directly destroyed the martial king city. The 5 great kings were in a sorry state. They stood in the void and stared at the completely destroyed martial king city and the sunken ground within a radius of 10,000 miles. Their faces were somewhat serious. After a long time, King Wu sighed and shook his head gently. When he suppressed the Wind Thunder Beast, he should have known that this day would come. The Wind Thunder Beast is too strong. If we let him continue to grow, the 5 of us will be killed, King Qing said. That's right. The Wind Thunder Beast has retreated for the time being, but he will return soon. At that time, the danger will be even greater, King Mo said. King Zhan, who was at the side, muttered, the one-line sky has been destroyed, and only Fang Chen and the other 2 have come out. Does this mean that the competition of the century has ended? Hearing this, the other 4 great kings' expressions changed. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, King Wu nodded in the end. The competition of the century has ended, and the King team has won. Due to the appearance of the Wind Thunder Beast, our plan to break the Blackstone prison has been brought forward, King Wu said. Although the other 3 were unwilling, They could not be careless when it concerned their future. Let's go back and discuss the details. On the 5th day after the shocking battle, King Zhan finally returned to King Zhan Palace. As soon as he returned, he immediately summoned Fang Chen and the other two, as well as the Star and Moon. Senior King Zhan. Fang Chen and the other two cupped their fists. After a few days of recuperation, Barbarian and Qing Ho had recovered a lot. Fang Chen had long since recovered. The competition of the century has ended ahead of schedule. The three of you have won the final victory, and the plan of us 5 great kings has been brought forward, King Zhan said with a serious expression. Master, what exactly is the plan? Star and Moon asked. A long time ago, we 5 great kings would join forces to attack the weakest area of the Blackstone prison every once in a while, but we failed every time. King Zhan did not answer Star and Moon's question. Instead, he said slowly, despite our repeated failures, we never gave up. After hundreds of millions of years, we finally gained something. Not long ago, we discovered a slight change in the weakest area of the Blackstone prison. Perhaps it was caused by our continuous attacks over the endless years, or perhaps it was caused by the changes in the chaotic void outside. No matter what, this is our next plan. After muttering to himself for a moment, he continued, originally, our plan was to join forces to shatter the realm wall and leave the Blackstone prison. However, after our probing, we discovered that the most we could do was open an unstable passage in the weakest area. However, this passage was unable to bear the weight of us 5 great kings. Once we stepped into it, the passage would definitely shatter, leading to the complete destruction of the Blackstone prison. Hearing this, Fang Chen and the other three's expressions changed greatly. If the Blackstone prison was destroyed, everyone inside would die. Obviously, the 5 great kings did not want to die. As long as there was a chance, they did not want to give it up. According to our speculations, those below the level of limit Venerable can only bear the power of 4 people at most. Thus, at that time, we were planning to choose the most suitable 4 people to leave the Blackstone prison, King Zhan said. As long as one of them can leave, they can cultivate in the outside world until they reach the level of Ancient God, shatter the Blackstone prison, and release us. This is our only chance, and it is also a risk. After all, we cannot guarantee that the person we risk our lives to send out will be able to cultivate to the level of Ancient God. Besides, even if they manage to cultivate to the level of Ancient God, whether or not they will be willing to save us is another matter. However, we have no other choice. King Zhan spread his hands helplessly. To read a novel, please visit Chapter 2576. After hearing Zhan Wang's words, Fang Chen roughly understood. Zhan Wang had been planning this from the very beginning. The so-called internal strife between the 7 disciples of the Battle Soul Pond was only because the Battle Monarch wanted to choose the most suitable disciple. Coincidentally, Fang Chen and the other 2 had shown their talents in the Battle Soul Pond and caught Zhan Wang's attention. According to Zhan Wang, the final winner of the 100-year competition would obtain 4 spots to leave the Blackstone prison. This was also the reason why the 5 kings disagreed. The 3 kings, led by King Qing, thought that they should send the top venerables out. They had the highest chance of becoming ancient gods. However, Zhan Wang and King Wu didn't think so. For countless years, the potential of the top venerables in the Blackstone prison had been squeezed dry. It was impossible for them to break through. Their opinion was to choose warriors with great potential. It didn't matter if their realm was low. Therefore, the contestants chosen by the 2 kings were those with great potential and had hopes of reaching the ancient god level. The 5 kings couldn't leave, so they could only give it their all. No matter who it was, as long as they were sent out, they had to keep their promise and cultivate hard until they became ancient gods and broke out of the Blackstone prison. Because this was their only chance. Although they still had to wait for countless years, and the hope wasn't high. But they had to fight for themselves. As for what the people sent out would do after becoming ancient gods, they could only leave it to fate. Therefore, they were betting. In other words, if the 5 kings work together to open a passage to the weakest area, the 4 of us can leave together? Barbarian asked. Qing Ho and Fang Chen were also excited. That's right. You've won the final victory and obtained the chance to leave, Zhan Wang said. At the same time, Fang Chen also understood why Star and Moon weren't allowed to participate. The 5 great kings all left their disciples behind to protect them. If they got the chance, they could directly give their disciples a spot. Thinking of this, Fang Chen and the other 2 shook their heads. Having a good master was indeed different. All right, you guys go and prepare, Zhan Wang said. After I discuss with the other 4 kings, I'll come and pick you guys up. Whoosh! The Battle King entered the void. Fang Chen and the other 3 looked at each other, their faces filled with excitement. Ha ha ha, that's great. I can finally leave this damned place. If we can really leave, that would be great, Qing Ho said. Fang Chen's expression changed. He couldn't bring himself to be happy. Brother Chen, what's wrong? Star and Moon asked. Tian Xin is also in the Blackstone prison. I don't want to leave him behind, Fang Chen said. Immediately, the 4 of them fell into silence. Fang Chen asked the Battle King to help him find Tian Xin. However, after a few days, the Battle King returned. He asked the 4 great kings and found that there was no one called Tian Xin in their territory. This piece of news immediately made Fang Chen feel extremely disappointed. Even the 5 king tiers couldn't find him. What did this mean? Fang Chen didn't dare to imagine. In front of the Battle King Palace on the mountain peak, Fang Chen stood quietly, looking down at the ground. Seeing this, Qing Ho and the barbarian sighed and shook their heads. Xing Yu walked to Fang Chen's back with light steps and held his big hand tightly with her small white hand. Brother Chen, maybe Tian Xin is cultivating in seclusion somewhere. The 5 king tiers can't search the entire Blackstone prison, Star and Moon comforted Fang Chen. The latter turned to look at his wife and said, I hope so too. However, he knew that the possibility of this happening wasn't very high. Thinking of this, Fang Chen felt dejected. Half a month later, the Battle King told Fang Chen and the other 3 that the 5 king tiers had finished their deployment and could begin their operation. On this day, the Battle King led Fang Chen and the other 3 out of the Battle King Palace. After several days of hurrying, they finally arrived at the border of the Blackstone prison. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A wild wind blew past, hitting their faces and making them feel hot. When the Battle King arrived, the other 4 king tiers had already arrived. How is it? The Wind Thunder Beast won't appear, right? The Battle King asked. Don't worry, we've already checked carefully. The Wind Thunder Beast isn't nearby. The Martial King said. Moreover, even if he saw the anomaly and rushed over, we would have already sent him out. The 5 king tiers surrounded the 4 in the middle. The Martial King took a deep breath, then looked at Fang Chen and said, I believe the Battle King has already told you everything, right? Fang Chen and the other 3 nodded. The Martial King continued, I hope the 4 of you will cultivate diligently after you get out. If you can reach the ancient god level one day, you will fulfill your promise and destroy the Blackstone prison and release us. Fang Chen cupped his fists at the 5 king tiers. Seniors, don't worry. If an ancient god appears among the 4 of us, we will definitely destroy the Blackstone prison and save you. Ha ha ha, we will wait for you. No matter when, no matter how long. The 5 king tiers laughed heartily, then joined forces to attack the weakest point. At this moment there was no need to say too much. Everything was understood without words. Boom. This was the first time Fang Chen had seen the 5 king tiers join forces. Even a casual attack was so shocking. So scary. Qing Ho was speechless. When can I become someone like one of the 5 king tiers? The barbarian muttered to himself. Dong. Another shocking sound rang out. The barrier at the weakest point of the Blackstone prison finally showed signs of shattering. At the same time, an aura that permeated the entire Blackstone prison whizzed over. Channel condense. The 5 king tiers joined forces to attack, commanded by the Martial King. The vast attack landed on the weakest point. Crack. A black hole rapidly appeared on the weakest point, then turned into a channel. This channel was completely formed by origin energy, and its aura fluctuated and was very unstable. It seemed like it could shatter at any moment. Fang Chun and the other 3 knew that even if they entered the channel, they might not be able to leave safely. After all, the 5 king tiers had only tested it and had not personally experienced it. They did not know the exact situation inside the channel. However, Fang Chun and the other 2 had not reached the profound God realm, so it should not be a big problem. Go in. Following the Martial King's roar, Fang Chun and the other 3 were sent into the channel. Remember your promise, the Martial King said. Just as Fang Chun and the other 3 were about to step into the channel, a shocking roar suddenly came from the distant horizon. Not good. The 5 king tiers knew that things were not good, and quickly let Fang Chun and the other 3 enter the channel. Quick! They had to maintain the channel until Fang Chun and the other 3 successfully walked out. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Wind Thunder Beast attacked. Foolish humans! The Wind Thunder Beast sneered and attacked the 5 king tiers crazily. You guys maintain the channel, I will stop him. The Martial King took a step forward and fought with the Wind Thunder Beast. Damn it! The other 4 king tiers' eyes were filled with anger, but they had no choice but to maintain the channel. Fang Chun and the other 3 had already entered the channel and would be able to leave soon. In the meantime, they had to maintain the channel's stability. Quick, faster. The Martial King was anxious. Whoosh. The 4 king tiers' attention was attracted by the battle between the Wind Thunder Beast and the Martial King, so they did not notice a black dot rushing into the channel at lightning speed. By the time they noticed, it was already too late. The black dot had already reached the entrance of the channel. He paused and turned around with a sinister smile, then disappeared into the channel. Martial Eye. Seeing this, the 5 king tiers exclaimed. The Wind Thunder Wild Beast burst out laughing. Your plan is going to fail in the end. Boom. As soon as the Wind Thunder Beast finished speaking, an explosion sound came from the channel, and it shook violently. Not good. Seeing this, the Martial King gave up on blocking the Wind Thunder Beast and rushed over, joining forces with the 4 king tiers to maintain the channel. Crack. However, it was useless. The channel shattered and could not be reversed. Boom. In a moment, the channel was destroyed by the boundary wall. Hiss hiss hiss. The realm wall gradually recovered, and the weakest area looked brand new. Seeing this, the expressions of the 5 rulers completely dimmed. Damned fellow! Their hearts were filled with anger. The destruction of the passageway meant that Fang Chun and the other 3 were all dead. Their plan had undoubtedly failed. And the source of all this was the Wind Thunder Beast. Kill it! The 5 kings roared in unison. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2577. In the 33 heavens of the primal chaos void, there were 10 super heavens guarding all directions. The Great Devil Sky, one of the 10 super heavens, was located in the east of the primal chaos void. The ruler of the Great Devil Sky was the Sky Pillar ancestral family. They occupied the entire Great Devil Sky and used all the resources there. This made the Sky Pillar ancestral family the indisputable overlord. They could even be ranked in the top 10 in the primal chaos void. Ever since the ancestral family's patriarch was discovered to have opened the Blackstone prison carelessly and exiled the enemy forces, the upper echelons of the human race punished him. Now, the Sky Pillar ancestral family had many rules and was no longer as ostentatious. At least, the Great Devil Sky was peaceful. At the edge of the Great Devil Sky, this place was close to the dark void. Rip! Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and a violent wind blew. It was as if the entire void was about to be torn apart, and the entire sky darkened. Crack! At the same time as the lightning flashed, a crack appeared in the void. An extremely cold aura emanated from it, shocking everyone. Bang! A black light flashed past, and then 4 figures shot out one after another, smashing into the ground and creating a huge pit. After the 4 figures appeared, a black shadow shot out from inside after a long time. With a loud bang, he fell into the dark void and disappeared. Then, the shattered passageway could no longer hold on and collapsed. Because Wu Tong rushed into the passageway at the last moment, the already unstable passageway exploded. Fang Chun and the other 3 also suffered a strong impact. If it weren't for Fang Chun activating the myriad sword body at the last moment to protect the 3 of them, they would have died. Among the 4, Fang Chun's injuries were the worst. His primordial spirit was severely injured, and his body was a mess of blood and flesh. The 4 of them fell into a coma in the huge pit. After some time, Star and Moon was the first to wake up. Brother Chun. Star and Moon hurriedly turned her head and saw the injured Fang Chun, and tears welled up in her eyes. After that, the barbarian and Ching Ho woke up one after another. The 2 of them were also heavily injured. "How are you?" After checking, Ching Ho breathed a sigh of relief. "It's all right." Although his injuries were serious, his life was not in danger. The 3 of them looked at each other and felt relieved. Why did the passage shatter in the end? When they first entered the passageway, although there was some repulsion, it was still relatively stable. Based on their estimations, it should be able to withstand the pressure when they came out safely. However, just as he was about to exit, the passageway suddenly became unstable and shattered. "I'm not sure. Maybe something's wrong with the Blackstone prison," the barbarian said. Whoosh! The barbarian stood up and took a few deep breaths of fresh air. He was so happy that he jumped up and down. "Ha ha ha, I'm finally back." The barbarian laughed crazily and excitedly. Every day in the Blackstone prison was like a nightmare in the minds of the barbarians. He opened his arms to welcome his new life. Never in my wildest dreams would I have imagined that I would be able to leave the Blackstone prison one day. The barbarian's excitement was indescribable. Ching Ho and Star and Moon were also very excited, but not like the barbarians. In the Blackstone prison, after the passageway shattered, the 5 kings went completely crazy. They crazily surrounded the Wind Thunder Beast and did not hesitate to destroy the entire Blackstone prison. In the end, the Wind Thunder Beast was severely injured by the 5 kings and escaped. The Wind Thunder Beast was very good at escaping, and the 5 kings could not catch up. "Does the heavens want us to die?" King Qing sighed. King Zhan, who was beside him, could not forget for a long time that his only disciple died in the passageway just like that. "Maybe there's still a chance," King Wu suddenly said. "As long as we don't see the 4 corpses, it means that there's still a chance." Although King Wu's words made sense, the 4 kings knew what it meant when the passageway shattered. King Wu was just comforting himself. "If I don't kill the Wind Thunder Beast in this life, I'm not human." King Zhan clenched his fists and said angrily, "That's right. Kill the Wind Thunder Beast at all costs." From now on, the Blackstone prison was destined to not be peaceful, and the 5 kings were looking for the Wind Thunder Beast all over the world. In a very strange area, a young man suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. "The Blackstone prison has been in turmoil recently. What happened?" The man muttered, "I wonder how Master's wife and Martial Uncle are doing." If Fang Chun was here, he would definitely be surprised, because the man in front of him was the disciple he had been looking for, Tian Xian. He had even asked King Zhan and the other 4 kings to help him search, but it was to no avail. Because of this, he was sad for a long time. Shaking his head slightly, Tian Xian curled his lips and said, "I've fallen into this strange space-time vortex, and I don't know when I'll be able to get out." In the chaotic void, great devil sky, the Star and Moon trio carried Fang Chun out of the huge pit. He had been unconscious all this time. Let's find a place to stay first, Ching Ho said. Okay, there should be a city up ahead. Let's go take a look, Barbarian said. Not far away from them, 3 figures were running towards them at a high speed. Don't let that guy get away. Don't worry, senior brother. Even if his master comes, he won't be able to do anything, let alone him. Let's be careful. The 3 of them ran quickly and soon bumped into the Star and Moon trio. When they brushed past each other, the man called first senior brother suddenly stopped in his tracks, because he saw a face so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of a city. That face was so beautiful that he forgot where he was for a moment. Senior brother. The other 2 men gently nudged their senior brother and called out softly. Hearing the call, first senior brother finally reacted and lost his composure. However, his eyes were abnormally excited. There's actually such a woman in the world. If she can serve me. He didn't think further, but his face was full of smiles. Junior brothers, please wait for a moment. Eldest senior brother laughed sinisterly. Then, he strode towards Xing Yu and the other 2 and blocked their path. The 2 junior brothers looked at each other helplessly. First senior brother was like this. When he saw a woman, his eyes would be glued to her. Beauty, this is the wilderness and it's very dangerous. Why don't you let me protect you? First senior brother extended his arm and stopped Star and Moon with a smile. Star and Moon frowned. She didn't like this kind of look. Get lost. The barbarian raised his war hammer and scolded. You, first senior brother's face darkened at the barbarian's scolding. However, in order to appear gentlemanly in front of the beauty, he forced himself not to get angry. If it weren't for this beauty, you would have been dead long ago, first senior brother said. The barbarian sneered. Ching Ho looked at him with interest. Beauty. I'm a disciple of the Tianqing clan. In the great devil realm, I can do whatever I want. With my protection, no one will dare to do anything to you. First senior brother purposely revealed his identity. The Tianqing clan was the ruler of the great devil realm. Anyone who heard this would have a change of expression. Tianqing clan? Star and Moon's eyes flickered when she heard this. Her red lips moved slightly as she muttered. That's right. I'm sure you've heard of it, right? First senior brother smiled proudly. Ching Ho's face darkened. Since you're a disciple of the Tianqing clan, then you don't have to leave. The barbarian raised his war hammer and smashed it down. The hammer hit first senior brother's head, shattering it and killing him instantly. You, the 2 who were waiting for first senior brother, were completely stunned when they saw this scene. You killed my first senior brother. The Tianqing clan will definitely take revenge on you, the 2 shouted angrily. The 2 of you can go to hell too. 2 consecutive strikes killed the 2 of them. Hee hee. The barbarian put away his war hammer and looked at Ching Ho. He smiled and said, Brother, don't worry. Whatever the Tianqing clan did to you, I will avenge you 10 times, 100 times. We're now in the great devil realm. This is the Tianqing clan's territory. It's better to keep a low profile, Ching Ho said. Star and Moon nodded. Let's find a place to heal first. We'll wait for Brother Chun to wake up. If it were before, they would have definitely fled the great devil realm. But with their current strength, there was no need for them to do so. Once their injuries were healed, in addition to Fang Chun waking up, the 4 of them would have the capital to fight against the Sky Pillar Zong family. Chapter 2578. A few days later, Star and Moon and the others finally saw a city. From afar, Ching Ho could clearly see a towering city in front of him. The surroundings of the city were completely shrouded in thick black smoke, giving off a gloomy and terrifying aura. And this aura was exactly similar to the cultivation method cultivated by the Tianqing Zong family. Amazing! Even though he hated the Tianqing Zong family, he had to admit that the Zong family's foundation was too deep. If he wanted to fight against them, he would need to be very strong. There's a city ahead. Let's go in first. The barbarian put away his war hammer and the aura on his body disappeared instantly. After all, before Fang Chen woke up, they could not act blindly, let alone let the Tianqing Zong family discover their traces. Soon, the three of them entered the city. Demon Calling City? Qing Ho fell into deep thought after seeing the three big words on the golden plaque above the city gate. After a long time, he suddenly patted his head and came to a realization. I once heard of Demon Calling City when I was doing odd jobs for the Tianqing Zong family. In his mind, memories of the past suddenly emerged. Rumor has it that in Demon Calling City, there's the skeleton of a top venerable from the Tianqing Zong family. Many martial artists came here because of its reputation, wanting to absorb the essence power in the skeleton of a top venerable. Over time, this city became known as Devil Summoning City. The meaning was self-evident, that was, to awaken this true top venerable. Demon Calling City was overcrowded, and the wide streets were filled with an endless stream of people. Star and Moon and the others changed their appearances slightly and settled down in an inn. They paid enough origin stones to rent a very large courtyard. The barbarian looked around carefully, and after confirming that there was no danger in the courtyard, he completely settled down. The three of them put Fang Chen aside and carefully observed his situation. Qing Ho's palm was placed on Fang Chen's pulse, and he slightly sensed it. He frowned slightly. He could clearly feel a vast power bursting out from Fang Chen's pulse and attacking his finger. Seeing this, he increased his strength and used his own strength to resist the strange power in Fang Chen's pulse. But, however, contrary to his expectations, the more he suppressed it, the stronger the energy in his pulse became. Caught off guard, he spread his fingers open. Layers of obscure halos appeared around Fang Chen. When Qing Ho saw this, his pupils shrank and his face darkened. "How is it?" Star and Moon asked anxiously. The barbarian was also restless at the side. "Brother Fang's condition isn't very good. The power in the passage is too strong, and it's comparable to the all-out attack of an ultimate venerable one. When the passage was destroyed, Brother Fang used his own power to wrap us up. That's why we were lightly injured, but his injuries were very serious," Qing Ho said. Hearing this, Star and Moon's eyes reddened, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. Although Brother Fang's condition isn't very good, we can still think of a way." Qing Ho hurriedly comforted her. Every day, Devil Summoning City was overcrowded. Some people came for the skeleton of the top venerable one, while others came to watch the show. There were even some who came to fish in troubled waters. Today, a big shot came to Devil Summoning City. Have you heard? The medical saint, whose name shook the chaotic void, has come to Devil Summoning City. I've heard about it. It's all over the city now. Everyone knows about it. I didn't expect the medical saint to come to a small place like ours. In the chaotic void, Devil Summoning City was a small place. Even the head of the Sky Pillar Zong family had to treat an expert like the medical saint with respect. However, he came to Devil Summoning City. As soon as he arrived, he caused a big commotion. In the depths of Devil Summoning City, there was a huge skeleton in a wide square. There was a powerful force surging around the skeleton. Far away, the square was surrounded by a sea of people. Their eyes were burning as they looked at the sky above the skeleton. There were two figures with powerful auras standing opposite each other. Medical Saint, what are you doing in the great devil realm? The medical saint, who was dressed in white, had a sage-like demeanor. His old face was full of wrinkles. After hearing the Zong family head's words, he chuckled and said, "What? The great devil realm doesn't seem to welcome me?" The Zong family head narrowed his eyes and stared at the medical saint. Although the other party looked thin and weak like an ordinary person, he wasn't. He was the famous medical saint, an expert ranked at the top of the Venerable list. The medical saint is elusive and never shows up easily. Every time he shows up, something important happens, so I'm very curious. What happened in the great devil realm? that alarmed the medical saint. The Zong family head spread out his hands and said, "Could it be the skeleton below?" When he said this, he didn't believe it. After all, to an expert like him, the skeleton of a top venerable was nothing. However, the medical saint actually nodded. "To be honest, Zong family head, I'm indeed here for this skeleton." The holy doctor grinned. He extended his finger and pointed at the skeleton below. "I found some annihilation pollen in this skeleton. I want to extract it." "I see." The Zong family head nodded. Although the oblivion pollen was precious, it was useless to him. So, he agreed to the medical saint's request without hesitation. "All right, medical saint, if you like it, please do as you wish." Hearing this, the medical saint said, "I owe you a favor." "Ah!" The Zong family head laughed heartily. He might not care about other people's favors, but a favor from the medical saint was very important. "Thank you, medical saint." With that, the Zong family head's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Under everyone's gaze, the medical saint drilled into the skeleton of the top venerable. In the elegant courtyard. "Have you heard? The famous medical saint has come to Demon Summoning City," Ching Ho said excitedly. "Really? If we can get the medical saint's help, Brother Fong will definitely be able to recover quickly," the barbarian said. Star and Moon, who were at the side, looked worried. A powerhouse like the medical saint had an eccentric personality. How could he be so easy to talk to? But Ching Ho and the barbarian also realized the difficulty of the matter. "Even if we can see the medical saint, I'm afraid the latter won't agree, right?" Ching Ho spread out his hands. However, at this moment, the mysterious sky cone nail in the Sumer ring sent a voice transmission to Ching Ho. "The medical saint will be here soon, prepare to welcome him." Hearing that, Ching Ho's body trembled, and he said in surprise, "Quickly get ready to welcome the medical saint." Ignoring the two people's stunned expressions, Ching Ho ran straight to the gate. And at this moment, the medical saint who was extracting the annihilation pollen from the top venerable's skeleton suddenly felt a faint fluctuation. "Who?" The medical saint collected the last trace of annihilation pollen and scolded coldly. "Medical saint, how have you been?" A faint voice came from the air. The medical saint frowned. Who was it? Why could he not even sense the other party's aura? "Peak of void mystic, all shatters the world." These words came from the air again. Immediately, the medical saint's face shook, and his body began to tremble. "Great Emperor Void Mystic, is that you?" The medical saint cried out in surprise. "Medical saint, back then, did my master do you a favor?" The mysterious sky cone nail's artifact spirit transmitted. Immediately, the medical saint understood that it was not Great Emperor Void Mystic, but his personal weapon, the mysterious sky cone nail. Seeing the mysterious sky cone nail was like seeing Great Emperor Void Mystic. "So it's you," the medical saint said. "Great Emperor Void Mystic's great kindness to me back then, I will never forget it. It's good that you remember. Now, there's a matter that I need your help with. I wonder if you're willing?" The mysterious sky cone nail's artifact spirit continued to ask. "What is it?" "My current master was seriously injured when he was traveling through the space-time wormhole. He needs your help." "Current master?" After hearing these 3 words, the medical saint's heart was set off by stormy waves. Although he already knew, hearing it with his own ears still felt incomparably shocked. After a long time, his heart calmed down. "Of course I'm willing." Soon, the medical saint hurriedly left the top venerable skeleton, followed the guidance of the mysterious sky cone nail's artifact spirit, and came to the courtyard where Fong Qin was. Rip. Tearing the void, the medical saint walked out from it. "Why did you make me take such a big detour to come back?" The medical saint was very puzzled. According to the mysterious sky cone nail, he was asked to pretend to leave the great devil realm, and then secretly return to Devil Summoning City. It was very mysterious. Chapter 2579. Whoosh. Layers of ripples appeared in the void, and finally it returned to normal. Ching Ho and the other two widened their eyes and stared at the door, but they did not sense any movement in the void. "Why are you still standing there?" The mysterious sky cone nail suddenly transmitted its voice to Ching Ho. The latter was stunned for a moment, and when he turned around, he suddenly realized that an old man in white had appeared in the courtyard. It was obvious that this person must be the medical saint. "Are you the medical saint?" Ching Ho asked tentatively. The medical saint nodded. Ching Ho and the other two hurriedly cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, medical saint." The medical saint waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite, I'm here to treat an illness. This way please, medical saint." Ching Ho and the other two invited the medical saint into the pavilion. When he came in front of Fong Chen, the medical saint frowned slightly, and his face was a little stunned. "This is your new master?" The medical saint originally thought that the new master of the mysterious sky cone nail would at least be a martial artist of the venerable profound god realm. Moreover, he would be an old monster who had cultivated for at least millions of years. Who would have thought that it would be this young man who had cultivated for less than 20,000 years? "Yes, it's him. Do you have a way?" the mysterious sky cone nail said. "Let me see." The medical saint was indebted to the great Emperor Su Xian in the past. The medical saint swore that if there was a day where he could be of use to him, he would repay him. Now that the mysterious sky cone nail was here, he would naturally do his best to save this person. Sitting in front of the bed, his finger was placed on Fong Chen's pulse. Thump, thump. The medical saint's finger rose and fell quickly with the speed of the pulse. At first, the medical saint's face was still calm, but soon it became serious. Ching Ho and the other two saw this and clenched their fists, their palms full of sweat. They were a little worried. What did the medical saint mean? His face was serious. Did it mean that Fong Chen's injury was too serious? Especially the star and moon, she was already in a mess. If it were not for the barbarian and Ching Ho's comfort, she would have cried. After a moment, the medical saint's serious face gradually relaxed. "I see." The medical saint muttered to himself with a smile on his face. When he first felt Fong Chen's pulse, he thought that his medical skills were superb and he could easily save him, so his expression was very calm. However, his expression soon turned serious. This was because he sensed the aura of the bloodline copper mirror in Fong Chen's bloodline, as well as the extremely rich bloodline of the wolf god. Most importantly, the wolf god bloodline in his body showed signs of transforming into the dark bloodline. This was incredible. A human warrior possessing the dark bloodline would definitely shock countless people. Ching Ho and the other two thought that the medical sage's grave expression was because Fong Chen's injuries were too serious. In fact, they thought too much. "Senior medical sage, how is my brother's injury?" Ching Ho asked impatiently. When he passed through the wormhole, he suffered the strongest impact, causing his bones to shatter and his internal organs to be damaged. "Of course, this is not the most important thing," the medical saint said. "The most important thing is that his bloodline seems to be showing signs of drying up. This is the most important thing." "Then is there any way?" It was not important to say anything now. The most important thing was to save Fong Chen. Fortunately, his bloodline contains an extremely rich bloodline of the wolf god, so the drying time has greatly increased. This will also give you more time to find the herbs. After hearing the medical saint's words, Ching Ho and the other two were extremely excited. "What herbs do you need?" "I will go and find them immediately," Ching Ho said. A total of 97 herbs are needed, but 95 of them are very easy to find. Only 2 herbs are very rare. The medical saint told the 3 of them all the herbs needed. Fire dragon blood ginseng and red ghost lotus. Ching Ho asked. The medical saint nodded. When he mentioned these 2 herbs, his expression was somewhat serious. Not to mention the 3 in front of him, even though he was known as the medical saint and had traveled to many places in the chaos void, He had only seen a red ghost lotus a few 100 million years ago. As for the legendary fire dragon blood ginseng, he had never seen it before. The fire dragon blood ginseng is nurtured by the blood of the fire dragon. It grows for billions of years, blooms for billions of years, bears fruit for billions of years, and finally condenses into a snow ginseng after billions of years. The medical saint said slowly. The fire dragon was one of the most powerful races of the demon clan in the Chaos Void. Moreover, it had gone extinct countless years ago. How could it be found? The fire dragon blood ginseng was nurtured by the blood of the fire dragon. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Such a rare herb could only be found in the big clans of the current era. Moreover, it would take such a long time to grow and condense into a snow ginseng. Gosh, the three of them did not dare to imagine. The three of them opened their eyes wide and looked at the medical saint. They asked softly, "Senior medical saint, do you know where we can find the fire dragon blood ginseng?" In the Chaos Void, all the places where the fire dragon blood ginseng could be found have been searched by the big clans of the current era. The only place where we can find the snow ginseng is the big clans of the current era. The medical saint shook his head gently and sighed. The three of them were shocked and their bodies trembled. "No matter what, I have to find the fire dragon blood ginseng for Brother Fong. Let's split up. I'll look for the crimson ghost lotus." The barbarian picked up his war hammer and prepared to leave. His condition can only last for 100 years at most. You have to find these two herbs within 100 years. The medical saint said and then looked at Star and Moon. You'll be in charge of the remaining 95 herbs. These are easier to find. You can buy them from the Chamber of Commerce in the major cities. All right. Star and Moon's eyes were scarlet. She suppressed the sadness in her heart and said, "You can go. Leave this to me." The medical saint waved his hand. The three of them walked out of the courtyard side by side. However, at this moment, the dark heaven cone nails tool spirit shouted, "Wait." His voice was very loud. It spread throughout the entire courtyard and stopped Ching Ho and the other two. "Were you talking about the crimson ghost lotus and the fire dragon blood ginseng?" The dark heaven cone nails tool spirit asked again. "Yes." Ching Ho asked, puzzled. "Are these two?" As soon as his voice fell, a bright red snow ginseng and a lotus appeared in the medical saint's palm. The medical saint's gaze fell on the snow ginseng. Suddenly, his heart trembled. There was a faint blood on the bright red snow ginseng. This was the blood of the fire dragon. Ha ha ha, it's indeed the fire dragon blood ginseng. At the same time, his gaze fell on the refinement plant. This refinement plant was very special. There was a little gloomy aura in the stamen. At a glance, it seemed that there was a ghost hidden in the stamen. The crimson ghost lotus. The medical saint exclaimed again. He did not expect that the two most difficult herbs to find would be obtained so easily. "I was busy searching the warehouse just now. I didn't hear you guys talking." The dark heaven cone nails tool spirit said with a smile, "There are many of these two things in the warehouse. Use as much as you want." Hearing this, the medical saint's face was aghast. However, he soon felt relieved. He thought that the warehouse mentioned by the dark heaven cone nails tool spirit was the great Emperor Su Xian's warehouse. It was not surprising that a peerless powerhouse like the great Emperor Su Xian possessed such treasures. "This is great. You can find the remaining 95 herbs together," the medical saint said. The dark heaven cone nails tool spirit fell into silence. After a while, he said awkwardly, "These herbs are too low level. There doesn't seem to be any in the warehouse." The medical saint curled his lip. Ching Ho and the other two were helpless. However, they were very happy in their hearts. "Sister-in-law, you stay here and accompany the medical saint to look after Brother Fong. The two of us will go search for the herbs." Ching Ho hurriedly left. Half a month later, all the herbs in the few top chambers of commerce in Devil Summoning City were sold out. At the Ancestral Chamber of Commerce branch, in the 9-story pavilion. President, "There's something I need to report to you," a man in black said in a low voice. The president closed his eyes and sat on the old-fashioned wooden armchair, listening quietly. Recently, two mysterious men have appeared. They have been buying healing herbs from the various chambers of commerce in Devil Summoning City. "What kind of herbs are there?" "Intermittent grass, black-blue water grass." After hearing the man in black's words, the president opened his eyes and frowned slightly. "These herbs are relatively common. They are buying them in large quantities. What is the meaning of this?" The president pondered. Could it be that the other chambers of commerce are retaliating against our ancestral chamber of commerce? Thinking of this, the president said, "Pay close attention to the movements of the other chambers of commerce. At the same time, find someone to keep an eye on the people who are buying the herbs." Chapter 2580. With the help of the medical saint, Fang Chen's injuries were initially under control. Now, as long as he could find a large number of herbs, he would be able to start healing. A month later, Qing Ho and the barbarian returned to the courtyard. The two of them took many detours to ensure that no one was following them before they carefully returned. "We've bought all the herbs in Demon Calling City." Qing Ho took out all the herbs he had purchased and handed them to the medical saint. The latter examined them briefly, then shook his head and said, "The effects of the flame dragon's blood and the scarlet ghost lotus are very overbearing. If you want to neutralize the effects of these two herbs, you'll need a large number of supplementary materials." The medical saint said, "You'll need to buy at least 10 portions of this scale." Hearing this, Qing Ho and the barbarian looked at each other and nodded heavily. Senior medical saint, Demon Calling City no longer has these 95 herbs. If you want to buy them, you'll have to go to other cities. I hope you can take care of my brother during this period. Qing Ho cupped his fists. "Don't worry." The medical saint nodded. Glancing at the unconscious Fang Chen, the scene of great Emperor Su Xian rescuing him back then appeared in the medical saint's mind. When he thought of this, he felt dejected and heaved a sigh. Even a supreme powerhouse like great Emperor Su Xian could fall. Was there a true immortal in this world? Was the ancient god realm really the end of the martial path? Distant Demon City, a city thousands of miles away from Demon Calling City. There were a total of 5 cities at the edge of the great demon sky. Each city was as big as Fiend Summoning City, but they were not as prosperous as Fiend Summoning City. This was because Demon Calling City had the skeletons of top venerables, which attracted countless martial artists. Qing Ho and the barbarian came to distant Demon City and asked around carefully. They learned that there were a total of 3 chambers of commerce in this city. Among them, the Zong family branch was the strongest. The other 2 forces were slightly inferior. However, they didn't care as long as they could buy these herbs. Qing Ho played with the spatial ring in his hand and chuckled. "Fortunately, Senior Medical Sage sponsored us with some source stones. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to afford it." According to the Holy Doctor, he would need at least 10 sets of herbs to neutralize the flame dragon's blood and the scarlet ghost lotus. But now, they had only obtained 1 after plundering the entire Devil Summoning City. They still needed 9 more. A single portion cost 1 million high-grade origin stones. 10 portions would be 10 million high-grade origin stones, which was an enormous sum. Ordinary profound god realm sovereigns were also unable to take out so much. "I'll go to the Zong family branch, you go to the other 2 merchant associations." Qing Ho and the barbarian discussed for a while and finally decided. The 2 of them split up, and Qing Ho arrived at the Zong family branch. "Sir, what do you need?" As soon as he entered the 9-story pavilion of the branch, a staff member ran out happily and asked politely. Qing Ho handed a list to the staff member. The latter looked at it and said, "There are a total of 95 herbs on it. We have all of them here. How many do you need?" "I'll take as many as you have," Qing Ho said indifferently. He wore a bamboo hat on his head that blocked the probing of primordial spirit, appearing very mysterious. "This, I'll need to ask our president." After saying that, the staff member quickly ran to the second floor. In a spacious room on the second floor, a middle-aged man was fuming. "Take a look, how much profit has our merchant association made in this year?" The middle-aged man swung his hand and threw a booklet on the table. He was very angry. "The profits of the other cities are several times ours." The president continued, "And our merchant association is the one with the least profit among all the branches in the great devil sky. Tell me, what have you done in this year?" The president was also a little anxious. After a period of time, the presidents of the various branches would go to the Tianqing ancestral residence to participate in a meeting at the headquarters. At the meeting, the presidents of each branch would have to report on the situation in recent years. Under such circumstances, how could he have the face to report? Thinking about the business situation of the merchant association and the trouble it might bring to him, the president was very angry. "I don't care what method you use, you must suppress the other two branches," the president roared. Thump, thump, thump. The staff member did not knock on the door and rushed in. "Get out." The president was already very annoyed. When he saw the staff member, he frowned and scolded him directly. "Sir President," seeing that the president was angry, the staff member hurriedly explained, "There's a customer downstairs who has placed a very large order and needs." Before the staff member could finish, the president waved his hand impatiently. "Do you still need me for this kind of thing? Go find Manager Lee and let him handle it." The staff member's body trembled, and his heart was filled with fear. He nodded and quickly left. "Wait." Suddenly, the president said, "How large is the order?" 1,000,000, the staff member said. 1,000,000 mid-grade origin stones? This kind of order is considered a large order? The president's face darkened. "Looks like you've really been idling around all these years. Even 1,000,000 mid-grade origin stones is considered a large order." The president was completely enraged. The branch's business was not good to begin with, and in the past year, it had plummeted. Now, even an order of 1,000,000 mid-grade origin stones was troubling him. "No, no." The staff member stammered. "It's a high-grade origin stone." He muttered softly, but the president still heard him. "What? High-grade origin stones? Are you sure?" The president did not believe it at all. What a joke! In distant Demon City, no one other than a few major families had the ability to place an order of 1,000,000 high-grade origin stones in one go. "I'm sure. It's high-grade origin stones." With that, the staff member handed the order to the president. The latter's expression was normal at first, but when he saw the order, his face flushed red and he jumped up excitedly. "This," the president shouted excitedly, "it's really an order of 1,000,000 high-grade origin stones. Ha ha ha, I can finally hold my head high in the headquarters meeting. Is it the Zhang family or the Li family's order?" The staff member shook his head. "Neither. It's a mysterious person." The president's eyes flickered, and then he said, "Bring me to see this mysterious person." In the hall, Ching Ho waited for a moment, and the staff member quickly brought a middle-aged fatty down. "Sir, this is the president of our branch." The staff member introduced each other. "I'm the president of the Zhong family branch. Are you the one who placed this order?" the president asked. Ching Ho nodded. "Our branch only has this much in stock. If you need it, prepare it for me now." With that, Ching Ho waved his hand, and a mountain of origin stones appeared in the hall. Seeing this, the president's eyes were dazzled, and he shouted excitedly, "Don't worry, I'll prepare it for you now." He did not trust others, so he prepared it himself. A few days later, the president found Ching Ho. "This is your order. Originally, it was 1,000,000 high-grade origin stones, but since you placed such a large order at once, I'll give you a discount. 900,000 high-grade origin stones will do," the president said. After Ching Ho paid enough origin stones, He took the spatial ring and left the Zong family chamber of commerce. Seeing Ching Ho's disappearing figure, the president's eyes flashed with killing intent. Rip. His figure disappeared into thin air from the hall. After Ching Ho got the herbs, he met up with the barbarian at the agreed location. How was it? Ching Ho asked. Everything went well. The barbarian shook the spatial ring in his hand. Including your share, a total of 3. We can go to the next city. Okay, let's go. The two quickly disappeared from Demonic Beast City. Hoo. Walking on the wasteland outside Demonic Beast City, Ching Ho and the barbarian looked at each other, and quietly rushed toward a remote place. After a long while, the two of them arrived at a desolate wasteland. Aren't you tired after following me for so long? Ching Ho stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. Voila! The branch president appeared from the void. The Zone Clan's Merchant Association is truly black-hearted. Ching Ho commented. The Great Devil Realm is the territory of my Zone Clan. Do you think you can leave safely without paying a little protection fee? For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2581. This was the traditional philosophy of the Zong family chamber of commerce. The Great Devil Sky was their Sky Pillar Zong family's territory, and they were the rulers here. As long as an outsider bought a large amount of herbs, it would attract the attention of the Chamber of Commerce. This time, Ching Ho had bought 1,000,000 high-grade origin stones worth of herbs, which was enough to attract the attention of the branch president. Ching Ho was a bit surprised to be discovered, but he quickly regained his coldness. He walked out of the air and smiled at the two. Pay protection fees? Hearing this, the bad-tempered barbarian swung his hammer. Boom! A wild aura surged from the barbarian's body. The latter's cultivation had already reached the limit of the mystic light realm, and he was only a step away from the mystic true realm. In the Xianzhen realm, he could be considered as an invincible existence. You dare to ask your grandfather for protection fees? The branch president was originally very angry, but his expression changed when he felt the aura from the barbarian. Mystic light realm? The branch president cried out involuntarily. Immediately, he leaped up, wanting to escape. Leave your life behind! The barbarian roared as the hammer in his hand whistled through the air and smashed into the branch president's head. Crack! The latter's head shattered. Let's go! Ching Ho didn't want to cause any trouble, so the two quickly left. Just like that, the two of them disguised themselves and changed their appearances. Then, they continued to plunder medicinal herbs in other cities. Since the Doctor Saint had given them so many origin stones, it was enough to buy herbs. 3 months later, all 10 portions of herbs were gathered, and Ching Ho and the barbarian silently returned to Demon Calling City. In an elegant courtyard, the Doctor Saints sat on a stone bench and sipped tea. Star and Moon had smiles on their faces as they poured tea for the Doctor Saint. Over the past 3 months, she had seen her husband's injuries get better with her own eyes, and she admired the Doctor Saint even more. Senior Doctor Saint, we've gathered all the herbs. Ching Ho and the barbarian rushed back and took out their spatial rings while panting. Can we start now? The barbarian asked. The Doctor Saint simply sorted out the herbs he had bought, and after a while, he grinned and said, "Wait for me here." The medical sage's methods were very brilliant. However, even with that being the case, Xing Yu and the others were still extremely nervous. During this period, many cities around Devil Summoning City were greatly shaken. When the chairmen of the various chambers of commerce gathered together, they discovered a shocking secret. What? Your chamber of commerce's medicinal herbs were also swept clean? The Devil Summoning City branch master asked with widened eyes. It's not just our branch. All the branches in the surrounding cities have been swept clean of these 95 materials. For a moment, all the branch presidents looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Who is it that is buying so many medicinal herbs? Under normal circumstances, such a situation would rarely occur unless someone was playing tricks behind the scenes. Is it possible that our competitors are secretly buying the herbs and waiting for an opportunity to raise the price? Only this kind of situation would make sense. However, after pondering for a moment, the Devil Summoning City's branch chief shook his head. I've carefully studied these 95 herbs. They seem to be used for healing. Those two mysterious people first appeared in Devil Summoning City. Many branch presidents gathered together, trying to guess the identity of Ching Ho and the barbarian. After a long time, there was still no conclusion. The more they discussed, the more serious their expressions became. This is very likely a siege against our Chamber of Commerce. Everyone must be careful. After returning, pay close attention to the movements of other competitors. Many branch presidents dispersed. At the same time, when the Devil Summoning City branch master returned, he secretly sent people to strictly check everyone in the city. Time passed. The medical sage had been treating Fong Chen's injuries in the pavilion for more than 10 days. Why is it taking so long? The barbarian asked anxiously. What are you panicking for? With the medical sage's help, nothing will go wrong. Ching Ho curled his lips. I'm just worried. The barbarian had a bad temper. He would rather fight to the death than wait anxiously like this. Star and Moon, on the other hand, was unusually quiet at this time. Her beautiful eyes blinked as she looked at the pavilion where her husband, who she missed dearly, was undergoing a test of life and death. Brother Chen, you must hold on. Star and Moon clenched her fists tightly, praying for Fong Chen in her heart. Boom! Suddenly, there was a huge commotion in the pavilion. Star and Moon and the other two hurriedly looked over, but the commotion soon disappeared. What's going on? The three of them looked at each other, not knowing what to do. At this time, the medical sage used a strange method to grind the last batch of herbs into powder and fused it with the scarlet ghost lotus. In the center of the scarlet ghost lotus, the ghost-like shadow was absorbing the herb powder. After about half an hour, the scarlet ghost lotus finally absorbed half of the herb powder. At this time, the medical sage's gaze fell on the fire dragon blood ginseng. Buzz! Suddenly, a scorching flame appeared on the medical sage's palm. Then, he placed the fire dragon blood ginseng on the flame. In a few breaths, the fire dragon blood ginseng was completely melted. Rip! The remaining half of the herb powder was sprinkled on the fire dragon blood ginseng. Condense. When the time was right, the medical sage called out to the medical sage. Then, he placed the two herbs together. Hiss! A powerful aura rushed over. The medical sage's body exuded an aura that made people tremble and suppressed the two herbs. After a while, the overbearing effects of the two herbs were completely neutralized. Wisps of white halo surrounded the herbs. Seeing this, a smile appeared on the holy doctor's face. Then, he kneaded the two herbs into a ball of light and sent it into Fong Chen's mouth. The herbs melted as soon as they entered Fong Chen's mouth. The gentle effects flowed slowly into his body and soon spread to his limbs and bones. The scarlet ghost lotus and the fire dragon blood ginseng's effects were so strong that they could almost revive the dead. The value of these herbs is comparable to the entire fortune of an ordinary profound god realm supremacy. Usually, even the medical sage could not take out such herbs, let alone others. The effects of the herbs were so strong that they could be seen as soon as they entered Fong Chen's body. His broken bones were gradually regenerating. His damaged internal organs were also recovering quickly. At the same time, his primordial spirit was also mending. In short, his body was recovering in its best state. I still underestimated the effects of the fire dragon blood ginseng. After checking Fong Chen's body, the medical sage sighed. According to this state, he will probably wake up in less than 3 days. The medical sage could not help much in the following days. He could only rely on Fong Chen himself. However, the medical sage did not leave. Instead, he sat aside just in case. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Fang Chen's muscles and bones seemed to have been reborn. They were much harder than before. The myriad sword body was automatically released, and streaks of sword chi surrounded his body. The power of the soul path wrapped around his head. His aura was shocking. Is he going to wake up? The medical sage raised his eyelids and looked at Fang Chen. At this moment, the latter's body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. The myriad sword body was transforming. His primordial spirit seemed to be transcending. At the same time, in the distant Shura universe, the doppelganger, who had fallen into a coma, suddenly opened his eyes. Back then, the power in the passage was too strong. It passed through the main body and injured the doppelganger's primordial spirit, causing it to fall into a coma. He's awake. The bone progenitor shouted excitedly. Fang Chen had no time to pay attention to the bone progenitor. He stomped his foot and went above the clouds to look down. Now that the mortal world had been completely perfected, the cultivation world was also rapidly healing. Once that layer of clouds was completely healed, the cultivation world would be truly perfected. Rumble. In the Shura universe, the violent origin energy surged. Countless martial artists exclaimed, "Dong!" In just a few breaths of time, the clouds healed. Fang Chen's body had undergone a qualitative leap. He was ecstatic. The cultivation world was finally perfected. When the mortal world was perfected, Fang Chen's strength had reached a qualitative leap. Now that the cultivation world was perfected, Fang Chen benefited a lot. Great Devil Realm, Devil Summoning City. When the Shura universe's cultivation world was perfected, the original body's eyes suddenly opened. The whole room trembled. To read a novel, please visit Chapter 2582. The power of origin in the void was like the power of faith, wildly pouring into Fang Chen's body. Sword chi crisscrossed around his body, overturning the entire pavilion in an instant. Dong! When the pavilion collapsed, Qing Ho and the other two rushed in immediately, but when they saw Fang Chen wake up, they were extremely excited. "Brother Chen!" Star and Moon called out softly. During this period of time, although she looked very strong on the outside, she was still very fragile on the inside. However, she had been persevering and did not want to give up. Now, the moment she saw Fang Chen wake up, her tense spirit finally relaxed, and tears flowed out of her eyes. Ha ha ha, I knew that when Senior Medical Saint took action, nothing would go wrong. Qing Ho and the barbarian also high-fived each other and laughed. Only the medical saint looked at Fang Chen in surprise. The latter's eyes exuded a fierce aura, which made the medical saint feel a trace of fear. Where am I? Having just woken up, Fang Chen was a little stunned and did not know where he was. Seeing Star and Moon rushing into his arms and crying, he gently stroked Star and Moon's hair. "Brother Fang, you're finally awake. This is the great Devil Realm," Qing Ho said. "Yes, when the passageway was destroyed, you risked your life to save us, but you were seriously injured and fell into a coma. Fortunately, Senior Medical Saint took action, otherwise—" The barbarian did not finish his words, but Fang Chen already knew. In his mind, he vaguely remembered what happened before the passageway was destroyed. As for what happened after the passageway was destroyed, he did not know. "Thank you, Senior Medical Saint." Although he was curious as to why the medical saint had saved him, he still politely cupped his fists and thanked him. Star and Moon's emotions finally stabilized a little. She left Fang Chen's arms and looked at her husband happily. "No need to thank me. Back then, Great Emperor Su Xian did me a favor, and you are his successor. I can't just sit by and do nothing," the medical saint said bluntly. Hearing this, Fang Chen was slightly moved. How did the medical sage know that he was the successor of Great Emperor Su Xian? This was a secret. Other than himself, even Xing Yu did not know about it. But soon, he thought of the mysterious heaven's cone nail. "Master, you fell into a coma and the situation is not good." Coincidentally, The medical saint came to Devil Calling City to look for the annihilation pollen, so I informed him. The mysterious heaven cone nails artifact spirit explained. Fang Chen nodded lightly. He didn't expect that he would be saved because of great Emperor Su Xian's kindness. This time, you were severely injured and on the verge of death, but it was a blessing in disguise. I can feel that your body seems to have undergone great changes, the holy doctor said. Before Fang Chen could check his body, Qing Ho and the other two rushed in. Hearing the medical sage's words, he began to examine his body. It would have been fine if he hadn't checked, but after doing so, he was shocked. First of all, the body of 10,000 swords, which had already reached level 10, had mutated. What is this? He could feel that his flesh and blood seemed to be condensed from sword qi. This feeling came from the depths of his primordial spirit. Could it be that after the body of 10,000 swords reached its peak, it transformed into a higher level of physique? Of course, this was just a guess. Fang Chen didn't know the specifics. With a thought, he released the domain of 10,000 sword. Buzz. The entire domain of 10,000 swords completely enveloped Devil Calling City in an instant. In an instant, all the martial artists walking on the streets in Devil Calling City slowed down a lot. Rip. Fang Chen hurriedly withdrew the domain of 10,000 swords. The martial artists who were moving slowly regained their calmness. They didn't feel the change just now. What a powerful domain of 10,000 swords! Fang Chen's heart palpitated. Fortunately, he withdrew it quickly. Otherwise, he would have been discovered by the powerhouses in Devil Calling City. Once my domain of 10,000 swords is released, even the supremacy of the profound God realm will be affected. Fang Chen sighed. After this life and death test, his body of 10,000 swords had undergone a special change. The domain of 10,000 swords had reached an extremely powerful level. The City Lord's mansion. The City Lord of Devil Calling City was discussing something with someone. Suddenly, he felt his hand holding the teacup slow down. His expression changed drastically. Immediately, his figure flashed and he appeared above Devil Calling City. What a terrifying domain of 10,000 swords! It can actually affect me? The City Lord looked around and finally set his eyes on the courtyard where Fang Chen was. Is it coming from there? The City Lord's figure flashed and he arrived in front of the elegant courtyard in the next instant. Rip. The City Lord easily broke into the courtyard and saw the medical saint. Medical saint? Seeing this, the City Lord's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly cupped his fists and apologized. Senior Medical Saint is here. This junior was reckless. The City Lord was terrified. If he had known that the Medical Saint was here, he wouldn't have dared to break in even if he had 100 guts. Now, once the Medical Saint was angry, even the patriarch of the Zong family couldn't protect him. The City Lord trembled, waiting for the Medical Saint to deal with him. You can go. The Medical Saint waved his hand and said indifferently. Thank you, Senior Medical Saint. The City Lord fled in panic. Your domain is quite interesting. The Medical Saint also looked at Fang Chen with interest. The more he interacted with the latter, the more he was shocked to find that he couldn't see through him. Senior Medical Saint, you flatter me, Fang Chen said modestly. After chatting with the Medical Saint for a while, the latter said that he still had some matters to attend to and needed to leave. Your injuries have healed and my mission is completed. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can use my name. The Medical Saint said, I still have some matters to attend to, so I will leave the Great Devil Realm first. Before leaving, the Medical Saint also reminded Fang Chen not to offend the Tianqing Zong family. After the Medical Saint left, Qing Ho and the other two surrounded Fang Chen. Brother Fang, are your injuries all healed? Fang Chen nodded. Just as the Medical Saint said, this time it was really a blessing in disguise. Not only did he not die, but his strength had also increased greatly. With my current strength, I can almost sweep away all the top venerables, right? Fang Chen murmured. Limit venerables stood at the peak of the chaotic void. They had many and strange means, which were not something that top venerables could compare to. From a certain perspective, they had already jumped out of the profound god level, and were sandwiched between the ancient gods and the profound gods. This could be considered a buffer. If he took another step forward, he would become a supreme ancient god expert. This was a fundamental change that couldn't be made up for with numbers. Therefore, although his strength had soared, Fang Chen didn't have any confidence that he could defeat a limit venerables. Of course, not having the confidence to defeat did not mean that he didn't have the confidence to fight. Fighting and defeating were two completely different concepts. He had come into contact with some limit venerables and had some understanding of their strength. For the Zhong family patriarch, although he couldn't defeat him, he could at least hold on and resist for a while. It's time for revenge, Fang Chen murmured with a deep gaze. At night, all the presidents of the Zhong family chambers of commerce around Demon Summoning City came to the City Lord's residence. Although it was night, the City Lord's residence was brightly lit. In the meeting hall, the City Lord's face was solemn. After listening to the various presidents' reports, his face became even gloomier. You're saying that someone is secretly obstructing the Zhong family chamber of commerce? The City Lord asked. Many presidents nodded. Have you found the mastermind? City Lord, after our investigation, the mastermind is in Demon Summoning City. The Demon Summoning City's branch president said. The Devil Summoning City branch president told the Devil Summoning City's City Lord the specific address. The latter's face changed greatly after hearing the news. I'm warning you, it's best not to act rashly. That place is not something you can touch. The City Lord said, I don't care if the Zhong family chamber of commerce is dead or alive, but if your actions cause Demon Summoning City to be destroyed, you know the consequences. City Lord, who exactly lives there? Many branch presidents asked in confusion. Just who was it that could make the City Lord so terrified? Looking around at everyone, the Demon Summoning City Lord finally took a deep breath and said, Earlier, there was a powerful aura that was released from that courtyard. I followed the aura and entered the courtyard. Guess who I saw? Who? The medical saint. The City Lord's words shocked many presidents. What? The medical saint is cultivating in seclusion there? It can't be? Didn't the medical saint leave? Why would the medical saint be there? Although they were very puzzled, they still believed the City Lord's words. Now, do you understand why I stopped you? The City Lord said. Chapter 2583. The medical saint was famous for his fighting prowess, ranked in the top 100 of the Chaos Void Venerable list. His strength left others in the dust. Even the patriarch of the Zhong family had to treat such an expert with respect when he came to the great devil heaven, let alone the branch presidents. Thinking of this, everyone's heart throbbed. Fortunately, they did not act rashly. Otherwise, if the medical saint was angered, everyone would die. Even the Zhong family could not protect them. Thank you, City Lord. Many branch presidents stood up and cupped their fists to thank him. In the elegant courtyard, Star and Moon sat cross-legged in the pavilion, combing their hair seriously, while Qing Ho and Barbarian went out to gather information. As for Fang Chen, he was checking his body seriously. That day, he only checked the changes in the 10,000 Swords body and the 10,000 Swords domain. Now, he could finally examine it seriously. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Fang Chen opened his eyes, his face full of joy. This time, what excited him the most was not the change in the 10,000 Swords body, nor the strengthening of the 10,000 Swords domain, but the additional information in his mind. Great Emperor Su Xian's inheritance. Back then, when he was still weak, he obtained the mysterious Sky Cone Nail. At that time, he could only activate it once per realm. Now, as his strength increased, the number of times he could activate the mysterious Sky Cone Nail also increased. Moreover, after this transformation, Great Emperor Su Xian's inheritance was automatically removed from the mysterious sky cone nail. This proved that he had obtained Great Emperor Su Xian's recognition and could accept the inheritance. Great Emperor Su Xian's inheritance. Fang Chen's heart was burning with excitement. In his mind, the dense information transformed into small words. At the beginning, there were 4 big words: True Void Mystic Scripture. True Void Mystic Scripture? Fang Chen was a little stunned, not knowing what this True Void Mystic Scripture was. Continuing to read, although there were many words, most of them explained the cultivation method of the True Void Mystic Scripture, and some annotations. About an hour later, Fang Chen finally finished reading. He finally understood that the True Void Mystic Scripture was not a cultivation method, but it was better than one. This was a heart cultivation method. According to the inheritance of Great Emperor Su Xian, if one wanted to step into the level of Ancient God, one had to cultivate one's heart. There were 3 levels to the cultivation heart. Once one reached the first level, they would be able to step into the Ancient God realm. So strong. After finishing reading the explanation of the Void Mystic True Scripture, Fang Chen could not resist sighing emotionally. According to what it said, when the Void Mystic True Scripture was cultivated to the later stages, one could actually cultivate heart force. This was a type of power that was even stronger than origin energy. It was similar to the power of faith and the power of will. The strength of one's heart force depended on the level of one's heart. Great Emperor Su Xian had created the Su Xian True Scripture. Before he died, he had just broken through and reached the 3rd level in his cultivation heart. However, he left behind some regrets, believing that above the Void Mystic True Scripture's 3rd level, there was still a realm. In other words, the cultivation heart was not only at the 3rd level. Even Great Emperor Su Xian didn't understand it. To the current me, it's too profound. Fang Chen said. If one wanted to cultivate the Void Mystic True Scripture, one had to have their primordial spirit reach the 9 Yuan realm. At the same time, their cultivation had to reach the profound God realm. However, although Fang Chen's cultivation was a little weak, his fighting strength was not bad at all. Let's give it a try. He sat cross-legged and silently recited the Void Mystic True Scripture's incantation. Waves of air flowed within the meridians in his body. Immediately after, the hot flow surged. He felt that his state of mind had undergone a huge change. As expected. Upon seeing this, Fang Chen continued to cultivate. The Void Mystic True Scripture was a heart cultivation method. It did not seem to be of much help to one's strength, but it was actually very helpful. Back then, Great Emperor Su Xian relied on the Void Mystic True Scripture and the mysterious heaven's cone nail to look down upon the chaotic void. After cultivating for half a month, Fang Chen finally stopped cultivating. With the help of the mysterious heaven's cone nail, he had already crossed the threshold of the Void Mystic True Scripture. However, there was still a long way to go before he could reach the first level of the cultivation heart. Master, don't underestimate the Void Mystic True Scripture. This heart cultivation method is the Old Master's proudest. The mysterious heaven's cone nail said, Old Master once said that when the cultivation heart reaches a certain level, one can create cultivation methods and divine arts at will. Moreover, if you can cultivate the Void Mystic True Scripture to the first level, you can definitely defeat an ultimate Venerable. The mysterious heaven's cone nail said. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. Defeat an ultimate Venerable? It seemed that he did not know enough about the Void Mystic True Scripture. Now that you have completely accepted the Old Master's inheritance, you are completely compatible with me and can fully activate me. The mysterious heaven's cone nail said, However, Master, your cultivation base is too weak after all. The power in your body is limited and you can't hold on for too long. In the past, Fang Chen's strength was too weak and could not activate it. Now, he was also too weak. However, the reason had changed. It was not that he could not activate it, but that he did not have enough power. The corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a smile. After more than half a month of investigation and probing, the branch presidents of many chambers of commerce joined forces and were finally ready to put pressure on the elegant courtyard. City Lord, we have already checked. The medical saint should have left. The branch president of Fiend Summoning City said. Are you sure? The city lord of Fiend Summoning City asked with fear in his eyes. We can basically confirm that the medical saint is a powerhouse. If our people secretly observe in the dark, they will definitely be discovered. However, it has been more than half a month and there is no movement at all. How could an expert like the medical sage stay here for the sake of a few weak cultivators? That's right, maybe it's just a coincidence. Amidst the discussion of many branch presidents, the city lord of Fiend Summoning City gritted his teeth and said, In that case, let's go and take a look together. All right. Everyone was a little excited. They quickly stood up and followed the city lord to the elegant courtyard. Buzz. In the void, there were traces of imperceptible ripples. Fang Chen, who was chatting with Star and Moon, raised his eyes and glanced, then said, Are they finally here? These days, someone had been spying in the dark. Fang Chen had long noticed it, but he did not make a move. He was fishing for a big fish, and now it was finally time to reel in the net. He nodded to Star and Moon and then walked out of the courtyard. Qing Ho and Barbarian saw that something was wrong and also followed out. Countless powerful auras emerged from outside the courtyard. They were still probing, not sure if the medical saint had really left. Since you're already here, why hide? Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. Creak. The door opened and many branch presidents, led by the city lord, entered the courtyard. They looked carefully and found no trace of the medical saint. They were finally relieved. Who are you? The city lord asked. And who are you? Fang Chen asked back. Why are you targeting our Zhong family's chamber of commerce? The city lord berated. Many branch presidents asserted that the two mysterious fellows from back then were among these three people. Thinking of the medical saint here, they were basically certain. Targeting the Zhong family's chamber of commerce? Fang Chen was stunned. Humph, still want to quibble? In a few months you have bought 95 kinds of medicinal herbs. You want to use this to disrupt the market and attack our Zhong family's chamber of commerce? Dream on. Hearing this, Fang Chen finally understood. Could it be that Qing Ho and the Barbarian bought medicinal herbs for him, and these people mistakenly thought that they were targeting them? Zhong family's chamber of commerce? Fang Chen murmured, So what? Humph, do you really think you can be arrogant in our Zhong family's territory with the medical saint's protection? The city lord's face was gloomy as he said coldly. Since you dare to cause trouble in the great devil sky, you should be prepared to die. The medical saint has already left, no one can protect you today. Many people had already shouted, wanting to tear Fang Chen into pieces. The latter's face was indifferent, and he did not show any fear from beginning to end. So, you are all people of the Zhong family? Fang Chen asked, flicking his fingers. Now you know fear? Our Zhong family is the overlord of the great devil sky. Anyone who has any ideas about it will have to bear the consequences. The city lord sneered. You only have two paths now. The first is to kill yourself to atone for your crimes. The second is to make a martial Dao oath to submit to our devil summoning city. Ha ha. Fang Chen laughed mockingly. As expected of someone from the Sky Pillar Zhong family, he was still so arrogant and domineering. He looked at the people of the Zhong family mockingly, gently shaking his head. But, I don't want to choose either. Boom. The people of the Zhong family released a berserk aura. No one has ever dared to cause trouble in Devil Summoning City. You will pay an unbearable price for your arrogance. The city lord said. In that case, let me be the first. Chapter 2584. The last time the demon summoning city lord came here, Fang Chun expected that he would come again. Sure enough, as soon as the medical saint left, he came. Moreover, the reason for dealing with him was a little funny. Interesting. The demon summoning city lord sneered, and the demon summoning city branch president beside him took the lead. His aura fluctuated as he quickly rushed towards Fang Chun. Die. The branch president exerted all his strength. His fist was covered with a golden halo, and his aura was very powerful. Crack. Everyone thought that the punch of the demon summoning city branch president was enough to kill Fang Chun. However, when his fist came in front of Fang Chun's face, it seemed to be imprisoned, and he couldn't move forward even if he tried his best. Huh! His expression changed drastically, and the power in his body surged as he desperately moved forward. However, not only was his fist unable to move, but his body was also imprisoned. Fang Chun looked at him mockingly and said coldly, "Too weak." As soon as his voice fell, he blasted the branch president away with a glance. Bang! The latter's body flew out and smashed into the ground, causing dust to fly. His body was in a very sorry state. This sudden turn of events caused the expressions of many branch chairmen to constantly change. They retreated, their hearts filled with fear. Demon summoning city lord. Among all the people present, the demon summoning city lord was the strongest, and they asked him to take action. The demon summoning city lord nodded gently, his eyes revealing a cold look, and took a step forward, walking towards Fang Chun. "You've gone too far," said the demon summoning city lord. "Too far?" Fang Chun sneered. "For your Tianqing Zong family, nothing I do is too far." They didn't recognize Fang Chun, but the latter had always remembered what the Tianqing Zong family did to him. "I said, no one dares to behave atrociously in Demon Summoning City, not even you." Boom! In the void, a strange fist light whizzed out. His aura soared into the sky, and a black evil aura emerged around the demon summoning city lord. His face was ferocious, and his killing intent was overflowing. Crack! The 10,000 swords domain surrounded Fang Chun, and the fist radiance of the demon summoning city lord could not get close at all. It was directly imprisoned and then dispersed. Damn it! The devil summoning city lord let out a low growl, then stomped his foot and shot towards Fang Chun. However, a miraculous scene appeared. The powerful demon summoning city lord, in front of Fang Chun, was like a child facing an adult, unable to fight back at all. But a crisp sound rang out as Fang Chun's palm slapped the demon summoning city lord's face. A red handprint immediately appeared on the latter's face. "I'll kill you!" As the lord of demon summoning city, and a member of the Sky Pillar ancestral family, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? The lord of demon summoning city howled at the sky and attacked madly. "Let's collect some interest first." As he glanced at Qing Ho and his wife, the star and moon, Fang Chun's eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent. "Poochie!" His palm stretched out as fast as lightning, and the demon summoning city lord's body was imprisoned, unable to move, allowing the former's palm to penetrate his chest. Crack! Almost without any resistance, the demon summoning city lord's body crashed to the ground, and his body and soul were destroyed. Oh no! At this time, many branch presidents realized the horror of Fang Chun and fled in panic. But could they escape? A powerful Soul Dao aura was released, and in the void, a series of death spears that made people tremble whistled out. Crack! At the same time, all the branch presidents' heads were pierced by the death spears. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, Fang Chun killed all the invaders. Whoosh! Looking at the corpses in the courtyard, Fang Chun's expression gradually eased, and his murderous intent had also been restrained. Back in the Blackstone prison, I swore that one day I would take revenge. Fang Chun turned to look at the other three and said, "Now, the time is ripe." At the same time, the death of so many branch presidents, and the demon summoning city lord, naturally attracted the attention of the Sky Pillar Zone family. At the Zong family headquarters, the elder in charge of the Chamber of Commerce directly ordered 5 mysterious True Realm deacons to deal with the matter. Someone is challenging the authority of the Sky Pillar Zong family, kill without mercy. These were the original words of the elder in charge of the Chamber of Commerce. The 5 mysterious True Realm deacons came to Demon Summoning City through the teleportation formation. After killing the Demon Summoning City Lord and the others, Fang Chun and the other 3 came to the square in the depths of Demon Summoning City. Here, there was a huge skeleton. Is this the skeleton of that top honorable? Fang Chun asked. Yes, the Demon Summoning City came about because of this skeleton. Rumor has it that if someone can awaken a trace of the true spirit in the skeleton, they will be able to obtain its inheritance, Ching Ho said. This is also the reason why many martial artists are willing to come to Demon Summoning City, Barbarian added. Fang Chen's divine sense spread out and instantly shrouded the skeleton. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed. A moment later, he sensed a dark energy roaming within the bones. What a powerful force! Fang Chen exclaimed. He didn't expect a skeleton to contain such power. No wonder Demon Summoning City valued it so much. Absorb. Soon, Fang Chen made a decision. He briefly explained it to Ching Ho and the other 2. Brother Fang, don't worry, the 3 of us will protect you. Barbarian raised his war hammer and said solemnly. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Chun leaped and jumped into the skeleton. Suddenly, countless martial artists around the square were surprised. Who is that? How dare he enter the skeleton? He's dead, he's dead. The Demon Summoning City Lord will definitely tear him into pieces. Ha ha ha, this idiot, does he think he can obtain the inheritance by entering the skeleton? Some people mocked, while others were angry. Step back. Barbarian's aura fluctuated as he raised his war hammer and smashed it on the ground. Suddenly, the square cracked and the cracks quickly spread, appearing under the feet of many martial artists. Everyone panicked and retreated. Barbarian's action caused many people to be dissatisfied. This is too much. The skeleton belongs to Demon Summoning City, not you alone. What right do you have to tell us to step back? That's right, who do you think you are to be qualified to act like a tyrant in Demon Summoning City? Kill him. Someone in the crowd yelled. Suddenly, some agitated martial artists rushed towards Barbarian. The latter sneered. My brother is absorbing the power in the skeleton. Unrelated people, leave quickly, otherwise. He didn't finish his words, but he made it clear with his actions. Bang! Barbarian raised his war hammer again and smashed it on a person close to him. That person's head was shattered, and his brain splattered everywhere. Bang bang bang! With a few consecutive strikes, he killed all the martial artists who rushed towards him. Barbarian's domineering strength completely shocked everyone. Who is this person? Isn't he too strong? Even the Demon Summoning City Lord isn't his match, right? From his aura, he seems to be a mystic light realm martial artist, but his true strength must have reached the mystic true realm. Unbelievable, the Demon Summoning City Lord probably knows about this. He hasn't appeared yet, probably because he doesn't dare to offend these 4. At this moment, the hearts of many martial artists were filled with fear. Some people even left, but most of the martial artists were filled with curiosity and retreated to a safe place to continue watching. Ching Ho and Star and Moon grinned. With Barbarian here, these people didn't dare to act rashly. Fang Chen was absorbing the power of darkness within the giant skeleton. This skeleton was a member of the Sky Pillar Zone family when he was alive, but why does his body have the aura of the blood race? Fang Chen looked at the internal structure of the skeleton and was puzzled. Wisps of vague dark aura floated in front of him, resonating with the dark aura in his bloodline. Absorb. Fang Chen didn't care too much. He opened his arms and his bloodline surged. The dark aura was instantly absorbed. Hoo. In the blink of an eye, the dark aura within the skeleton was completely absorbed. Whoosh. Fang Chen opened his eyes and felt that his bloodline seemed to have become stronger. The bloodline copper mirror has changed my bloodline greatly. One day, my bloodline will evolve into the darkness bloodline, Fang Chen said. His bloodline shook and the dark aura appeared. Without the support of the dark aura, the skeleton was already on the verge of shattering. If the skeleton of a peak sovereign is made into a weapon, the grade won't be too low, Fang Chen murmured. Chapter 2585. Demon Summoning City, in front of the teleportation array. Voila! With a flash of white light, the teleportation formation rumbled. 5 figures with powerful auras walked out of it. Greetings, deacons. The people guarding the teleportation array clasped their hands at the 5 deacons. The 5 of them nodded indifferently and spread out their divine senses. They instantly discovered what was happening in the depths of the plaza. Humph, too arrogant. The leading elder Zhong Tianting snorted coldly and walked away. The other 4 elders also followed closely behind him. At this moment, the plaza was filled with people. Many cultivators were looking at the skeleton carefully. They were curious if that guy could get anything from the skeleton. Look, it's the deacons of the Zhong family. I recognize the person leading them. He seems to be Deacon Zhong Tianting. Oh my god, Deacon Zhong Tianting came to Demon Summoning City because of these guys. Ha, they were so arrogant before. They're dead now. Someone shouted, and all the cultivators turned around and looked at Zhong Tianting's group. At the same time, they opened up a path for them. Zhong Tianting walked at the front, and the other 4 deacons followed behind. Stop. The moment Zhong Tianting stepped into the square, a reprimand entered his ears. Suddenly, everyone looked at the barbarian. The latter carried the war hammer on his shoulder and looked at Zhong Tianting with a frown. He seemed to be unhappy. What did you say? Zhong Tianting thought he heard wrong and asked again. You're here, and your ears don't work anymore? I told you to stop. Don't you understand? The barbarian yelled mercilessly. How dare you? Before Zhong Tianting could say anything, the 4 deacons behind him roared and released their powerful auras. My brother is absorbing energy from the skeleton. You can't disturb him so. As the barbarian spoke, he waved his war hammer casually, and a black line appeared under the feet of Zhong Tianting's group, isolating them from the plaza. Seeing this, Zhong Tianting's face completely darkened. He was the deacon elder of the Tianqing Zhong family. He had a noble status and was respected wherever he went. However, a mystic light realm cultivator dared to look down on him. Zhong Tianting smiled sinisterly and said, It seems that my Zhong family has not come out for a long time. Some people have already forgotten the dignity of my Zhong family. It just so happens that killing all of you will help my Zhong clan establish our prestige. Enforcer Tianting, you don't have to deal with trash like him. I'll take his head for you. One of the law enforcers took the lead and rushed towards the barbarian. Early mysterious true realm? The barbarian sneered. Can you withstand my hammer? Boom. A vast hammer fell from the sky, and a terrifying power rushed toward Lin Fan. Bang. The law enforcer, who was charging towards the barbarians, suddenly felt a powerful force pressing down on his body. His hands instinctively moved to block the attack. With a cracking sound, pain spread throughout his body. A miserable shriek came out of his mouth. Both of his arms were broken and badly mangled. There was even a deep wound on his shoulder. I'll kill you. As a law enforcer of the mysterious reality realm, he had never suffered such humiliation. Being hit by the barbarians, he thought that it was because he underestimated his opponent. His heart was filled with anger. Ignoring the pain all over his body, he launched a fierce attack towards the barbarians. You're courting death. The barbarians once again struck out with his hammer. Crack! Zhong Tianting did not even have time to help before the mysterious reality realm law enforcer was killed by the barbarian. Zhong Tianting clenched his fists. His face was gloomy and his heart was filled with killing intent. No wonder the lord of the demon summoning city and so many branch presidents died in your hands. Seems like you came prepared. Zhong Tianting said coldly. However, you want to be enemies with my Tianqing Zhong family? Rumble. Just as Zhong Tianting finished his words, the skeleton on the square suddenly shook and then collapsed. Rip. The skeleton disappeared into thin air. The skeleton disappeared? Many martial artists trembled and turned pale with fright. Only Zhong Tianting knew that the skeleton was taken away. Hand over the skeleton and kill yourself here. Zhong Tianting said expressionlessly. Fang Chen walked towards the place where the skeleton disappeared. The people of the Zhong family deserve to die. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, a ray of light shot out. Zhong Tianting's eyes were filled with fear as he quickly retreated. But it was too late. The ray of light carried an unparalleled force and pierced through his head. After that, he continued to kill the remaining 3 people one after another. Crash! The whole square was in an uproar. Countless martial artists fled in panic. Their inner breath was overturning rivers and seas. It was too shocking. Killing a mysterious reality realm elder with a flick of his finger. What kind of strength was this? Could it be that this person was a mysterious god realm sovereign? Only then would he dare to kill Elder Zhong Tianting so unscrupulously. In the eyes of outsiders, Zhong Tianting's action was tantamount to completely offending the Tianqing Zhong family. However, Fang Chen did not care. Let's go to the Zhong family's headquarters, Fang Chen said. At this moment, his tall and straight body emitted an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. The 4 of them left the demon summoning city through the teleportation array. The news spread quickly in the demon summoning city and the many surrounding cities. However, before the news reached the headquarters, Fang Chen and the other 3 arrived first. Zonglong City, the core of the Great Devil Sky, was also the most prosperous place. This was already the 2nd time Fang Chen came to Zonglong City, but the situation was completely different. Fang Chen vaguely remembered that last time, Demon Sky Sovereign went all out to delay Sovereign He Qi and the others, and he was almost killed by the Zhong family patriarch. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the Blackstone prison opened and he was sucked in. Speaking of which, Fang Chen had to thank the Zhong family patriarch for being where he was today. Standing in Zonglong City, Fang Chen felt a lot of emotions. Brother, the Zhong family has an extreme sovereign. Can you handle it? Barbarian asked in a low voice. After all, with the strength of the 4 of them, it was still difficult to move the Zhong family. The Zhong family had existed for countless years and had a deep foundation. It was not something that a few martial artists could compare to. Zonglong City was vast. In front of the Zhong family's headquarters, there was a square that stretched as far as the eye could see. The battle between the younger generation was taking place. Back then, the Zhong family's most outstanding disciple, Zhong Xiangshan, who was 9th on the Xian ranking, had died in Dark Cave Mountain. After that, the Zhong family had been looking for his successor. After 100 years, they finally found him. On the main stage, several profound God realm sovereigns were sitting. They watched the battle on the stage and nodded in satisfaction. Zhong who is getting stronger and stronger. He's really a rising star. Yeah, it won't be long before Zhong who completely surpasses Zhong Xiangshan. Speaking of Zhong Xiangshan, many of the elders had complicated expressions on their faces. Bang! Just as the elders were talking, there was a bang in the square below. Zhong who had sent his opponent flying with a punch. Too weak. Zhong whose aura was strong as he stood on the stage with his hands behind his back, looking down at his opponent with a condescending look. Among the younger generation of the Zhong family, no one could last more than 5 moves against him. He had the right to be arrogant. It won't be long before I can enter the top 10 of the profound ranking, Zhong who thought to himself. What Zhong Xiangshan? He can only serve as a foil to me. While the sparring between the disciples was in full swing, on the other side, in the Zhong family manor. The dense black sky blood water emitted a terrifying aura. It enveloped the entire pavilion. Within the pavilion sat a black-robed elder. He stroked his beard and chuckled. Looking at the time, it should be about time for the sparring to end, right? He then glanced at the black sky blood water in the pond. Zhong Hu's potential isn't bad. If he can get first place this time, I can make the decision to let him soak in the black sky blood water for a while longer, demonic sovereign said. It's a pity that Zhong Xiangshan, who I had high hopes for, fell in the dark cave mountain. Otherwise, with his potential, he might have reached the sovereign realm by now. Thinking of this, demonic sovereign was furious. It's all because of that bastard. I hope you suffer a fate worse than death in the Blackstone prison, demonic sovereign cursed. Rip. An imperceptible ripple appeared in the air. Then, a powerful array enveloped the manor, isolating it from all detection. Chapter 2586. Matian's supremacy sensed something and looked up. A familiar voice came from the void. Matian's supremacy, after so many years, you're still as shameless as ever. Who is it? Matian's supremacy threw out a punch. The majestic fist light hit the powerful array and quickly dissipated. Matian's supremacy's face turned gloomy. He was a top supremacy, an expert on the same level as supremacy Heiqi. He could see the extraordinariness of the array at a glance. Pretending to be mysterious. Show yourself if you can. Matian's supremacy sneered. Whoosh. Fang Chen walked out of the void. What? Matian's supremacy, don't you recognize me? Fang Chen shrugged and asked with a smile. The moment he saw Fang Chen, Matian's supremacy thought he had recognized the wrong person. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Fang Chen. Primordial spirit couldn't be changed. Matian's supremacy remembered Fang Chen's soul Dao aura clearly. He could basically confirm that the person in front of him was Fang Chen, who was banished to the Blackstone prison. It's you? Demon Celestial Venerable exclaimed. His heart trembled. He couldn't imagine how he could appear here safely after entering the Blackstone prison. Could it be? Matian's supremacy shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Blackstone prison was so powerful that even a peak supremacy couldn't break it, let alone others. Could it be that there's a loophole in the Blackstone prison? Soon, Matian's supremacy denied his own thought. Trying hard to calm his heart, his eyes flickered with killing intent. Kid, I don't care how you escaped from the Blackstone prison. Today, Matian's supremacy, will destroy your body and soul. Matian's supremacy said eerily. What a joke. Fang Chen said. Back then, I said that if I could leave the Blackstone prison one day, I would definitely come back for revenge. Now I'm back. Revenge begins now. Hearing the word revenge, Venerable Demon Celestial simply laughed his head off. Do you think that you can challenge my Sky Pillar Zone family just because you've broken through to the mysterious true realm? Demon Sky Venerable mocked. How can you imagine how strong the Zong family is? The Sky Pillar Zong family was too powerful. In the entire primal chaos void, his overall strength could be ranked in the top 10. Apart from the 5 great contemporary great clans, the Heavenly Pillar Zong family did not fear any faction. Now, a mysterious true realm cultivator was threatening to take revenge? Why don't you give it a try? Fang Chen said. Oh, I almost forgot. I'm afraid you won't be able to see that scene, because before that, I'll have to kill you first. Courting death. Supremacy Demon Celestial was thoroughly enraged by Fang Chen. He stretched out his hand and a thick black aura wrapped around his palm. The void shattered and the world shook. Bang! At this, Fang Chen also threw out a punch to fight against the demon god. Crack! The two collided and a deafening sound erupted. However, with the array that Fang Chen had set up in advance, no sound could be transmitted out. Dang dang dang! Supremacy Demon Celestial steadied himself and stared at Fang Chen with his pitch-black eyes. No wonder you have such courage. It turns out that you have some skills. However, if that's all, you still have to die. Supremacy Demon Celestial sneered. His figure turned illusory as he used his trump card. Azura Sword Technique. Whoosh! Fang Chen's speed was extremely fast. The hidden star sword left behind a series of afterimages in the void. Crack! Violent power swarmed out, and after colliding with Supremacy Demon Celestial in the void, the latter was sent flying. Dong! The crazy power output suppressed Supremacy Demon Celestial in the pavilion. Supremacy Demon Celestial screamed crazily. However, what greeted him was a shocking sword. Pucci! The hidden star sword carried the might of the Azura Sword Chi and stabbed towards Supremacy Demon Celestial. The latter's defense was instantly broken and his body retreated. In just one exchange, Supremacy Demon Celestial was defeated by Fang Chen. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil. He stared at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. He didn't dare to imagine. In less than 200 years, not only was this guy not dead, but his strength had also grown to such an extent. If the news of a profound reality realm cultivator suppressing a top supremacy spread out, the major clans would go crazy. Unfortunately, Fang Chen wouldn't give Supremacy Demon Celestial the chance. He used the Azura Sword Technique again. Every time the hidden star sword was swung out, it would draw upon the power of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, Supremacy Demon Celestial was in a sorry state. Black sky blood water. Supremacy Demon Celestial roared to the sky. He spread out his hands and the black sky blood water in the pond surged into his palms. Buzz! In an instant, the pond dried up. The black sky blood water flowed in his palms and condensed into a black sphere. Condense! Supremacy Demon Celestial's eyes were scarlet and his face was ferocious. I want you to die. With a low roar, he stomped his feet and rushed towards Fang Chen with the black sphere in his hand. Bang! In the battle with Fang Chen, he successfully threw the black sphere onto the latter. Explode! Supremacy Demon Celestial quickly retreated while controlling the black sphere to explode. Here you go! Fang Chen grabbed the black sphere and threw it back to Supremacy Demon Celestial. At the same time, the thousand-sword domain spread out and imprisoned the latter's body. No! Supremacy Demon Celestial's face was filled with fear as he screamed. Unfortunately, it was too late. The black sphere exploded. The entire mansion was shaking, and the array formation was swaying. A moment later, the mansion turned into ruins. Supremacy Demon Celestial was already dead and his corpse was lying in the dried-up pond. Revenge begin. Supremacy Demon Celestial's death was just the beginning. Splash! Fang Chen's figure disappeared into the void. In the square not far away from the mansion, no one felt the tremors of the mansion. They didn't even know that Supremacy Demon Celestial had died. Supremacy Demon Celestial, who was ranked in the top 100 of the Supremacy list, had been killed by Fang Chen just like that. With Fang Chen's current strength, there were very few top supremacies who could fight with him. In the void, Fang Chen looked down at the ground. On the martial arts stage, Zhang Hu was the only one with unparalleled might. No one dared to fight with him on the stage. His strength had been recognized by everyone. Who else? Zhang Hu looked down at the world, his aura shaking the sky. Everyone lowered their heads. No one dared to look at Zhang Hu. The many elders on the rostrum also nodded. It seemed that the sparring between the disciples had come to an end. They were also preparing to contact Supremacy Demon Celestial to have Zhang Hu soak in the black sky blood water. Me! Suddenly, a voice broke the silence of the square. Immediately after, a figure appeared in front of everyone. Who are you? Zhang Hu stared at Fang Chen and asked. The person who will kill you. With a flick of his finger, a bright light pierced through Zhang Hu's head. Kacha! Zhang Hu's head exploded, and blood flowed like a river. Zhang Hu, a prodigy of the Zhong family, was killed the moment he rose. Boom! The square was in an uproar. On the rostrum, many elders shouted angrily, "Stop!" But it was too late. When they rushed onto the stage, Zhang Hu was already dead. "Who are you? Why did you attack our Zhong family's disciples?" A profound God Realm elder asked in a deep voice. Fang Qin shrugged and said, "Who I am isn't important. What's important is that everyone from the Zhong family deserves to die." Domineering and domineering, he looked down on the world. At this moment, Fang Chen's aura reached the peak. Since he wanted revenge, he would do it in a dignified manner. He would show the Zhong family that he was invincible. He would make them despair and hate him. He would make them die in regret. The profound God Realm Elder was enraged and immediately attacked. Whoosh! With a punch, the void shattered. Before the profound God Realm Elder could even get close to Fang Chen, he was sent flying. Die. Using the Zhong family's secret technique, the Elder's figure flickered and changed unpredictably. Petty tricks. No matter how he changed, Fang Chen would deal with it by remaining unchanged. 3 breaths later, he made his move. Using the Azura sword technique, Lin Fan slashed at the void. Instantly, blood dyed the sky and a headless corpse fell to the ground. Ting! The other elders on the rostrum all stood up. Their faces were extremely solemn. Who was this person that killed a sovereign with a single slash? How could he be so powerful? I don't care who you are. Since you dare to cause trouble in our Zhong family, I will make sure you die without a burial ground. The leading elder roared in anger. The other elders' auras shook as they attacked together. Since none of you have the slightest bit of regret, I will turn the world upside down. With a sword in hand, the world is mine. Chapter 2587. Killing his enemies with a flick of his finger, he was invincible. At this moment, Fang Chen was like a demon god. He would kill any god or Buddha that stood in his way. The square instantly fell into a frenzy. The profound God Realm elders of the Sky Pillar Zhong family attacked together, completely trapping Fang Chen. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand, exuding an aura of disdain. Kill them until the heavens and earth are turned upside down, kill them until not a single armor is left. Swoosh! The Azura sword art was fully activated. Violent sword light whizzed out, and the sound of swords rang out incessantly. The myriad sword body was activated to the extreme, and the powerful myriad sword domain instantly enveloped the entire Zhong Long city. All the profound God Realm elders who rushed towards Fang Chen were more or less affected, and their movements became sluggish. The spectators in the square were dumbfounded. Oh my God, who is that guy? How dare he provoke our Zhong family in the great devil sky? The Zhong family is invincible. That guy is dead for sure. He's just a guy who's trying to please the crowd. There's nothing to be afraid of. Many people hated Fang Chen to the core, but they couldn't do anything about it. Fang Chen had just appeared, and he killed the rising star of the Zhong family, Zhong Hu, with a flick of his finger, which infuriated the Zhong family. Kill him! The leading elder roared in anger, and at the same time, he used the Zhong family's secret technique. Swoosh! The hidden star sword burst out, and hacked on the body of a nearby person. His head was immediately chopped into pieces. Buzz! At the same time, Fang Chen used the improved version of the innate soul reversal technique, and his strength was unleashed to the extreme. Too weak. This was a massacre, a one-sided massacre. No one present could withstand Fang Chen's massacre. Poochie! After holding on for a while, the Sky Pillar Zhong family finally couldn't hold on any longer. Go and call Demon Sky Supremacy. Someone shouted. They had already secretly transmitted a message to Demon Sky Supremacy, but the latter didn't respond. This made them very anxious. Demon Sky Supremacy? The corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. Supremacy Demon Celestial had long died in his hands. Brat, I'm going to tear you to shreds. One of the profound God Realm elders rushed to Fang Chen with scarlet eyes and a ferocious face. He was prepared to die with Fang Chen. "You're not qualified." Fang Chen started a massacre. His wrist shook, and the hidden star sword nimbly pierced into the man's chest like a snake, and beheaded him. In a short 15 minutes, Fang Chen already killed a total of 18 profound God Realm elders. This battle was destined to shake the entire chaotic void. The mansion has been sealed, and Venerable Demon Sky is trapped inside. Soon, an elder hurriedly returned and shouted loudly, "Break the seal and save Demon Sky Sovereign." Among the many elders present, only Venerable Demon Celestial could resist Fang Chen's sharpness. "Form the battle formation." Seeing that Fang Chen was about to kill them all, the leading elder roared. Immediately, many elders moved and surrounded Fang Chen. Buzz! A raging battle intent whizzed out, breaking through the clouds in the sky. This was the strongest battle formation of the Sky Pillar Zone family, and it could increase the strength of many elders to an extreme level in a short time. "Kill him." Under the lead of the leading elder, all the elders attacked with all their might, wanting to kill Fang Chen. Fang Chen glanced at the elders who were forming the battle formation, and there was no fear in his eyes. They didn't even have a top supremacy, and they wanted to fight against him? Although he was killing to his heart's content, Fang Chen had been watching the depths of Zonglong City. He had a premonition that there must be a strong enemy in the independent space where the Sky Pillar Zone family was. Moreover, he had to guard against the Zone family head. He knew that he couldn't completely destroy the Zone family, so he could only destroy as much as he wanted. Demon Sky supremacy has fallen. A deafening sound came from the mansion in the distance. The array was broken, and many elders rushed into the mansion. They suddenly found that the pond had dried up, and Demon Sky Supremacy's corpse was lying in it, lifeless. Suddenly, many elders' faces changed, and their hearts were filled with shock. "What? Demon Sky Supremacy has fallen?" Hearing this, the elders who were in the midst of an intense battle cried out involuntarily. Even Demon Sky Supremacy had died in the hands of this guy. Who was he? Why was he targeting the Zone family? Who are you? What grudge do you have with the Zone family? The leading elder roared. Swoosh! With a slash of his sword, he beheaded an elder. Fang Chen said coldly, "Hundreds of years ago, you banished my wife and my fellow disciples to the Blackstone prison. Black-Red Supremacy brought me here to ask for them, but we were stopped by Demon Sky Supremacy." Before Fang Chen could finish his words, he heard an angry roar. "You are Fang Chen?" The leading elder shook his head in disbelief. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. You have fallen into the Blackstone prison, how could you appear here?" Not only the leading elder, but almost all of the elders were astonished. It was too unbelievable. The Blackstone prison was recognized as the strongest prison in the Chaos Void. Even a limit supremacy could not break it with brute force. They had seen Fang Chen being sucked into the Blackstone prison with their own eyes. But now, he had appeared in Zonglong City alive, and he had massacred the Zone family members. What was going on? Many elders were in a state of madness. Mysterious true realm cultivation, but his combat strength is so strong that he can kill a mysterious god realm supremacy. This is too unbelievable. Fang Chen's existence itself was something inconceivable. "Nothing in this world is impossible," Fang Chen said with a shrug. "Did you think that I would die in the Blackstone prison?" Looking at the ferocious faces of the elders, Fang Chen sneered. "Unfortunately, I am lucky. Not only did I not die, but my strength has also increased by a lot. Now I am back for revenge. You are just the beginning." Boom! Fang Chen burst out with unparalleled strength again. He rushed into the Zone family members with a sword and started a massacre. Before this, for the sake of safety, Fang Chen had placed Xing Yu and the other two in the Spirit Sealing Pagoda so that he could avenge them by himself. Given his strength at the moment, it was impossible for these ordinary Venerable ones to block his attack. Even a top supremacy would die in the face of the star-concealing sword. Unless the Zong family patriarch intervened. Pucci. One sword killed one person, leaving no trace. Many elders of the Zong family were fighting a bloody battle. Rumble. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, and a storm raged. Dark clouds covered the clear sky in an instant, and the space was extremely oppressive. Dong. A bolt of lightning swooped down and exploded in the depths of Zong Long City. The violent power of lightning spread rapidly, and the space in that area shook because of it. Buzz. A shocking aura broke through the sky. A void gate appeared at the place where the lightning exploded. Crack. A terrifying aura emerged from the void gate, and the ordinary members of the Tianqing Zong family knelt on the ground when they saw it. Die, you brat! In the next moment, a cold voice came from the void gate. At the same time, a ray of sword qi, carrying an extremely powerful force, pierced through the void and shot towards Fang Chen. Pretending to be mysterious, Fang Chen stood quietly and suddenly slashed out with his sword. Bang! The hidden star sword fiercely chopped down on the long rainbow of sword qi, and instantly smashed the long rainbow of sword qi into pieces. At the same time, countless powerful figures walked out together. Their pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Fang Chen. Great Elder, please take action. The remaining elders cried out miserably. Anyone who dares to act presumptuously in the great devil sky will have to pay a heavy price. The white-haired elder who was called the Great Elder said calmly. However, his words were filled with threats. Brat, the Tianqing Zong family is a superfamily in the Chaos Void. How can you shake it alone? In a moment you will understand exactly how foolish your actions are. Die, you must die. Dying 10,000 times won't be enough. When I catch you, I will strip your primordial spirit and burn it with fire every day. I will let you suffer the cruelest punishment in this world. Fang Chen stood on the ground with the star-concealing sword in his hand. Today, I will overturn the great devil sky and make the Tianqing Zong family a laughingstock. Chapter 2588. The peak sovereigns of the Tianqing Zong family finally couldn't hold themselves back and came out. Fang Chen's gaze landed on the isolated space. The head of the Zong family should be there, right? Why didn't he appear? Was it because he didn't care? Or was it because everything was under his control? Arrogant brat! Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Immediately after, a top-notch Venerable One attacked. Great Sect Fist! With a furious roar, the top-notch Venerable One clenched his fists, and layers of halos appeared around him. At the same time, the bloodline of the Zong family in his body erupted. The Great Sect Fist was one of the ultimate techniques of the Zong family. The general principle of this fist technique was to use movement to control movement. 1. A fist that looked like it was made of gold swooped down from the sky. It carried a lightning-like appearance as it smashed towards Fang Chen. Dong! Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen stood still and activated the 10,000 sword body to the maximum. With a boom, the medical saint's golden fist landed on his body. The entire ground was shaking, but Fang Chen was safe and sound. Instantly, a series of exclamations sounded. Countless members of the Zong family opened their eyes wide and stared at Fang Chen. Heavens, how can his physical defense be so strong? Without a doubt, Fang Chen's physical defense had surpassed that of peak sovereigns and reached the level of peak sovereigns. Not only the ordinary members of the Zong family, but even the First Elder and the others were dumbfounded. They had never seen a mystic light realm cultivator's physical defense being so strong. This brat's potential is too high. We must kill him. The First Elder rubbed his hands and thought to himself. His eyes were filled with killing intent. If they let such a person go, it would be the same as letting a tiger return to the mountain. He would definitely become a huge threat to the Tianqing Zong family in the future. Great Sect Indestructible Technique. The top-notch Venerable One who attacked earlier did not expect Fang Chen's physical defense to be so strong. After a short moment of shock, he quickly recovered and a violent aura came from his body again. The Great Sect Indestructible Technique was one of the strongest divine techniques of the Tianqing Zong family. Only peak sovereigns had the right to cultivate it. Ordinary sovereigns didn't have the right to cultivate it. Great Sect Indestructible Technique? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He smirked and a vast power came out of his body. No matter how many techniques you have, I only have one sword. The Azura sword skill was too powerful. This was Fang Chen's strongest attack so far. Whoosh! A resplendent sword light streaked across the sky and shattered the top-notch Venerable One's attack. The Great Sect Indestructible Technique was destroyed. Bang! His body. SSSSS the Zong family's members as T Zong family. Theirs family was, and even Zong family had. TSSS elders his s. One assessed have its, TSS S's. Est, that's right. Now that the family head is in seclusion, we can't just sit around and wait for death. His physical defense can ignore the full-powered attack of a top-notch Venerable. Moreover, his sword technique can ignore the defenses of top-notch Venerables and pierce through everything. It's too terrifying. Some of the elders had already started to feel fear in their hearts. If the situation permitted, they wouldn't want to be enemies with Fang Chen. He couldn't understand how a mystic light realm cultivator could be so powerful. The great elder's expression changed. After weighing the pros and cons, he gritted his teeth and said, "Invite the Ancestor Pagoda." Hearing this, many of the elders were shocked. Boom! All the top venerables attacked at the same time. Their bloodlines trembled and violent auras spread throughout the entire Zonglong city. At the same time, a strange aura entered the independent space. 1. A powerful vibration came from the independent space. Fang Chen frowned as he stared at the actions of the Zong clan's elders. Not good, they are inviting the Ancestor Pagoda. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nail's weapon spirit's urgent voice echoed in his ears. Stop them. Fang Chen's figure shook. Then, he stomped his foot and rushed over with the hidden star sword in his hand. Whoosh! Each time the young fellow swung the hidden star sword, an extremely forceful sword light would strike a top-notch Venerable One. Crack! Every beam of sword light left deep wounds on their bodies. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had killed a top Venerables with his absolute strength. Another top Venerables also spat out blood. He was severely injured. Ancestor Pagoda, appear. Finally, after struggling for a while, a vibration came from the independent space. The moment the small pagoda appeared, the entire world seemed to lose its color. Fang Chen instantly felt a strong pressure. Without any hesitation, his figure flashed and he ran far away. Light of the Ancestor Pagoda. The Great Elder controlled the Ancestor Pagoda. A blinding light shot out and locked onto Fang Chen's body. Even though Fang Chen used the spacetime collapse technique to dodge it, he still couldn't dodge it. The blinding light hit Fang Chen's body, and the latter flew out like a kite. So powerful! He felt his primordial spirit tremble. If the mysterious sky cone nail didn't block it at the critical moment, his primordial spirit would have been severely injured. What is this? Fang Chen's face was gloomy. The Ancestor Pagoda of the Sky Pillar Zone family is very powerful. With your current strength, you can't resist the power of the Ancestor Pagoda. Quickly retreat, the mysterious Sky Cone Nail said anxiously. However, you don't have to worry. The Ancestor Pagoda consumes too much power. They can only activate it once. The Great Elder saw that even the light of the Ancestor Pagoda could not kill Fang Chen. His face was extremely gloomy. Ancestor Pagoda Dragon Pattern. Suddenly, the Great Elder roared. The other elders poured their power into the Ancestor Pagoda. Buzz! A strong aura came out of the Ancestor Pagoda. Fang Chen felt his scalp go numb. Not good. Run. Almost instantly, the mysterious sky cone nail urged. When Fang Chen used the spacetime collapse technique to escape, he suddenly realized that the Ancestor Pagoda had sealed the space. I can't escape? Fang Chen's face was a little anxious. The Ancestor Pagoda's pressure was too strong. It gave him too much pressure. It was a heavy pressure that came from the depths of his soul. Buzz. The Ancestor Pagoda released a terrifying green aura. This aura condensed into a ferocious demon beast in the void. It opened its bloody mouth and dived toward Fang Chen. It's too strong. I can't resist it. The power of the Ancestor Pagoda was beyond Fang Chen's expectation. Roar. Seeing that the ferocious demon beast was about to arrive, the huge savage king demon tiger and beast appeared in front of Fang Chen. He roared at the sky and aimed his bloody mouth at the ferocious demon beast. Dong! A sound that shook the sky came. The demon tiger and beast resisted the full power of the Ancestor Pagoda of the Sky Pillar Zone family. Blood spurted out. Roar! The demon tiger and beast's claws exploded. Its body was badly mutilated. Its body flew out directly. At the same time, the ferocious demon beast also quickly collapsed. The dazzling light around the Ancestor Pagoda quickly faded. Let's go. Fang Chen put the demon tiger and beast into the demon's sealing pagoda and quickly fled. Who? The elders controlling the Ancestor Pagoda had pale faces as they fell to the ground. They didn't have any strength left. First Elder's eyes were red, but the Ancestor Pagoda had already sucked all of his energy. He could only watch as Fang Chen fled. Damn it! First Elder cursed. The Ancestor Pagoda kept on shrinking until it returned to its independent dimension. The vast power in the air didn't dissipate for a long time. The commotion caused by the battle was so big that it alarmed the entire Great Devil Sky. All the cultivators looked toward the Zonglong city. The scene gradually calmed down. First Elder and the others looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. Their expressions were solemn, and their hearts were filled with worry. The Ancestor Pagoda was the foundation of the Sky Pillar Zone family, and they wouldn't use it easily. However, a mystic light realm cultivator had forced them to use the Ancestor Pagoda. Let's wait until the Patriarch comes out of seclusion, First Elder said. The news soon spread across the Chaos Rift, stirring up a great uproar. A mysterious expert with a sword had stepped onto the Great Devil Sky and charged into the Sky Pillar Zone family and started a massacre. He killed one person with every step and didn't leave a single trace. Peak sovereigns were like chickens and dogs in front of him. They couldn't even take a single blow. He had forced the Zone family to use the Ancestor Pagoda, but they still couldn't stop him. He was suppressing the Zone family by himself. If you want to read a novel, please visit Chapter 2589. The entire primal chaos was in an uproar. Void race. Rumble. A deafening sound echoed through the sky. A bolt of lightning dove down and struck Suzichin. The lightning mark flickered, and Suzichin's body changed continuously as he wandered through the void. Congratulations, Zichin. You've broken through to the profound God realm. Many elders of the Void race congratulated him, one after another. Zichin has been first on the profound ranking for so many years, and he's the first genius to step into the profound God realm. He might even have a chance to become an ancient god in the future. That's right. With Zichin, our Void race has a future. After stepping into the profound God realm, Zichin's understanding of the Tao of the Void has become even more thorough. In the entire primal chaos, there are very few who can pose a threat to him. The elders praised Suzichin one after another. Suzichin smiled faintly, but an image appeared in his mind. If he were still alive, what heights would he have reached? Suzichin thought to himself. Back in Mount Dongming, Fang Chen had shocked him greatly. He'd killed Zhong Xiangshan, the son of Sirius, and Heifeng in succession. In the end, he'd even destroyed the Son of Darkness's physical body. At that time, he was just a nobody. Su Zichen had long since become famous, and was even first on the profound ranking. However, he'd lost completely in that competition of speed. When he thought of that guy's understanding of the Tao of the Void, Su Zichen sighed. If Fang Chun hadn't died, he might have been able to compete with him in the Tao of the Void. Unfortunately, he'd fallen into the Blackstone prison and would never be able to come out. Whoosh! Suddenly, an old man enveloped in white light appeared. When the elders saw him, they instantly stopped talking and felt deep veneration for him. Family head. The newcomer had an extremely high status. He was the current family head of the Void race, and a peak supremacy. He was even stronger than the heads of the Xiao and Zong families. As long as the ancient gods didn't appear, he'd already become the strongest supremacy. Furthermore, he had another identity. He was second on the sovereign ranking. News from the Great Devil Realm. The Void Tribe Patriarch said, a mysterious martial artist overturned the Tianqing Zong family by himself and massacred the members of the Zong family. The top venerables were like clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of him, unable to withstand a single blow. In the end, he even forced the Zong family to bring out the ancestor pagoda. What? Many martial artists of the Void tribe cried out in shock. Who on earth has such ability? I heard that the clan leader of the Zong clan went into seclusion some time ago. Could it be that this person is here to take revenge? An elder asked. No wonder the Zong family's clan head is in seclusion. Any limit paragon can trample on the Zong family. The other elders echoed. The reason why the Zong clan was so powerful was because of the Zong clan lord. After all, the latter was an ultimate venerable one and was extremely powerful. And after he went into seclusion, the strongest expert in the Zong family was only a peak paragon. Any random peak paragon on the paragon rankings could easily topple the Zong family. A few hundred years ago, the head of the Xiao family in the Azure Net Plain was exiled to the Blackstone prison by the Zong family. Because of that, the two families completely broke off relations. Could it be that this peak paragon who toppled the Zong family is the Xiao family's clan head? Some elders guessed. Su Zichen looked at the Void Tribe Patriarch curiously. You all guessed wrong. The one who toppled the Zong family was not a peak paragon, but a profound true realm martial artist, said the Void Tribe Patriarch. Impossible. The elder's first reaction was that it was impossible. A profound true realm martial artist could kill a peak paragon like cutting tofu. Wasn't that a joke? Even young elites like Zichen of the Void Tribe and Lei Pu of the Thunder Punishment Tribe couldn't do that when they were in the profound true realm. That's right. I would believe it if a profound true realm martial artist could fight against a normal profound god realm martial artist, but it's too exaggerated to say that he can't even defeat a peak paragon. Many elders agreed that the news was wrong and it was very likely a rumor. How could there be such a powerful profound true realm martial artist in the primal chaos void? The Void Tribe Patriarch shook his head and said slowly, the news this time really isn't a rumor. I personally investigated it, and it came from the Great Devil Realm. It's 100% true. It really is a profound true realm martial artist who overturned the Great Devil Realm. He killed so many peak paragons that they didn't dare to attack him. He even managed to escape unscathed after the Zong family summoned the ancestral pagoda. Many elders fell silent when they heard that. This piece of news was too shocking. They couldn't imagine how strong this mysterious martial artist was. Where did he come from? Even martial soldier couldn't do that back then, right? Some elders still couldn't believe it. The Void Tribe Patriarch looked at Su Zichen and said, I already know about that mysterious expert. He once went to Immortal Cave Mountain with Zichen. Who is it? Fang Qin. How could it be him? Wasn't he exiled to the Blackstone prison? That's unbelievable, isn't it? When they heard this one piece of news after another, the elders' hearts trembled. After entering the Blackstone prison, he still managed to come out alive. Was that a miracle? I'm also very curious. How exactly did he manage to escape the Blackstone prison? In any case, in just a few hundred years, his strength skyrocketed. Blackstone prison definitely has something to do with it, said the Void Tribe Patriarch. Suzichin looked like he'd been struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze. His mind was blank. He couldn't imagine it. Back then, he'd only surpassed him in speed. Now, in just a few hundred years, not only had he escaped the Blackstone prison, but he'd also grown so strong. What kind of terrifying strength was needed to suppress the Zong family all by himself? The news gradually spread. It wasn't just the Void Tribe, even the 5 great clans were shaken. This was especially true of the younger generation who'd gone to Immortal Cave Mountain with Fangchen, such as Lightning Punishment, the Son of Darkness, the Holy Warriors, and the Sky Warriors. Like Suzichin, they couldn't accept this reality. As for the limit supremacies, they weren't concerned about Fangchen's strength. They were more concerned about how he'd managed to escape the Blackstone prison. If Blackstone prison had a loophole, that would be too terrifying. Once all of the prisoners in the Blackstone prison escaped, the entire primal chaos void would fall. When the Xiu family of Azure Civ Heaven heard the news, they couldn't believe it. That was especially true of Supremacy Black-Red. He was so excited that he leapt to his feet. Ah, I knew this guy would create a miracle. This is too inconceivable. Supremacy Black-Red laughed wildly. The Xiu family head was also flabbergasted. He'd entered the Blackstone prison, yet he'd managed to escape alive? Winds and clouds shifted in the primal chaos. Many people were secretly searching for Fangchen. They were certain he'd obtained a heaven-shaking supreme treasure and wanted to take it for themselves. Of course, there were also some people who wanted to figure out whether or not something had gone wrong with the Blackstone prison. In short, the primal chaos was in complete chaos. As for the main character, Fangchen, he'd hidden himself, Emo Shatian, in the clouds of the void. There were powerful restrictions around him. Fangchen was hidden within them. He looked down at the ground and shook his head slightly. Fifth Wolf God. After asking around, he found out what Fifth Wolf God had done to Emo Shatian. What he was most worried about now was whether Xiao Huang and his brothers were safe and sound. Master, you've been too reckless this time. The mysterious sky cone nail appeared in front of Fangchen and sent out a mental wave. Although you're strong enough to fight against an ultimate Venerable, the Tianqing Zong family is a superpower in the primal chaos. Their foundation is so deep that it's not something you can imagine. If the Xiu family head was here and controlled the ancestral pagoda, you wouldn't have been able to escape. Hearing this, Fangchen nodded lightly. He was indeed reckless. Ever since his body had undergone a transformation and his strength had increased rapidly, hatred had overshadowed his rationality. He'd thought that an ultimate Venerable wouldn't be able to stop him, so he'd been able to slaughter the Zong family. The Zong family's ancestral pagoda had indeed given him a wake-up call, allowing him to become clear-headed and recognize the present world. His strength was still not strong enough to completely destroy the Zong family. Now, everyone in the entire primal chaos is looking for you. Some want to obtain the treasures on your body, and some want to know the secrets of the Blackstone prison. You're in a very dangerous situation now. The mysterious sky cone nail spirit analyzed. Fangchen's gaze turned cold. He said coldly, "If they want to deal with me, they'll have to pay a sufficient price. However, the situation isn't as bad as you think. At least with Master's current strength, if an ancient god doesn't appear, almost no one can kill you." For the latest novel update, please visit Chapter 2590. Dark Sky, one of the top 10 heavenly domains in the chaotic void. This heavenly domain was the lair of the Dark Blood race, and they were the absolute rulers. The Dark Blood race had countless branches, and the Werewolf race was one of them. When the news of Fangchen overturning the Great Devil Sky spread to the Dark Blood race, Many higher-ups were furious. At the same time, they ordered to find Fang Qin at all costs and then kill him to take back the Dark Sword. The Dark Sword was the most important inheritance treasure of the Dark Blood race. In order to give the Son of Darkness a higher chance of obtaining the treasure in Dark Cave Mountain, he was allowed to enter with the Dark Sword. Who would have thought that it would be snatched away? What? Fang Qin has appeared? In the Dark Blood race, the Son of Darkness's face was gloomy, and his body was full of killing intent. What a lucky guy! Even the Blackstone prison couldn't trap you. The Son of Darkness smiled sinisterly and said, "It's finally time to settle all the grudges in Dark Cave Mountain." Thinking of this, the Son of Darkness made some preparations and soon left the dark sky. As a powerful branch of the Dark Blood race, the werewolf race had a high status. However, the werewolf race lived in the dark void outside the dark sky. In the dark void not far from the dark sky, there was a floating continent. This continent was called the Werewolf Continent, and this was the lair of the werewolf race. There were a total of 5 wolf gods in the werewolf race, and each of them was a top supremacy. Speaking of the werewolf race, the 5th wolf god had to be mentioned. The remains left behind after his transformation were obtained by Fang Qin. He held a grudge and had always wanted to kill Fang Qin. "Humph, I overturned Mo Shatian last time, but you didn't appear. Now you've finally appeared?" After the 5th wolf god heard the news, his eyes flashed with cold killing intent. On the 5 towering stone platforms, the 5 wolf gods sat cross-legged. In the square below, countless werewolf race people were kneeling in front of them. Rip! In the distant sky, the void was torn apart and a figure walked out. Fang Qin's body was shrouded in dense sword qi. He looked up into the distance and immediately felt a powerful aura rushing toward him. The wolf god bloodline in his body was unusually active. 5th wolf god. Fang Qin murmured softly. Now, everyone in the chaos void was looking for him. However, they would never have dreamed that he would come to the werewolf continent. The 5th wolf god, who was sitting on the stone platform, sensed the unusual movement in his bloodline. He immediately opened his pitch-black eyes and disappeared in an instant. Voila! In a breath's time, the 5th wolf god appeared in front of Fang Qin. In a vast wasteland, the 5th wolf god emitted a terrifying aura as he stared at Fang Qin. "Fang Qin," the 5th wolf god said through gritted teeth. "How dare you come to my werewolf continent after damaging my molt?" Facing the 5th wolf god, Fang Qin was very calm. "Do you think no one knows what you did to Mo Shatian?" Fang Qin said, "Today, I'm here for revenge." The 5th wolf god roared with laughter. "Do you think the Wolfman clan is the same as the Great Devil Heavenly clan? Let you bully us? Let me tell you, since you're here today, don't leave." As soon as he finished speaking, the 5th wolf god attacked. Roar! A deafening roar came from the 5th wolf god's mouth. The latter clenched his hands into fists, and the wolf god bloodline in his body whizzed out, enveloping his fists as he punched out. Dong! Kill! Fang Qin roared and punched out as well, colliding with the 5th wolf god's fist. The 5th wolf god couldn't help but take a few steps back as he heard the rumbling sound. After stabilizing his body, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Your physical strength is so strong?" Fang Qin stared at the 5th wolf god and said indifferently, "If it was back then, I wouldn't have dared to come to the Wolfman clan alone. But now, a mere 5 wolf gods can't stop me, Fang Qin, from taking revenge." Fang Qin's words were full of arrogance. Although his cultivation was only in the arcane realm, his combat strength was not something that a top Venerable could compare to. No matter how strong the Wolfman clan was, they were only a branch of the Dark Kindred. The 5 wolf gods were only top Venerables. As long as there were no limit Venerables, Fang Qin could kill at will. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, a majestic finger light blasted toward the 5th wolf god. The latter's expression changed drastically as he sensed a trace of danger and quickly retreated. "Poochie! However, no matter how he blocked, he could not dodge. In the end, the finger light pierced through his arm. "Damn you! I'm going to tear you into pieces!" The fifth wolf god was completely enraged. He howled at the sky and transformed into his true form. A navy blue wolf appeared in front of Fang Chen. The wolf opened its bloody mouth and spat out a mouthful of essence blood, which immediately turned into a ball of flame. The raging fire burned its essence blood. Finally, its bloodline vibrated and the power of the flame was raised to the strongest. Fire of the wolf god. The fifth wolf god roared as his huge body rushed toward Fang Chen. At the same time, the extremely powerful flame accompanied the fifth wolf god's body and arrived in front of Fang Chen. Buzz. The 10,000 swords domain was activated and instantly blocked the fifth wolf god's body. The fifth wolf god felt a strong pressure as if he had fallen into a boundless swamp. It was difficult for him to move. "Damn it!" the fifth wolf god cursed. At the same time, he controlled the powerful flame with his claws and blasted it toward Fang Chen. Boom! When the majestic flame approached Fang Chen, it directly exploded and turned into a sea of fire, completely enveloping Fang Chen. At the same time, the fifth wolf god spat out a mouthful of essence blood to strengthen the flame. "I'll burn you to death!" the fifth wolf god cursed. His eyes were scarlet, and he had fallen into a state of madness. The battle in the wasteland attracted the attention of the other four wolf gods. They opened their eyes one after another and saw the crazy fifth wolf god. "Oh no, the fifth wolf god is in trouble," the first wolf god said in a deep voice. Immediately, the other four wolf gods rushed out to support the fifth wolf god. "I've said that the werewolf tribe can't stop me, Fang Chen, from taking revenge." In the raging fire, Fang Chen sneered. "Today, I'll start with the werewolf tribe and let the world know that I, Fang Chen, am not a pushover." As soon as his voice fell, Fang Chen opened his palms and the bloodline power in his body emerged. "You have the bloodline of the wolf god, and so do I," Fang Chen said in a deep voice. The bloodline power rushed out and rushed into the raging fire. Fang Chen's bloodline power, after being nourished by the bloodline copper mirror, had gradually transformed into the dark bloodline. Its power was far stronger than the fifth wolf god's. In just one breath, Fang Chen's bloodline power completely suppressed the sea of fire. "Impossible!" The fifth wolf god opened his eyes wide and exclaimed. "How can your wolf god bloodline?" The fifth wolf god couldn't finish his sentence, because he felt a clear aura of the dark bloodline in Fang Chen's bloodline power. The fifth wolf god's mind rumbled. He knew the power of the dark bloodline better than anyone else. He didn't expect that the guy in front of him had not only completely nurtured the wolf god bloodline, but also a trace of the dark bloodline. No! Thinking of this, the fifth wolf god became even crazier and screamed hysterically. However, it didn't help. Fang Chen used his bloodline power to forcibly suppress the sea of fire. At the same time, he drew out the star-hidden sword and performed the Shura sword art. Die! A small round dot appeared on the tip of the sword. A terrifying power accumulated on the small round dot. When the power accumulated enough, the small round dot instantly expanded. A terrifying sword light whizzed out and stabbed toward the fifth wolf god. "Without the bloodline attack, what else can you do?" Fang Chen sneered and pressed his palm down. The star-hidden sword followed closely behind the Shura sword light. Puff! The Shura sword art was too powerful. The fifth wolf god felt that he was suppressed by Fang Chen in all aspects. How is this possible? At this moment, the fifth wolf god finally felt fear. He asked the other four for help. "Stop!" 4 angry roars came from the distant sky. Then, 4 majestic auras came. "It's too late." Fang Chen's eyes turned cold. With a shake of his wrist, the Shura sword light and the star-hidden sword both broke through the fifth wolf god's defense and stabbed into his head. Chapter 2591. Fifth Brother. Although the 4 wolf gods rushed over, they were still a step too late. They watched as Fang Chen's star-concealing sword pierced the 5th wolf god's head. Crack! The 5th wolf god's head exploded in an instant, and his body and soul were destroyed. His body fell limply to the ground, losing all signs of life. Ah! The 4 wolf gods rushed over and picked up the 5th wolf god's body. They howled at the sky, and the anger in their hearts erupted like a volcano. 5th brother! Damn you, even if we cut you into pieces, it won't be enough to appease our hatred. The 4 members of the Wolfman tribe had gone completely crazy. They gently put down the 5th wolf god's body, and then stood side by side, exuding an extremely strong aura as they stared at Fang Chen. Wolf God's sacrifice. Following the first wolf god's roar, the 4 wolf gods joined forces and kept making hand seals. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shadows of wild wolves appeared in the sky. These wild wolves roared and gathered together. They were dazzling and shining, and their aura was shocking. Rip! The 4 wolf gods tiptoed and rushed toward Fang Chen. At the same time, the shadows of the wild wolves in the sky quickly merged into their bodies. Suddenly, the aura of the 4 soared. Azura sword technique. In the face of the 4's strong attacks, Fang Chen first controlled the myriad sword realm to slow down their attack. Then, he swung his sword 4 times in a row. The power of the 20th move of the Azura sword technique was enough to easily kill a top Venerable. Puff! The first attack of the 4 wolf gods not only failed to hit Fang Chen, but they were also injured. The 4 of them looked at each other and desperately tried to resist. The 4 sword lights broke the 4 wolf gods' defense and forced them to retreat. The 4 of them gritted their teeth and then roared, "The wolf god combination is invincible." As the deafening sound spread out, the bodies of the 4 wolf gods suddenly flickered non-stop and turned into shadows. In the end, to Fang Chen's astonishment, the 4 figures actually merged together completely. Fang Chen exclaimed softly, feeling a little strange. Roar! After the 4 wolf gods fused, they transformed into a wild wolf that was 1,000 feet tall. The wolf raised its claws and clawed at the void of space. Space shook. Fang Chen could feel a sharp and domineering aura rushing towards him. The combined attack of the 4 wolf gods is comparable to that of a limit paragon. Fang Chen sighed inwardly. Although the werewolf clan's overall strength was inferior to the Sky Pillar Zone family, their foundation was also incomparably deep. However, it's impossible for you to defeat me with just that. The improved version of the innate soul reversal technique was unleashed, and a violent soul power spear shot out, piercing towards the 1,000 feet tall wild wolf. Crack! The wolf's defense was greatly enhanced, and it was actually able to block the attack of the soul power spear. However, Fang Chen did not feel any pressure. He continuously performed the Shura sword art. Dense sword light whizzed out and slashed the wild wolf's body. Ding ding ding! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Although there were sword marks on the wolf's body, they were unable to damage its internal organs. Seeing this, Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. This was the werewolf clan's territory. He needed to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he attracted the attention of the blood breeds of darkness. Interesting. With a swoosh, the star-concealing sword disappeared and was replaced by the mysterious Heaven All. Buzz. The violent power soared to the extreme. The mysterious Heaven All's strongest power was completely released. How weak could a weapon that could follow the great Emperor Su Xian for a lifetime be? Kill! Fang Chen roared. The mysterious Heaven All released a dazzling light, and a powerful aura directly suppressed the 1,000 feet tall wild wolf. Roar! The wild wolf seemed to have sensed the danger. It howled towards the sky, and its huge body kept twisting, trying to break free. However, it was useless. It's useless. This was the first time Fang Chen actively controlled the mysterious Heaven All. In the past, he was too weak to control it, and it was always the mysterious Heaven All that released its power. However, it was different now. By controlling the mysterious heaven all, Fang Chen's combat power soared again. A simple and violent attack cut off the 1,000-feet-tall wild wolf's legs. Dong! The wild wolf fell to the ground and the ground shook. The entire werewolf continent seemed to be about to be shattered. All the werewolves prostrated on the ground and prayed. Damn human, you blaspheme the wolf god. You're dead. The 1,000-feet-tall wolf god was still roaring, and was ready to counterattack. Poochie! Fang Chen threw the mysterious heaven all with force. It was like a dart, spinning quickly and whistling towards the wild wolf. Crack! The wild wolf's claws were cut off. Blood sprayed into the sky, and a miserable cry was heard. With its claws and legs cut off, the wild wolf had almost no combat power. In the following time, Fang Chen controlled the mysterious heaven all and kept attacking the wild wolf. After a long while, the 1,000-feet-tall wild wolf fell to the ground unwillingly. Bang! Its head exploded, and its huge body turned into 4 wild wolves. They had lost their vitality long ago. Phew! Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and put away the mysterious heaven all. At this point, the 5 wolf gods of the werewolf tribe had all died in his hands. The grudge of Mo Shatian was finally avenged. Lord Wolf God, please show yourself and save the people of the werewolf tribe. Honorable Lord Wolf God, please. Lord Wolf God will definitely show himself and kill that sinful human. All over the werewolf continent, the people of the werewolf tribe prostrated on the ground and prayed. Fang Chen floated in the air, and his voice shook the sky. Your 5 wolf gods are all dead. From now on, there will be no more werewolf tribe in the chaotic void. Quickly disband and leave the werewolf continent. Otherwise, if I hear that someone is using the name of the werewolf tribe to do things in the future, I will kill him. The culprits were the 5 wolf gods and not these innocent people. Reaching Fang Chen's realm, he already would not easily make a move against the weak. Under his scolding, the people of the werewolf tribe were terrified. They could not believe that the great wolf god was dead. However, when they saw the corpses of the fearless wolves, their hearts were in a daze as if they had lost their backbone. Some of the extremists rushed toward Fang Chen with bloodshot eyes, declaring that they would take revenge for the wolf god. Poof! Fang Chen flicked his finger and instantly killed a large number of these unrepentant werewolves. Run! The remaining werewolves were left with a lingering shadow in their hearts. They frantically scattered and left the werewolf continent in the blink of an eye. Even after countless years, the werewolves who had escaped still had great fear in their hearts. Their expressions changed at the mention of Fang Chen. He floated in the air and looked down at the werewolf continent. Now the continent had become empty. The corpses of the 5 wolf gods can be absorbed by the demon tiger and beast. With a thought, the 5 corpses were stored in the demon ceiling tower. In the dark void, countless werewolves appeared on the floating werewolf continent. Their eyes were filled with terror, and they were in a panic. Coincidentally, the Son of Darkness left Buter Heaven and passed by the werewolf continent. What's going on? The Son of Darkness stopped and casually stopped a werewolf to ask. What happened on the werewolf continent? Devil, there's a devil. He's too strong. He's simply undefeatable. The werewolves that rushed out were all a little crazy. Seeing this, the Son of Darkness frowned. Suddenly, he thought of something. Could it be that Fang Chen is here for revenge? He remembered the 5th wolf god overturning Mo Shatian. That must be it. Thinking of this, the Son of Darkness leaped and rushed in the direction of the werewolf continent. I hope the 5 wolf gods won't kill him and leave his dog life to me. The Son of Darkness thought to himself. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the werewolf continent. Seeing the sorry state of the werewolf continent, his heart trembled. Where are the 5 wolf gods? Why can't I feel any battle fluctuations? Is the battle over? The Son of Darkness looked into the distance and found nothing except for the ruins. At this moment, after putting away the corpses of the 5 wolf gods, Fang Chen discovered the Son of Darkness. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. Whoosh! Fang Chen immediately appeared in front of the Son of Darkness. It's really you. The Son of Darkness recognized Fang Chen. Where are the 5 wolf gods? They didn't suppress you? The Son of Darkness asked in confusion. Fang Chen shrugged and said, They're already dead. Are you here to die too? I don't believe it. The 5 wolf gods joined forces and used their innate divine abilities. Their attack power is comparable to that of an ultimate Venerable. You're lying. The Son of Darkness sneered. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2592. The Son of Darkness naturally didn't believe that Fang Chen could kill the 5 wolf gods with his current strength. After all, when the 5 wolf gods worked together, they could unleash a powerful innate ability. Ordinary people couldn't compare to them. Rumor has it that you overturned the great demon Tianqing's Zhong family with your profound true cultivation. However, in my opinion, it's just a joke. You only succeeded by luck while the Zhong family's upper echelons were in seclusion. Didn't you run away in the end? The Son of Darkness sneered. Now you're actually trying to target the werewolves. You deserve to die. A majestic aura surged from the Son of Darkness's body. He had been cultivating diligently all these years. With the help of the clan's experts, he had rebuilt his physical body and improved his cultivation. Although he couldn't compare to Su Zichen, Lei Pu, and the others, he believed that he could easily deal with ordinary profound gods. Today, I'll pay you back 100 times for destroying my physical body, the Son of Darkness said darkly. Fang Chen shrugged and looked at the Son of Darkness as if he was an idiot. You should be glad that I only destroyed your physical body back then. Today, I'm going to destroy your primordial spirit. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, a black sword appeared in his hand. This long sword contained an extremely majestic aura of darkness. At the same time, there were dense dark patterns flowing around it, giving people a sense of oppression. Upon seeing the black longsword, the Son of Darkness's face was filled with rage. Hand over the sword of darkness! The Son of Darkness roared with a ferocious expression. You used the Dark Blood clan's supreme treasure, the Sword of Darkness, to kill the holy son of their clan. I wonder how they will feel when they hear the news. Fang Chen laughed mockingly. You're courting death. The Son of Darkness was already blinded by hatred. Moreover, he was anxious to get the Sword of Darkness back, so he attacked with lightning speed. A clown is just a clown. There's nothing to be afraid of. Fang Chen said indifferently. Fang Chen looked at the enraged Viscount of Darkness without moving an inch. A moment later, when the Viscount of Darkness approached him, he waved his hand gently, and a cold sword light burst out from the Sword of Darkness. Humph, it's impossible for outsiders to control the Sword of Darkness. Seeing that Fang Chen wanted to control the Sword of Darkness, the Son of Darkness sneered in his heart. If he tried to forcefully control it, he would definitely suffer a backlash. However, an unexpected scene appeared. The Sword of Darkness in Fang Chen's hands exploded with incredible power. It was much more powerful than when it was in his hand. How is this possible? Sensing the threat of death, the Son of Darkness turned pale with fright and quickly retreated. How can he activate the Sword of Darkness? What the Son of Darkness did not know was that the power of Fang Chen's bloodline was so powerful that even the 5 wolf gods were terrified of it. What was a mere dark sword to him? It wouldn't be long before his bloodline became the purest darkness bloodline. At that time, his bloodline power alone would be enough to crush many dark kindred martial practitioners. Rip. The extremely powerful sword light carried a sinister and terrifying aura as it pierced through the sky and pierced toward the Son of Darkness. No! The Son of Darkness panicked. He pushed his defense to the extreme and desperately blocked the attack. Poochie! A crisp sound rang out. The Son of Darkness's defense only lasted for a second before it was penetrated. Boom! His defense collapsed, and his body was pierced through by the sword of darkness. Splash! Fresh blood splattered across the sky. The evil aura that emerged from the sword of darkness quickly looked down on the son of darkness's internal organs. In the blink of an eye, all his internal organs were damaged. His aura was weak, and his vitality was disappearing. I can't accept this. The son of darkness knew that he could not live, and his heart was filled with sorrow. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to the powerhouses in his clan, asking them to avenge him. Buter Heaven was filled with a fierce and domineering aura. Darkness and gloominess were the main theme here. Every member of the dark blood race possessed an extremely evil dark blood race bloodline. Since ancient times, the dark kindred had been living here. The entire Buter Heaven was the territory of the dark kindred. The core area of Buter Heaven was the headquarters of the dark kindred. Only those whose bloodline had reached a certain level were qualified to live and cultivate in the headquarters. In the headquarters there was a mansion called the Life Jian Mansion. In this mansion were the life slips of all the powerhouses of the dark kindred. Every life slip was closely related to a member of the clan. Once the life slip shattered, it meant that the clan member had completely died. Crack! In the ancestral hall of the Life Jian Mansion, there were densely packed life slip. A clan member was carefully cleaning the dust when he suddenly heard a crisp sound. Then, he hurriedly looked over. He suddenly discovered that a crack had appeared on one of the life slip. He hurried over and found that the life slip belonged to the Son of Darkness. The Holy Son's life slip has a crack? Thinking of this, the clan member's heart was filled with shock. Oh no, the Holy Son is in danger. The clan member thought for a moment and immediately reported this matter to the elders. Soon, many elders hurried over to the ancestral hall of the Life Jian Mansion. Crack! At this moment, the life slip of the Son of Darkness was full of cracks. Finally, it could not hold on any longer and shattered with a crack. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the elders changed greatly. Who was it that killed our Holy Son? Many elders were enraged, and they all roared. However, at this moment the first elder appeared. First Elder! Greetings, First Elder! The first elder's face was gloomy, and his body exuded a powerful aura. He nodded lightly to everyone and said, "The Holy Son is in trouble." First Elder, do you know who killed our Holy Son? An elder hurriedly asked. Fang Chen, the first elder said expressionlessly. The desperate voice of the Son of Darkness before his death echoed in his ears. First Elder, the person who killed me is Fang Chen. The sword of darkness is in his hands. When he heard this, he was furious, but now he had calmed down. Recently, he had heard many legends about Fang Chen. No matter how strong he was only a warrior of the mysterious reality realm. The Dark Blood Clan was one of the largest clans in the world, and their overall strength was among the top 5 in the chaotic void. How could a mere warrior of the mysterious reality realm be taken seriously? Fang Chen? Is he the Fang Chen who overturned the great devil realm? That damned guy. If I remember correctly, he was the one who shattered the physical body of the Son of Darkness in Dark Cave Mountain. This guy stole the Sword of Darkness, the most precious treasure of the Dark Blood Clan. We must take it back. The loss of the Sword of Darkness had always been a disgrace to them. They did not even want to mention it to the outside world. However, this time, Fang Chen's appearance reignited their hope. They secretly swore in their hearts that they would do whatever it took to bring him to justice and take back the Sword of Darkness. The Sword of Darkness is the most precious treasure of our clan. Outsiders have no right to touch it. That's right. We must tear this guy into pieces. Otherwise, it will be difficult to eliminate the hatred in our hearts. I beseech the Grand Elder to give the order to kill this guy. Many elders cupped their fists and said. They were slightly emotional. The Grand Elder waved his hand and said, "The Dark Blood Clan cannot be humiliated. Fang Chen has provoked our clan time and time again. This is a capital offense. After a pause, he continued, "This time, he even killed the holy son of our clan. This is a great provocation to our clan. Therefore, from today onwards, the Dark Blood clan will kill this guy at all costs and take back the Sword of Darkness." The werewolf continent was in ruins. When many experts of the Dark Blood clan arrived, Fang Chen was already gone. They only saw the corpse of the Son of Darkness. It was a shocking sight. Many elders clenched their fists, their hearts filled with anger. Damn him! However, Fang Chen had already left the werewolf continent. "It's not the right time to fight the Dark Blood clan," Fang Chen said to himself as he traveled through the void. After all, he was only a rogue cultivator. Even if the Xiu family of Azure Luo Heaven recognized him as the leader of the 10 great generals, they would not offend the major clans of the current era for him. Therefore, he could only rely on himself. Fang Chen's gaze shifted to the front. Now, he had to arrange everything properly so that he could have no worries. This way, he could fight more freely with the Tianqing Zong family and the Dark Blood clan. His target was Xuxing Heaven. Chapter 2593. Back then, Emo Shatian was destroyed by the 5th wolf god and was almost sunk. However, at the critical moment, the great clans of the era appeared and stopped the 5th wolf god. Thus, Emo Shatian was preserved, and some clansmen of the former Overlord Qiu family were also left behind. Among them was clan leader Lingxiu. Now, hundreds of years had passed. Under the leadership of clan leader Lingxiu, the once devastated Emo Shatian was gradually recovering. Although it was not as good as before, at least it had changed a lot. After coming to Mashaishan once again, Fang Chen took out some cultivation resources from the treasury and gave them to Patriarch Spirit Void. He also left Barbarian here. "Ha ha ha, I love it here!" Barbarian waved his war hammer and shouted excitedly. "Since you like it, then from today onwards you are the master of Emo Shatian. Clan leader Lingxiu will assist you in rebuilding Emo Shatian," Fang Chen said. "Okay." Barbarian's cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and it would be difficult for him to break through in a short period of time. Coincidentally, he needed to sharpen himself, and Emo Shatian was the best place. "Brother, if you want to fight with the Tianqing Zong family, you must call me," Barbarian reminded. "Don't worry." With that, Fang Chen and the other two took the sky crossing array and left Emo Shatian. In fact, leaving Barbarian in Emo Shatian was also part of Fang Chen's plan. Especially after fighting with the Tianqing Zong family, he was even more eager to establish his own force. With Barbarian, Emo Shatian would soon be unified, and at that time, he would definitely be able to provide a stronger fighting force. At the same time, Fang Chen also made use of the time to let the Demon Tiger and Beast train the Demon Army in the Demon Sealing Tower. A battle with the Tianqing Zong family was inevitable, and he needed to be prepared early. Whoosh! White light flashed, and the sky crossing array dissipated. Fang Chen and the other two finally returned to Void Star Sky. Eastern Profound Sky. Looking around, he recognized that they were in one of the 4 great profound skies of Void Star Sky, Eastern Profound Sky. Currently, the Limitless Sword sect was the sole overlord of the Void Star Heaven. As for the ancestral patriarch Xing He and the other experts, they had gone into seclusion. Unless Su Xingtian encountered a matter of life and death. "Let's go back to the Limitless Sword sect first," Fang Chen said. Soon, the 3 of them returned to the Limitless Sword sect. "Sect Master, how have you been?" On the peak of the Limitless Sword Mountain, on the stone pillar that reached the sky, Jian Wuji was sitting cross-legged and cultivating when a familiar voice suddenly sounded. He suddenly opened his eyes and turned pale with fright. "Fang Chen, you!" Jian Wuji was so excited that he couldn't speak. After a long while, he finally calmed down the excitement in his heart and slowly said, "I really didn't expect you to come back. I'm so happy." Sect Master Fang Chen briefly recounted his experiences and then asked Jian Wuji about the situation of the Limitless Sword Sect. Thanks to you, the Limitless Sword Sect is now the ruler of Void Star Sky. The Divine Phoenix Sect that used to be our equal has been swallowed up by us and has become a subordinate hall of the Limitless Sword Sect. Speaking of the Limitless Sword Sect, Jian Wuji beamed with joy and spoke with confidence. Now, the power of my Limitless Sword Sect is gradually growing. Although it's not as big as the Sky Pillar Zone family, it can at least provide you with some help. These are some cultivation resources. Give them to the disciples. Fang Chen took out a spatial ring and said. Jian Wuji didn't stand on ceremony and took the spatial ring. Fang Chen, after chatting for a long time, Jian Wuji suddenly called out to Fang Chen. The latter frowned. He could feel that Jian Wuji seemed to want to say something but hesitated. Sect Master, there's no need to be like this between you and me, right? If there's anything, just say it. Fang Chen said with a smile. Jian Wuji took a deep breath, and then his eyes flashed with a trace of sharpness. He said in a deep voice, "It's about Xie." Hearing this, Fang Chen's face instantly became solemn. Beside him, Xingyu also had an anxious look on her face. What happened to Xie? Thinking about it carefully, he hadn't seen his daughter for hundreds of years. Something happened to Xie? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. He had looked for Fang Shi but couldn't find him. Later, he was banished to the Blackstone prison. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years had passed. Don't worry, Xie's life is not in danger, it's just… Speaking of this, Jian Wuji felt a little ashamed. Sect Master, what's going on? When you weren't around, I had been inquiring about Xie's whereabouts. Finally, a few decades ago, I found a trace of news. Jian Wuji said, Xie was taken away by a peerless powerhouse. This peerless powerhouse took a fancy to her fusion body and trapped her. He made her smelt some special materials for his own use every day. Gotcha. Fang Chen clenched his fists, and a crisp sound came from the air. It could be seen how angry he was. Xie, Star and Moon was very anxious, and her pretty face was full of tears. I'm useless. I once went to find that powerhouse, but before I could see Xie, I was slapped out. That peerless powerhouse was in a good mood and didn't want to kill me. Jian Wuji said helplessly. Who is it? Killing intent surged in Fang Chen's heart. His daughter was actually trapped and made to smelt special materials with the fusion body every day. Boom! A powerful aura swept out from his body, and the entire Limitless Sword Mountain shook. Demon Slayer Old Monster. Jian Wuji said, Fang Chen, don't be impulsive. Demon Slayer Old Monster is too strong. You can't act rashly. The news of Fang Chen overturning the Sky Pillar Zone family and killing the 5 wolf gods of the werewolf clan by himself hadn't spread to a barbaric place like Void Star Heaven. Therefore, Jian Wuji still didn't know Fang Chen's strength. Demon Slayer Old Monster was an expert in the top 50 of the Venerable list, and his strength had reached the point of perfection. His reputation in the Chaos Void was much higher than Venerable Heiqi's. Moreover, he had a strange temper. No one could change his mind once he decided on something. Demon Slayer Old Monster? A sinister smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. He had already sentenced Demon Slayer Old Monster to death in his heart. Brother Qingho, you and Yer stay in Void Star Heaven. I'll go to Star Heaven to rescue Xie, Fang Chen said. Qingho nodded and didn't try to be brave. At this stage, his puppet Dao still needed to be improved. If he went with Fang Chen, he would only be dragging him down. Okay, I'll take charge of the Limitless Sword Sect, Qingho said. Brother Chen, take me there. Star and Moon's face was covered in tears, looking delicate and pitiful. Fang Chen's heart trembled, and indescribable emotions welled up in his heart. He grabbed Star and Moon's fair hand and said, Okay, let's go together to bring Xie home. The heaven crossing array opened, and Fang Chun and Star and Moon entered. In the distant star heaven, astral boundary. Astral boundary was vast, many times larger than the innate realm. Moreover, astral boundary was the core and most prosperous place in the entire star heaven. Star heaven was different from other super heavens. Although it was one of the top 10 super heavens, star heaven didn't have a dominant force. Back then, Venerable Bing Wu unified star heaven. But later, star heaven gradually declined. Now, there were many super forces in star heaven, and no one force could monopolize the power. The strongest person in the stellar heavens was the famous stellar heavens lord. He was ranked 25th on the Venerable list, and Demon Slayer Old Monster was ranked 43rd on the Venerable list. Even so, he was still an expert second only to the star heavenly monarch in the star heavens. Demon Slayer City, Demon Slayer Old Monster's lair. Far away from the disputes and noise of the city, it was very quiet. There was no one guarding the entire city, and it was filled with a black evil aura. In a luxurious mansion, Demon Slayer Old Monster was wearing a brocade robe, and his old face revealed a trace of an excited smile. He was holding a piece of black iron in his palm. Ha ha ha, such a hard material can be melted in such a short time. As expected of the myriad fusion body. Demon Slayer Old Monster said, "What a pity! How good would it be if this myriad fusion body could be grafted onto my body?" Speaking of this, Demon Slayer Old Monster's sharp eyes fell on a room not far away. A woman in pink clothes was covered in wounds, and her face was covered in dirt. Her aura was weak. If it weren't for the myriad fusion body, she would have been unable to hold on. "Father, mother, I'm sorry. Fang," she said sadly. "I'm unfilial and can't take care of you, but I miss you very much. I want to see you one last time before I die." Chapter 2594. The astral boundary was vast and boundless. There were countless geniuses and experts. Fang Chun and Star and Moon came to the innate world through the sky-crossing array. Whoosh! After coming out of the sky-crossing array, Fang Chun saw a familiar scene. "That should be Jewelay City, right?" Fang Chun murmured. Hundreds of years had passed in a flash. He wondered how the Jewelay Pavilion Master was doing now. When he first came to the innate world, he offended the Hyli clan. It was the Jewelay Pavilion Master who protected him that saved his life. Buzz! With a flash of white light, the demon ceiling tower opened and Demon Tiger and Beast appeared. "Master, I want to go back to the barbaric mountains," Demon Tiger and Beast said. Fang Chun nodded. The demonic tiger Venerable Beast's silhouette flashed and flew away. Watching the king of the demon clan, the Demon Tiger Beast sovereign, leave, Fang Chun sighed with emotion. "Let's go to Jewelay City first," Fang Chun said. The couple moved forward quickly. In the blink of an eye, they saw Jewelay City not far ahead. "That's Jewelay City." Fang Chun briefly introduced the city to Star and Moon, and then walked towards Jewelay City. Huh! When he approached Jewelay City, he suddenly realized that there were many unfamiliar faces guarding the city gates, not allowing anyone to enter. The Hyli clan? Fang Chun frowned. What was going on? Did something happen to the Jewelay Pavilion? Thinking of this, Fang Chun walked quickly to the city gate. "Stop!" One of them shouted. "Unrelated people are not allowed to enter." Cram! Poochie! With a flick of his finger, a terrifying finger light pierced through the man's head. A cold killing intent flashed in Fang Chun's eyes. Soon after, a wild hallucinatory aura spread out in an instant, completely enveloping all the cultivators at the city gate. They instantly became stiff. Fang Chun led Star and Moon into Jewelay City calmly. In front of the Absolute Thunder Pavilion, countless martial artists had surrounded it. Amongst them, the person in the lead was shockingly the leader of a few great forces in the innate world. Black Thunder Clan's ancestor Black Thunder, Cloud Demon Sex Cloud Demon Old Man, Imperial Beast School's Beast Tamer Shadow Snake, Scarlet Vulture Mountain's Vulture King, and Moon Demon Palace's Moon Demon. Of the 7 top experts from back then, 5 of them had arrived. As for Putois Temple's Lord Putois and Green Array Alliance's Flying Flower Array King, they did not come. Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master, surrender. You no longer have a chance. After a few hundred years, the 7 top experts had all advanced to the mysterious True Realm. And now they were openly joining forces to fight against the Absolute Thunder Pavilion. Hand over the supreme treasure you obtained, or we will flatten the Absolute Thunder Pavilion today. Old Ancestor Black Thunder said gloomily. The 5 powerhouses stared at the Jew Thunder Pavilion with awe-inspiring eyes. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Why don't we just destroy the Absolute Thunder Pavilion? Beast Tamer Shadow Snake said coldly. Swoosh. At this moment, a figure flew out from the Absolute Thunder Pavilion. The Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master's black eyes stared at Old Ancestor Black Thunder. Old Ancestor Black Thunder, do you dare to fight me alone? The Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master asked in a deep voice. Ha ha ha, do you think I'm stupid? You have obtained that supreme treasure and your attack power has skyrocketed. Fight you alone? Ridiculous. Old Ancestor Black Thunder sneered and said, Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master, give up. Don't resist. With the 5 of us joining forces, you won't stand a chance. That's right. If you don't hand over the supreme treasure, we will destroy the Absolute Thunder Pavilion. Not only you, but also your subordinates and everyone in the Absolute Thunder Pavilion will die. From now on, the Absolute Thunder Pavilion will become a part of the history of the innate world. The 5 top experts looked cold, especially Old Ancestor Black Thunder, who hated the Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master to the core. Back when Fang Chen had killed the young supreme talents of the Black Thunder clan, Old Ancestor Black Thunder had tried to kill Fang Chen several times, but his plan had been foiled by the Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master. If you want to destroy the Absolute Thunder Pavilion, you will have to pay the price. The Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master growled and struck out. Rumble! Berserk energy surged out from his palm. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at Old Ancestor Black Thunder. You're courting death. The 5 top experts joined forces and struck out a powerful blow. Boom! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master's body was instantly sent flying. He was severely injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master, you asked for it. Old Ancestor Black Thunder walked towards the Pavilion Master step by step. His body was filled with killing intent. After Fang Chen and the Star and Moon entered the Absolute Thunder Pavilion, their spiritual consciousness spread out and found the Pavilion Master who was in danger. Old Ancestor Black Thunder? Fang Chen was a little unhappy. His figure flashed and tore through the void, arriving in front of the Pavilion Master. Boom! Old Ancestor Black Thunder's attack fell on Fang Chen. Dong! A violent force exploded in an instant. However, Fang Chen remained motionless despite the force of the explosion. Who is it? Old Ancestor Black Thunder shouted when he saw the person who had come. At that moment, the great Thunder Pavilion Master, who had fallen into despair, widened his eyes in disbelief. Fang Chen? It's you. At the same time, Old Ancestor Black Thunder and the other top experts recognized Fang Chen. Kid, the Pavilion Master protected you and let you escape. Now you're back to die, Old Ancestor Black Thunder said eerily. Fang Chen glanced at the 5 of them and said calmly, I owe the Pavilion Master a favor. Aren't you ashamed to deal with him like this? You're courting death. Old Ancestor Black Thunder shouted angrily. Fang Chen, leave now. The Pavilion Master said anxiously. Fang Chen shook his head and turned around. He helped the Pavilion Master up and said, Don't worry, Pavilion Master. No one can touch you with me around. His tone was arrogant and the 5 top experts were enraged when they heard it. Kid, there's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. Old Ancestor Black Thunder took the lead and rushed towards Fang Chen. Bang! He exerted all his strength and punched the latter. However, the result was unexpected. Fang Chen remained motionless and Old Ancestor Black Thunder was sent flying. "Is that all you've got?" Fang Chen sneered. "How is that possible?" Old Ancestor Black Thunder jumped up and stared at Fang Chen with his dark eyes. "I don't believe that you're playing tricks." Old Ancestor Hei Lei struck out once again. Howling wind and torrential rain came. "I've already given you a chance." Poochie. With a flick of his finger, a vast finger light pierced through Old Ancestor Black Thunder's head and killed him instantly. This sudden scene shocked the other 4 top experts. "He's dead?" Beast Tamer Shadow Snake opened his eyes wide and shouted in disbelief. "This guy is strong. Let's work together." Vulture King seemed to have thought of something and shouted. The 4 of them looked at each other and attacked together. Roar! A loud bird cry shook the hearts of the people. A 9-colored heavenly sparrow descended from the sky. Whoosh! It spread its 9 pairs of wings, and a howling wind blew. A terrifying aura instantly filled the air. Crack! Under the powerful attack of the 9-feathered heavenly sparrow, the 4 top experts were unable to fight back. "Leave one for me." The 3-eyed Bear King also rushed out and opened his claws, charging towards Beast Tamer Shadow Snake. Buzz! Beast Tamer Shadow Snake's unique skill, the beast taming art, was used and the beasts were controlled by him. "Go to hell for your grandpa bear." The 3-eyed Bear King showed his most ferocious side and tore apart the beasts with his bare hands. In the end, Beast Tamer Shadow Snake was forced to run away. "Trying to escape?" The 3-eyed Bear King sneered and rushed forward. Crack! Immediately, one of the Beast Tamer Shadow Snake's arms was torn off. A miserable shriek came from its mouth. At this moment, the 9-feathered Sky Sparrow had already finished off the Vulture King. The Scarlet Vulture Mountain's expert of a generation, the Vulture King, had fallen just like that. The remaining Moon Demon and Demonic Cloud Old Man were so scared that their bodies trembled. They no longer had any desire to continue fighting. However, the 9-feathered Sky Sparrow was too strong. It was impossible for her to escape. "Let's fight." Moon Demon and Cloud Demon Old Man clenched their teeth and unleashed their forbidden technique. Crack! In just a few seconds, the Beast Tamer Shadow Snake had been torn apart by the 3-eyed Bear King. Its entire body was rotten and its flesh was mangled. Rip! The 3-eyed Bear King twisted his head off, ending his life. When he turned around, there were only 2 people left. "Master K, leave one for me." With that, the 3-eyed Bear King rushed up to Demonic Cloud Old Man and tore him apart. The Moon Demon was also killed by the 9 feathers Heavenly Sparrow. The fact that the top 5 experts of the innate world were killed in a matter of minutes shocked the Supreme Thunder Pavilion Master. The scene was too bloody, too shocking, and unimaginable. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2595. Master Sparrow, you're getting stronger and stronger. The 3-eyed Bear King chuckled. "You're not bad yourself." The 9-feathered Sky Sparrow nodded. Overall, these 2 demonic beasts were the most powerful demonic beasts in the Demon Ceiling Tower apart from the Demon Tiger and Beast. They had gradually grown, although they had not reached the honorable realm. But they could at least crush a mysterious realm martial artist. Fang Chen kept them in the Demon Ceiling Tower and then turned to look at the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. At this moment, the Great Thunder Pavilion Master was completely stunned. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master was dumbfounded and could not speak. "Pavilion Master, I came here because I have something to do in the astral boundary. I passed by the Great Thunder City and came to see you. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing." Fang Chen said. "Thank you." The Great Thunder Pavilion Master smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that the guy who needed his protection back then would have grown to such an extent? It was truly breathtaking. "These guys deserve to die." Fang Chen said coldly, "I will deter the forces in the innate world. If they dare to attack the great Thunder City in the future, they will be my enemy, Fang Chen. The great Thunder Pavilion Master did not recover from the shock until Fang Chen left. What he saw and heard today was simply unimaginable. The 5 giants of the innate world died in the hands of Fang Chen. This news would definitely cause a stir in the entire innate world. Pass down the order to completely annihilate the 5 forces. After a long time, the great Thunder Pavilion Master recovered and said coldly, Putua Temple. Lord Putua was cultivating when a trembling voice suddenly came from his mind. Lord Putua. Immediately after, a figure hurried over. He was the Flying Flower Formation King of the Green Formation Alliance and one of the 8 top experts. What's wrong? Lord Putua asked. Something bad happened. Previously, the 5 experts led by Ancestor Black Thunder joined forces to besiege the Great Thunder City. Guess what happened? Flying Flower Formation King said. What happened? The 5 of them are all dead. Flying Flower Formation King said in a deep voice. What? All dead? Could it be that Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master has broken through to the profound God realm? Lord Putua asked hurriedly. The Flying Flowers Formation King shook his head and smiled bitterly. Lord Putua, do you still remember the young talent Fang Chen who was famous in the innate world hundreds of years ago? Fang Chen? Are you talking about Fang Chen, the one who killed the younger generation of the Hailai clan and whose sharpness is unparalleled? The Flying Flower Formation King nodded and said, That's right, it's him. When he left the innate world several hundred years ago, his strength was only average. Now that he has returned to the innate world, he happened to run into 5 experts who had joined hands to besiege the peerless Thunder Pavilion Master. In a fit of rage, he fought against the 5 experts alone and killed all 5 of them. This, Lord Putua felt incredulous. He's that strong? Fear appeared in the Flying Flowers Formation Master's eyes. That's right. Someone saw him kill Patriarch Black Thunder with a flick of his finger. Besides, he's Fang Chen. Whoever wants to attack the peerless Thunder City will be going against Fang Chen. The Flying Flowers Formation King said. Moreover, with the help of Fang Chen's power, the peerless Thunder Pavilion Master is massacring the forces behind the 5 experts. It won't be long before there are only 3 forces left in the innate world. Speaking of this, the Flying Flowers Formation King's heart was filled with worry. He's too strong. You and I can't compare to him at all. Lord Putua looked worried. Let's go. We'll set off immediately to the Peerless Thunder City and form an alliance with the Peerless Thunder Pavilion. The Peerless Thunder Pavilion Master didn't expect that Fang Chen's action would cause a stir in the innate world. At the same time, it also changed the structure of the innate world that had existed for countless years. Soon, the Peerless Thunder Pavilion became the well-deserved number 1 force in the innate world. Of course, this was a story for another day. Fang Chen and Star and Moon left the Peerless Thunder City by teleportation formation and came to the demon-slaying city in the astral boundary. Brother Chen, this is the astral boundary. Be careful. Star and Moon reminded him. Fang Chen nodded and said, Don't worry. Although the star heavens is one of the 10 super heavenly realms, it doesn't have a dominator force. The current number 1 expert is the Star Heavens Lord. If he tries to stop me, I won't be afraid. The demon-slaying city was gloomy and eerie. Is this the demon-slaying city? Star and Moon asked. The aura here gave her an uncomfortable feeling. She didn't like it. Brother Chen, have you found Shi-Er? Star and Moon asked. The evil aura in the demon-slaying city blocked the detection of the primordial spirit. However, it could only block the primordial spirit of ordinary warriors. Fang Chen's consciousness was so powerful that it directly penetrated the evil aura and shrouded the entire demon-slaying city. He found the demon-slaying old monster playing with a special material in his hand. When his eyes turned to another place, his body trembled, and his heart was cut by a knife. Shi-Er! Fang Chen took Star and Moon's little hand, tore through the void, and instantly arrived at the place where Fang Shi was trapped. In front of a simple room, Fang Chen and Star and Moon felt extremely heavy with every step they took. Sheer, I'm sorry. Fang Chen's heart ached. That was his daughter, but she had suffered such humiliation. Sheer! Star and Moon shouted, crying bitterly. In the simple room, Fang Shi dragged her tired body and leaned against the wall to rest. Her consciousness was close to unconsciousness, and her heart was full of unwillingness. Father, mother, Sheer. Before she finished speaking, she heard a familiar voice. Mother? Fang Shi wanted to move her body, but she found that her injuries were too serious, and she could no longer move. Boom! Star and Moon attacked the restriction. Layers of ripples appeared on the restriction, counteracting Star and Moon's attack. Who dares to be presumptuous in my demon-slaying city? A cold voice came, and then a man in black armor appeared with a black spear in his hand. He looked at Star and Moon and Fang Chen with sharp eyes and said coldly, "This is the forbidden area of the demon-slaying city. You two have committed a capital offense by trespassing here." Ha ha! Fang Chen smiled grimly, and a terrifying light shot out of his eyes. "Do you know who is locked up inside?" Fang Chen walked toward the man in black armor step by step and said in a deep voice, "That's my daughter. You tortured her like this. What do you think I should do?" "Thief, how dare you!" The man in black armor roared, and suddenly stabbed out with the spear in his hand. Crack! Fang Chen gently stretched out his fingers and caught the spear, looking at the man in black armor mockingly. "You even dared to imprison my daughter. It seems that you are ready to die." The man in black armor tried his best, but he couldn't stab out with the spear. His face changed greatly and he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Does it matter?" Bang! With a slight force from his fingers, the spear broke. Then, Fang Chen held half of the spear and stabbed it into the man's chest at lightning speed. Blood flowed out quickly. The man in black armor opened his mouth to speak, but he couldn't control it. "You deserve to die," Fang Chen said coldly. Crack! The chief butler of the demon-slaying city, the man in black armor, died in an instant. At the same time, Fang Chen swung his palm and stabbed the restriction with half of the spear. With a crash, the restriction was shattered. Fang Shi appeared in front of them with a haggard face. Sheer! Seeing this scene, Star and Moon's heart was broken. She rushed to Fang Shi desperately. She held Fang Shi in her arms. "Mother, mother!" Fang Shi only had time to say the word "mother" before she fell into a coma. Fang Chen hurried over, took out a few healing elixirs from the storeroom, and fed them to Fang Shi. Then, he put his palm on her body and injected a powerful force into her. After a few breaths, Fang Chen withdrew his palm. "She-er's life is not in danger. You take good care of her. I'm going to deal with something." Fang Chen stood up and walked out of the simple room. Suddenly, a powerful evil aura pressed down in an instant. The demon-slaying old monster had arrived. Which thief dares to cause trouble in this old monster's territory? The demon-slaying old monster was emitting a gloomy aura as he stared at Fang Chen. "How dare you kill the chief butler of the demon-slaying city? I'm going to refine you two into puppets," the demon-slaying old monster said angrily. "Are you the demon-slaying old monster?" Fang Chen asked calmly. The demon-slaying old monster nodded with a grim look on his face. "Were you the one who captured Fang Shi and imprisoned her?" Fang Chen continued to ask. "The myriad fusion body is extremely rare in this world. I used her to refine a special material from the primal chaos void." "You don't say. The true myriad fusion body is truly amazing." Speaking of Fang Shi's myriad fusion body, old monster slayer devil became very excited. Chapter 2596. You're too cruel. Star and Moon hugged her daughter, Fang Shi, and cried. Fang Chen's face was calm, but his heart was filled with anger. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Demon Slayer Sr. Demon Slayer Senior, the 43rd powerhouse on the Venerable list. Fang Chen suddenly muttered under his breath. Demon Slayer Senior sneered when he heard that. Since you know that, why did you come here to court death? Demon Slayer Senior's words were full of disdain. Fang, she is my daughter. As her father, how can I sit back and do nothing when I see her like this? Fang Chen said. Humph, it's your daughter's blessing that I like her. Who do you think you are? How dare you negotiate with me? Demon Slayer Senior snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a wild aura whizzed out, and a violent wind blew between heaven and earth, wrapping Fang Chen's body in it. So, only your death can relieve the hatred in my heart. Fang Chen opened his palm and pressed down hard. Immediately, the violent aura near his body sank into a quagmire. Crack! Then, the power around Fang Chen's body collapsed and turned into powder that was swept away by the wind. Good, very good. Demon Slayer Senior laughed wildly when he saw that. I'd like to see what you're capable of to save your daughter. As soon as he finished speaking, Demon Slayer Senior stomped his foot. When he got close to Fang Chen, a crutch appeared in his hand. Buzz! The crutch expanded infinitely, and at the same time, a shocking power spread out from it. Demon Slayer Technique. Demon Slayer Old Monster shouted and used the Demon Slayer art. The crutch in his hand kept spinning in the sky, and finally, it set off a black storm that blasted toward Fang Chen. The 10,000 Swords domain was completely opened, and at the same time, he performed the Shura sword technique. Whoosh! A sharp sword light burst out from the star-hidden sword and collided with Demon Slayer's black storm, resulting in a powerful explosion. Get lost! Demon Slayer Senior shouted angrily and stabbed the crutch into the black storm, greatly increasing the power of the black storm. Crack! The black storm carried an extremely sharp aura, cutting the void and corroding the star-hidden sword. At the same time, Fang Chen's mind moved. The way of controlling weapons instantly appeared, and a strange aura silently merged with his domain of 10,000 swords. Hiss! Just as Demon Slayer was about to attack, the walking stick uncontrollably froze in the void. Upon seeing this, Demon Slayer Old Monster exerted his strength, but it was to no avail. Demon Slayer Old Monster was astounded. He had lived in the stellar sky for countless years, so he was extremely familiar with the art of controlling weapons. Is this the weapon controlling weapon master's art? Demon Slayer Senior was shocked. In the past, Honorable Bing Wu had made a name for himself through the Tao of Armaments, and his name had shaken the entire primal chaos void. Furthermore, he had suppressed the starry sky all by himself. Weapon Demon Slayer Senior's master. After countless years, the art of controlling troops had actually reappeared. It's actually the weapon controlling art. A look of greed appeared in Demon Slayer Old Monster's eyes. He stomped his foot and performed a forbidden technique. With a loud bang, the shackles of the weapon controlling art were shattered. After the crutch regained its freedom, it swooped down again. Dong! The star-hidden sword met the attack head-on and stabbed the crutch. Crack! The star-hidden sword was extremely sharp, and it left a sword mark on the crutch. At the same time, the two forces collided. Dust flew everywhere, and the aura became restless. Thud! Thud! Boom! The Demon Slayer Old Monster and Fang Chen both took a few steps back. After Demon Slayer steadied himself, a look of surprise flashed in his pitch-black eyes. I didn't expect a profound true realm martial artist to be so powerful, as expected of the successor of senior martial artist master. He has the same demeanor as he did back then. Demon Slayer Senior said, in fact, the student has surpassed the master. Even when senior martial artist master was at his peak, he was not as strong as Demon Slayer Senior. The person in front of him was not as strong as senior martial artist master, and his control of the weapon controlling art was slightly weaker. In other aspects, he had surpassed senior martial artist master. At this moment, Demon Slayer Senior's face turned solemn. He no longer looked down on Fang Chen. He had completely regarded Fang Chen as his opponent. I haven't met such a monstrous genius in a long time, Demon Slayer Sr. said eerily. Compared to you, the younger generation of the big clans are simply not worth mentioning. However, what I like to do the most is to kill geniuses. The more monstrous a genius is, the more I like to kill them. Back then, countless geniuses died in my hand. However, you will be the most brilliant one among all the geniuses I killed. Although the Demon Slayer old monster wanted to kill Fang Chen, he couldn't help but praise him. Other than Fang Chen, no one in the younger generation could make Demon Slayer Sr., who was ranked 43rd on the Venerable list, praise him like this. Demon Slayer Sr. licked his dry lips and smiled eerily. Kid, you're still too young. If you had more time to grow, I'm afraid even I wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, you've come to die now. After saying that, Demon Slayer Sr. rubbed the end of his walking stick with his palm. A black evil aura gathered on the walking stick, making people's hearts palpitate. I've said that I'll kill you today, Fang Chen said calmly. There was no expression on his face, as if he had a card up his sleeve. I'd like to see how you're going to kill me, Demon Slayer Sr. sneered. Whoosh! He waved the hidden star sword, and a dazzling sword light whizzed over. Demon Slayer Sr. sneered and waved his walking stick to counter every move. Buzz! In the sky, majestic Soul Dao power condensed into spears and shot toward Demon Slayer Sr. However, Demon Slayer Sr.'s primordial spirit was not weaker than Fang Chen's. This little bit of power did not pose any threat to him at all. For a moment, the two were engaged in a fierce battle. The more they fought, the more determined Demon Slayer Sr. became. He had to kill Lin Fan at all costs. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. At the peak of the star boundary, an old man in a golden robe stood on the peak of the mountain, looking down at the entire star boundary. His golden robe shone with specks of starlight. He stood there, as deep and mysterious as the vast starry sky. What a strong battle fluctuation, the old man said. Golden light shot out from his eyes, penetrating the void and looking in the direction of Demon Slayer City. He spread out his divine consciousness and soon discovered the battle in Demon Slayer City. Star Heavenly Lord exclaimed softly, as if he was very surprised. He's so young, but he can fight against Demon Slayer Sr.? Star Heavenly Lord's face was full of doubts, but soon, he felt relieved. I think this guy should be Fang Chen, who has been the talk of the Chaos Void recently. Star Heavenly Lord smiled and said, I didn't expect this guy to be so young. His combat power is much stronger than the rumors say. Lin Fan was only in the Mystic True Realm, but he could fight against Demon Slayer Sr., who was ranked 43rd on the Venerable list. His strength alone was enough to defeat all the top Venerables. No wonder even an ultimate Venerable couldn't kill Heavenly Lord's own family when he was overturned. As for the 5 stupid wolves of the werewolf clan, they were courting death, Star Heavenly Lord said. His words were critical of the 5 wolf gods of the werewolf clan. At this moment, Star Heavenly Lord saw Fang Chen take out a black longsword in his right hand. Whoosh! A heart-palpitating black aura burst out from the black longsword. When the black sword chi burst out, he clearly felt Fang Chen's bloodline vibrate and flow into the black longsword. That's the Sword of Darkness? At this moment, even Star Heavenly Lord was a little shocked. The Sword of Darkness was the most powerful treasure of the Blood Clan. Even the Son of Darkness couldn't fully activate it. But now, Fang Chen could activate it at will. Star Heavenly Lord stared at Fang Chen with his black eyes. Finally, he discovered Fang Chen's secret after a while. Impressive. A human martial artist actually has the wolf god bloodline flowing in his body. And his bloodline contains an extremely rich dark aura. There's a great chance that the wolf god bloodline will be transformed into the dark bloodline. Star Heavenly Lord couldn't help but praise. In all aspects, Fang Chen was already the most powerful genius in the Chaos Void. I'm afraid even the few remaining ancient gods weren't as powerful as him when they were young. Star Heavenly Lord said. Rip. Star Heavenly Lord tore the void and appeared in the sky above Demon Slayer City in the next second. Chapter 2597. Star Heaven Lord was extremely powerful and ranked in the top 20 on the Venerable list. Although he was also an ultimate Venerable, he was more powerful than Demon Slayer. However, he had never interacted with Demon Slayer before. There was no need for him to help. He was just here to watch the battle. Boom. With the hidden star sword in his left hand and the dark sword in his right, he performed the Azura sword technique. His attack was extremely powerful. However, Demon Slayer Old Monster easily blocked the attacks. The dark sword. The greed in Demon Slayer Old Monster's eyes grew even more intense. The dark sword was the ultimate treasure of the Blood Clan. Anyone would be tempted. Coupled with Soldier Marshal Venerable's weapon-controlling art, he must capture this kid today. Thinking of this, Demon Slayer no longer held back. Buzz. After a fierce battle, Fang Chen performed the weapon-controlling art again and temporarily affected Demon Slayer's walking stick. At that moment, the body of the Star Heaven Lord, who was in the clouds of the void, trembled. Weapon-controlling art? Star Heaven Lord exclaimed. He had never thought that the weapon-controlling art would reappear in Star Sky one day. His eyes were burning and his heart was trembling. He had planned to stand aside and watch, but now he changed his mind. He looked down and saw Demon Slayer attacking. Boom! Star Heaven Lord waved his sleeve, and a golden light flashed and whizzed out. It turned into spots of starlight and appeared in front of Demon Slayer's walking stick. Ding! 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 Demon Slayer's walking stick was blocked, and the starlight exploded, stopping him from moving forward. Star Heaven Lord! Demon Slayer shouted angrily. His pitch-black eyes were filled with anger. Why are you stopping me? Demon Slayer, this kid is destined to be with me. Let's stop here, Star Heaven Lord said. Humph, you want me to stop? Impossible, Demon Slayer said coldly. Fang Chen was also stunned. He did not expect Star Heaven Lord to help him. Boom. Demon Slayer Old Monster wanted to kill Fang Chen before the Heavenly Star Lord could react. However, the Star Heavenly Monarch was already prepared. He grabbed Fang Chen and disappeared from the demon-slaying city. Ah! His angry roar spread throughout the entire Demon Slayer city. Demon Slayer Old Monster was furious, but there was nothing he could do to the Heavenly Star Monarch. Damned Celestial Monarch! Demon Slayer's eyes were scarlet red as he spoke furiously. At the peak of the star boundary, the Star Lord of Heaven and Fang Chen appeared at the same time. The Demon Slayer Old Monster is extremely powerful. Although he can't kill you, he has many ways to trap you. Hearing this, Fang Chen was expressionless, but he was speechless. Today, Fang Chen's plan was to kill Slayer Demon, and he was already prepared. The mysterious Heaven's Cone Nail had also finished accumulating its power. It was only waiting for the Demon Tiger and Beast to arrive, so that it could deliver a fatal blow to the demon-slaying old monster. It just so happened that the Star Heaven Lord had appeared at this time and saved him out of kindness. Fang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I believe you already know that the reason why I attacked you was because you possess the weapon-controlling Tao. The Star Heaven Lord said. The Venerable Soldier Wu did me a favor back then. Strictly speaking, he and I are from the same sect. Unfortunately, the Star Heaven Lord didn't finish his sentence, but Fang Chen was rather surprised. He didn't expect the Star Heaven Lord to be from the same sect as the Venerable Soldier Wu. This was a secret. I know you're eager for revenge, but now is not the time. The Star Heaven Lord said. Back then, the Venerable Soldier Wu left me a treasure. He asked me to pass it to him if I encountered his inheritance in the future. Now, I'm going to pass the inheritance that the venerable soldier Wu left behind to you. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could the inheritance that the venerable soldier Wu left behind be related to the weapon-controlling Tao? Rest in my palace for a few days. Once you're fully recovered, I'll bring you there, the Star Heaven Lord said. In the Star Heaven Lord's palace, Fang Shi was lying on the bed, the star and moon were sitting beside him, and Fang Chen was standing on the ground. It's okay. I've already healed Shi'er, Fang Chen said. That day, in order to not be affected by the battle, he put his wife and daughter in the demon ceiling tower. Brother Chen, Star and Moon's eyes were filled with tears. How could she not be sad that her only daughter had become like this? Don't worry. I'll definitely kill the demon slayer and avenge Shi'er, Fang Chen promised. Fang Shi was lying on the bed. The wounds on her body had already healed, but the injuries to her internal organs couldn't be healed in a short time. Whoosh! Suddenly, her fingers moved. Then, she opened her eyes and looked around blankly. Shi'er, you're awake? Star and Moon hurriedly called out when she saw this. Mother, is it really you? Is Shi'er dreaming? Fang Shi's eyes reddened when she saw her mother, and tears flowed out of her eyes. Shi'er, all of this is real. You don't have to suffer anymore. Star and Moon hugged Fang Shi in her arms. Mother, I missed you so much. The atmosphere in the air was heavy. After a long time, Fang Shi finally broke away from her mother's arms. Father! After seeing Fang Chen, Fang Shi's face was full of smiles. To be able to see her parents in her most desperate time, Fang Shi felt very happy. You two have a good chat. I'm going out for a while, Fang Chen suddenly said. After walking out of the palace, he saw the demon tiger and beast quickly walking over. How was it? Demon tiger and beast asked. Fang Chen shook his head. I was a step too late. Star Lord brought me here. The demonic tiger Venerable beast looked around vigilantly and said, Star Lord of Heaven? He's not going to attack Master, is he? No. Then what about Demon Slayer? As long as Master says the word, we'll immediately kill him, Demon Tiger and Beast said. Originally, Fang Chen did have such a plan. But after thinking about it carefully, he held back. How could an expert who could be ranked in the top 50 of the Venerable list be weak? With his current strength, he could only fight Demon Slayer to a draw. It was extremely difficult to kill Demon Slayer. Star Lord happened to tell him that Soldier Marshal Venerable had left behind a treasure. He guessed that this treasure was related to the path of controlling weapons. If he could obtain it, his strength would definitely skyrocket again. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid of Star Lord, let alone Demon Slayer. Let's wait first, Fang Chen said. Demon Slayer will definitely die, but not now. At the peak of the astral realm, two peak experts faced each other. Demon Slayer's entire body emitted a sinister aura. He held a walking stick in his hand and came over menacingly. Star Lord, hand over Fang Chen, Demon Slayer said. I said that Fang Chen and I are fated, Star Lord said with a smile. Demon Slayer was extremely furious. Star Lord, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're strong. If you really push me too far, I'll fight you at all costs. Demon Slayer, I won't fight you. Half a year later, Fang Chen will fight you. Star Lord looked at Demon Slayer and said, Why? Are you afraid that a mystic true realm martial artist will grow to the point where he can crush you in half a year? Humph! Demon Slayer snorted coldly. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally agreed to Star Lord's request. If I don't see Fang Chen in half a year, I'll definitely destroy the astral realm. After saying that, Demon Slayer turned and left. The corners of the heavenly Star Lord's mouth curled up into a smile as he watched the Demon Slayer old monster leave. Perhaps, even he didn't know that a peerless powerhouse would be born in half a year. After returning to the palace, the Astral Heaven Lord found Fang Chen. Lord, Fang Chen cupped his fists and greeted. No need to be so polite, Star-Lord said. I just met Demon Slayer. He wanted to look for you, but I stopped him. Fang Chen smiled faintly. Even if Demon Slayer came, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. At most, he would be able to tie with him. Now, with the help of the Demon Tiger and Beast, even if he couldn't kill Demon Slayer, he could at least severely injure him. The hatred between you and Demon Slayer should be settled by you personally. I told him that you'll fight him in half a year. How about it? Are you confident? Star-Lord asked. Star-Lord and Soldier Martial Supremacy were from the same sect. Naturally, he would side with Fang Chen. Moreover, he had long been prejudiced against Demon Slayer. Fang Chen nodded heavily. If he could successfully obtain Soldier Martial Supremacy's inheritance treasure in half a year, his strength would definitely skyrocket. He wouldn't be afraid of a mere Demon Slayer. Let him live a little longer. I'll take his dog life in half a year, Fang Chen said confidently. Chapter 2598. Fang Chen's name had officially spread throughout the chaotic void. Now, he had truly been recognized by the upper echelons of society. Regardless of whether it was the great clans or the super clans, their attitudes toward Fang Chen were completely different. Among the 5 great clans, Fang Chen had a grudge against the demon race and the dark blood race. When these 2 clans heard about him, they immediately searched frantically for him, wanting to strangle him in the cradle. However, the other 3 clans were different. The Void Race, Thunder Punishment Race, and Holy War Race all wanted to invite Fang Chen to visit them out of appreciation for geniuses. They also wanted to understand the situation in the Blackstone prison. Also, they wanted to know how Fang Chen had been able to escape from the Blackstone prison. However, the primal chaos void was too vast, and it was too difficult to find a single person in this vast void. The news of Fang Chen's arrival in the star sky and his battle with the Demon Slayer Old Monster hadn't spread widely. Therefore, very few people knew that he was in the star boundary. However, the Star Heaven Lord, who was an ultimate supremacy and ranked at the top of the supremacy list, was a true core member of the upper echelons of the human race. He had heard about him long ago. Originally, the Star Heaven Lord had been rather curious about Fang Chen's secrets. However, after discovering the weapon-controlling Tao, he completely put away this thought. Today, the star boundary was full of momentum. The Star Heaven Lord personally brought Fang Chen to a mountain range in the deepest part of the star boundary. Normally, no one would enter this mountain range because it was the place where the Star Heaven Lord cultivated in seclusion. I call this mountain range the Star Mountain Range, the Star Heaven Lord introduced. The Astral Heavenly Monarch introduced. Don't underestimate it. This mountain range's history is even longer than the astral heavens. Moreover, I rose to prominence in this mountain range. Hearing this, Fang Chen was slightly shocked. There's a unique power in this mountain range that doesn't seem to belong to the chaotic void. Back then, I accidentally entered it and was lucky enough to survive. In the end, I successfully stood at the peak of the star sky. The Star Heaven Lord gave a simple explanation, but Fang Chen knew that there must be a lot of secrets. Do you see that dark and bloody place over there? The Star Heaven Lord's finger pointed to the deepest part of the Star Mountain Range, where there was a small hill that emitted a dark and bloody aura. Fang Chen nodded. The Astral Heavenly Monarch continued. The supreme treasure of martial soldier supremacy is there. Go and find it yourself. There is a very strong seal there. Only the aura of the weapon-controlling Tao can open it. Don't worry. While you're searching for the inheritance, I'll personally guard the Star Mountain Range. No one will be able to enter. The Star Heavenly Lord said. 1. When Shao Qin executed his weapon-controlling Tao, a wild aura spread out. Immediately, Fang Chen felt ripples in the depths of his heart. I can feel something calling me from the depths of the starry mountain range. Fang Chen took a step forward and arrived in front of the small hill. Hoo! A wild gust of wind blew past, and a dark and bloody aura filled the air. It was as if there were evil demons. As soon as Fang Chen's feet touched the ground, he was immediately enveloped by the smell of blood. Dong! His mind shook, and in the next moment, he saw a cruel scene. Kill! At the peak of the star boundary, countless supremacies were fighting a bloody battle. And their opponent was only one person. Martial soldier supremacy? Fang Chen cried out. He had not expected to be surrounded by so many people. Crash! Although martial soldier supremacy was covered in blood, his attacking power was too strong. He had executed his weapon-controlling Tao to the extreme. Any supremacy who got close to him would lose control of their weapons. Crack! Martial soldier supremacy punched out with his iron fist. Every punch was able to severely injure a supremacy. Too strong. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The strength of martial soldier supremacy was so strong that it was unbelievable. This is the true weapon-controlling Tao. Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. Compared to martial soldier supremacy's weapon-controlling Tao, he had only grasped a little bit. As he watched the battle, Fang Chen was gradually immersed in it. His eyes were fixed on the earth-shattering battle. Every time martial soldier supremacy executed his weapon-controlling Tao, it would resonate with his heart. After a while, Fang Chen was in a state of enlightenment. The incantation of the weapon-controlling path circulated within his body. Traces of aura continuously swam through his limbs and bones. At the same time, his understanding of the weapon-controlling Tao was gradually deepening. Far away, outside the Star Mountain range, the Star Heaven Lord looked at Fang Chen, who was in a state of enlightenment, with a smile of admiration. The weapon-controlling Tao. He muttered to himself. This trip to the Star Mountain range was an opportunity for Fang Chen. I hope you can complete your transformation, the Star Heaven Lord said. Day after day, Fang Chen's body was covered in a terrifying light. This state lasted for more than 10 days. One day, with a loud boom, Fang Chen's aura exploded. The wild force caused the surrounding towering trees to fall to the ground. Fang Chen opened his eyes abruptly. He grabbed at the air with both hands and clenched his fist forcefully. Suddenly, the void shattered. Hiss! 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 The terrifying light that was flowing on his body was absorbed into his body. Phew! He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and a faint smile appeared on his face. This was indeed a land of treasures. As soon as he entered, he was in a state of enlightenment. Weapon-controlling Tao Level 4. Fang Chen said. This epiphany allowed his armament-controlling Tao to reach the 4th layer. It was not easy. Looking around, he did not find anything special about the small hill. Keeping his aura, Fang Chen began to look for the supreme treasure left behind by martial soldier supremacy. Could it be that martial soldier supremacy predicted that someone would come here after a few years? Fang Chen murmured. He was very curious about the supreme treasure left behind by martial soldier supremacy. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had searched the entire small hill. However, he did not find anything. Just as he was about to activate his weapon-controlling Tao, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He realized that the void on the left side of the small hill was a little different. He closed his eyes and sensed carefully. After a while, a smile appeared on his face. I see. He quickly walked to the void and extended his palm. Traces of weapon-controlling Tao aura seeped into the void. Crack! Suddenly, a crack appeared in the void that was originally normal and unremarkable. Then, a black light engulfed Fang Chen and pulled him into the crack. Whoosh! The crack quickly closed and the void returned to normal. In the darkness, he could not even see his fingers. Fang Chen guessed that this should be an independent space. What a familiar aura! Fang Chen felt a familiar aura. After thinking carefully, he realized that it was martial soldier supremacy's aura. It seems that the inheritance left behind by martial soldier supremacy is here. Fang Chen took a few steps forward and suddenly saw a ray of light in front of him. There's light. He quickly walked towards the light and suddenly realized that there was a palace here. The light came from the palace. He pushed open the door and entered the palace. What entered his eyes was a luminous pearl. No, to be exact, it was a pearl that looked like a crystal. This pearl emitted a gentle light that illuminated the entire palace. Master! Before Fang Chen could react, the mysterious Heaven's Cone Nail shouted excitedly. Soldier essence, it's actually a soldier essence. The mysterious Heaven's Cone Nails shout stunned Fang Chen. What was a soldier essence? Why was the mysterious Heaven's Cone Nail so excited after seeing this crystal ball? Soldier essence? Fang Chen was a little confused. The mysterious Heaven's Cone Nail said hurriedly, "This crystal ball is a soldier essence. I think it's the supreme treasure left behind by martial soldier supremacy." What exactly is a soldier essence? Fang Chen still did not understand. The mysterious Heaven's Cone Nail tried hard to calm the excitement in its heart and slowly explained, "A soldier essence is the essence of a weapon. The soldier essence in front of you is a soldier supremacy condensed by martial soldier supremacy. Not only does it contain all the inheritance of the path of soldier supremacy, but it also contains the essence of an extremely powerful force. After an ordinary weapon absorbs it, it can immediately upgrade its grade to the highest grade of chaotic space level." It's that powerful? Fang Chen widened his eyes, his heart was beating fast. Martial soldier supremacy's soldier essence is too precious. If the outside world knows about it, the entire chaotic void will be flooded with blood. The 5 great clans of the present age will fight for it, the mysterious Heaven's Cone Nail said. At this moment, Fang Chen was completely unaware of the preciousness of a soldier essence. Chapter 2599. Soldier Essence, the Essence of Soldiers. In the past, Martial Highness Bing Wu would collect some peerless weapons to refine weapon essences from wherever he went. In the end, he spent his entire life to refine the super-strong soldier essence with the help of the path of weapon controlling. Countless people coveted it, but they could not get it. Master, quickly absorb the power of the soldier essence. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nail said excitedly, "When you finish absorbing the power of the soldier essence, you should be able to step into the profound God realm." Buzz. A mark flashed out of the soldier essence and imprinted itself between Fang Chen's eyebrows. Rumble. A vast amount of information surged in. In an instant, Fang Chen felt a pain in his head, as if it was going to explode. But soon, the pain disappeared, and he found that there was a lot of information in his mind. The complete path of weapon controlling? Fang Chen's eyes widened and his heart trembled. In comparison, the path of weapon controlling that he had obtained was not the complete one. What was contained in the soldier essence was the complete one. Then, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the last part of the information, which introduced the origin of the soldier essence. "I spent my whole life studying the path of weapon controlling. Finally, after countless years, an idea flashed in my mind, and I began to refine the supreme treasure soldier essence that was introduced in the path of weapon controlling. I spent a total of 300 million years collecting countless rare weapons in the chaotic void. During that time, I also went through tens of thousands of battles. Finally, I refined the soldier essence with painstaking effort. Although the soldier essence had some flaws, it was no exaggeration to say that it could be ranked in the top 3 among the supreme treasures in the chaotic void. However, after I refined the soldier essence, I realized that it was impossible to use the soldier essence as a breakthrough to cultivate the path of weapon controlling. My idea was wrong from the beginning. After a painful period of time, I decided to leave the soldier essence to those who came after me. Although the soldier essence could not help me break through the last step, it was very important for martial artists who had just started cultivating the path of weapon controlling. The path of weapon controlling, simply put, was to control the enemy's weapon with one's mind, and kill the enemy when they least expected it. After reading the message, Fang Chen understood what was going on. So the soldier elite had such a background. Thinking of this, Fang Chen admired martial soldier even more. He knew that this was a path of no return, yet he continued to press forward. Even if he lost his life, it didn't matter. Soldier elite. Fang Chen's palms were burning and his eyes were blazing. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the elite soldier. 1. The aura of the way of armaments controlling automatically emerged from his body and quickly gathered in his palm. He raised his trembling hands and gripped the weapon essence. Ding! A clear voice could be heard from the weapon essence. In the next moment, the wild energy within the soldier essence poured into the soldier essence. 1. In an instant, Fang Chen felt as if his body was about to explode. Fortunately, he had the guidance of the way of armaments. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand such a vast amount of power. At the same time, his cultivation was also skyrocketing. Early stage, middle stage, late stage, peak stage, limit stage. In just 1 hour, Fang Chen's cultivation had already reached the limit of the Xianzhen stage. He could feel that the energy in his body had reached its limit. However, the energy within the soldier essence was still pouring into his body. Breakthrough. Fang Chen gritted his teeth and activated the way of armaments controlling with all his might. At the same time, he accelerated the absorption of energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After 15 minutes, the energy within the soldier essence was depleted. The soldier essence then turned into specks of light and entered Fang Chen's body. The energy in his body skyrocketed, as if it was about to explode. He roared into the sky, venting the energy in his body. Crack! His body was undergoing changes as he tried to break through to the last step. Once he succeeded, he would become an honorable. Breakthrough. Fang Chen's eyes were bloodshot. The energy in his body clashed with each other, and the sound of vibrations could be heard. Crack! The aura of the way of armaments controlling flowed through his body, guiding the energy of the soldier essence. Finally, after 6 hours, there was a boom, and he felt that his power had reached its peak. 1. His primordial spirit had undergone a qualitative change, and his mental state had improved greatly. Xian God Stage, Honorable. Condense. With a low roar, the energy in his body whizzed out and formed a black ball in front of him. The energy contained in the ball could easily kill a top-notch honorable. Even a peak honorable would not dare to face it head-on. Whoosh! With a thought, the terrifying black ball in front of him instantly dissipated. Whoosh! Heaving a sigh of relief, Fang Chen was excited. Is this the Xian God stage? Fang Chen murmured. He had once thought that he would become an honorable one day. And now, the day had finally come. Thinking back, he could not help but sigh. The energy of the soldier essence was too strong. It actually helped him to break through to the Xian God stage. Hiss. A special energy surrounded Fang Chen in the void. Fang Chen exclaimed. Why did he not notice such energy in the air before? After taking a closer look, he realized that it was the energy of the heavens. He flicked his finger gently, and the energy of the heavens gathered into a ray of light that shot out. Dong! The palace trembled, and a finger hole appeared in the wall. The energy of the heavens was the highest level of energy in the chaotic void, and it was also the most primitive energy. The will of the heavens controlled the chaotic void, and the energy of the heavens ruled on behalf of the heavens. Only by stepping into the Xian God stage could one control the energy of the heavens for one's own use. It's so strong. Fang Chen felt that the energy of the heavens surpassed the origin energy in essence. It was no wonder that after stepping into the honorable stage, his body had undergone a tremendous change. It turned out that it was all because of the energy of the heavens. After checking his body carefully, Fang Chen realized that his weapon-controlling path had reached the 5th level. However, this was only a crude version. He had only grasped the surface of the complete version. The essence of the soldier. Suddenly, Fang Chen thought of the essence of the soldier. He looked inside his body and realized that there was a ball of gentle energy in his chest. This was the essence of the soldier essence that was left in the soldier essence. Human martial artists could not absorb the essence of the soldier. They could only let the weapon absorb it. Whoosh! With a thought, the hidden star sword appeared in his palm. Although the grade of the hidden star sword had improved a lot after hundreds of years of hard work, it was still at the chaotic space grade. I wonder if the hidden star sword can reach the void fragmentation grade after absorbing the essence of the soldier essence? A void fragmentation grade weapon was also very precious to the top honorable stage expert. Whoosh! The hidden star sword seemed to have realized the power of the soldier essence and absorbed it crazily. It transferred all the power of the soldier essence into the hidden star sword through its palm. Dong. In the blink of an eye, the hidden star sword underwent a transformation. Rip. A loud and clear sound of a sword rang out from the hidden star sword. At the next moment, the hidden star sword was floating in midair, digesting the power of the soldier essence that it had absorbed. It's transforming, Fang Chen said happily. Crack. The internal structure of the hidden star sword was changing layer by layer. There was a huge gap between the chaotic space grade and the void fragmentation grade. The power of a void fragmentation grade weapon was incomparably great. A slash of the sword could destroy a large heavenly region. Of course, it was only a low middle-level heavenly region. As for the 10 super heavenly regions, even a top-grade void fragmentation grade weapon would have a hard time destroying them. After all, the 10 super heavenly regions had a strong foundation and were protected by the power of the heavenly Tao. After a long while, the hidden star sword completed its transformation with a thud. There were traces of complicated patterns on the smooth surface of the sword. The power of the soldier essence was flowing within the patterns. When he held the sword hilt, he could feel the scorching qi. Master! A voice sounded from the hidden star sword. Void fragmentation grade? Fang Chen was very excited. The inheritance that honorable martial soldier left for him had made him undergo earth-shattering changes. Who would have thought that a month ago, he could barely fight the demon slayer old monster to a draw. A month later, he could easily fight against a peak honorable stage expert. Consolidate my cultivation base. Of course, Fang Chen was not in a rush to leave. He sat down cross-legged and began to consolidate his cultivation base. At the same time, he struck while the iron was hot and comprehended the Tao of weapon control. After all, there was still some time before the half a year that the star heavenly monarch mentioned. Outside the vast sky of stars, a large number of cultivators were rushing over at high speed. In another direction, the demons were also approaching. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2600. The 5 Great Clans. The Void Clan, the Thunder Punishment Clan, the Dark Blood Clan, the Holy War Clan, and the Demon Clan. Among them, the Dark Blood Clan and the Demon Clan hated Fang Chen the most. The Demon Clan hated Fang Chen because of the Demon Ceiling Tower, while the Dark Blood Clan hated Fang Chen because of the Werewolf Clan. Now, the legend of Fang Chen was everywhere in the chaotic void. Although it had not been completely spread, the high-level experts had already known. The Great Clan's intelligence was very powerful. In the end, they found out that Fang Chen had come to the stellar sky. The leader of the Dark Blood Clan this time was the Grand Elder of the clan. He was an ultimate Venerable whose strength was second only to the clan leader. The Demon Clan also sent their Grand Elder, who was also an ultimate Venerable. Unknowingly, they had already regarded Fang Chen as a martial artist of the same level. Whoosh! In the dark void, the two teams met. Elder Shui, the Grand Elder of the Demon Clan, Elder Yao Jun, said with a smile. Did the demon race come for Fang Chen as well? Elder Shui, the Grand Elder of the Dark Kindred asked. That's right. Fang Chun has the demon sealing tower of the demon clan. This time, we are here on the orders of the clan leader to take it back. Elder Yao Jun said, I heard that this person destroyed the entire werewolf clan some time ago. He even killed the 5 wolf gods. He's too arrogant. He doesn't put the Dark Blood clan in his eyes at all. The goal of the Dark Blood clan is to kill Fang Chun, and the demon clan's goal is to take back the demon sealing tower. We can work together, Elder Shui said. Okay. In a short period of time, the 2 elders reached a unanimous decision and entered the starry sky in a grandiose manner. At the core of the stellar sky, at the peak of the star realm, the Stellar Lord stared at the depths of the stellar mountain range with a hint of urgency in his eyes. It's been a few months. Why hasn't he come out yet? The Stellar Lord said to himself, will he succeed? From the bottom of his heart, he hoped that Fang Chun would succeed. However, for some reason, he felt uneasy during this period of time, as if something big was going to happen. Boom! Just as the Stellar Lord was thinking, a sudden vibration came from the stellar mountain range. 1. A terrifying aura swept through the entire mountain range. In an instant, the violent power destroyed all the towering trees in the mountain range. In the blink of an eye, the lush Star Mountain range had turned into ruins. Behind the ruins, there was a small hill that glittered. Seeing this scene, the Stellar Heaven Lord's expression changed drastically. His eyes widened, and even his breathing became hurried. Dong! The entire star boundary was trembling, and the Star Heaven Monarch could feel an extremely oppressive force in the air. Did you succeed? Under the gaze of the Star Heaven Lord, a crack suddenly appeared on the small hill. Within the crack, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and a violent storm raged. It was extremely shocking. A figure slowly walked out from it with an undefeatable aura. With the hidden star sword in his hand, he looked like a sword god descending to earth, which was very shocking. That is, seeing the traces of heavenly energy surrounding Fang Chun, the Star Heaven Monarch was overjoyed, and an excited smile appeared on his face. Profound God Realm, he really did it, ha ha! At this moment, the Star Heaven Monarch was very excited. When he was in the profound True Realm, he could already fight against an extreme Honorable. Now that his cultivation had reached the profound God Realm and become a Honorable, how strong was he now? The Star Heaven Monarch did not dare to imagine. He looked at Fang Chun, tongue-tied. Whoosh! Fang Chun opened his eyes, put away the hidden star sword, and took a step forward, arriving at the peak of the star boundary. Even though he was prepared, he was still shocked when he saw Fang Chun's imposing aura. Too strong. At this moment, the Star Heaven Monarch felt a trace of fear in the depths of his heart. Heavenly Monarch. Fang Chun cupped his fists and smiled. Now that he had stepped into the profound God Realm, he could be considered a Honorable. Did you succeed? The Star Heaven Monarch asked. Fang Chun smiled and nodded. He admired the Star Heaven Monarch from the bottom of his heart. For countless years, the Star Heaven Monarch had been guarding the treasures left behind by Honorable Bing Wu, and he did not covet them. If it were not for the Star Heaven Monarch, he would not have been able to obtain the soldier essence, and he would not have undergone such a drastic change. It's all thanks to the Heavenly Monarch's help. Otherwise, I would not have succeeded. Fang Chun said humbly. I will never forget the Heavenly Monarch's kindness. If there is anything you need help with in the future, Fang Chun will definitely do my best. The Star Heaven Monarch patted Fang Chun's shoulder heavily and nodded in satisfaction. I am very satisfied that you have such thoughts. At least, Honorable Bing Wu did not misjudge you. His successor has a good character and is not an evil and treacherous person. After saying that, the Star Heaven Monarch could not hold back and asked anxiously, by the way, how much has your strength increased after breaking through to the profound God Realm? Are you confident that you can deal with the Demon Slayer Old Monster? Demon Slayer Old Monster? Fang Chen parted his mouth into a smile. Soon after, he shifted his gaze and landed on a city in the distance. Demon Slayer old monster, come and die. Rumble. A deafening sound, accompanied by a powerful force, spread out. At this moment, in every corner of the star boundary, and even in the entire star sky, all the martial artists, from newborns to profound God realm honorables, heard Fang Chen's voice. At the same time, all the martial artists looked at the distant horizon. They were all puzzled as to what had happened. Those who were weak did not understand the meaning of those words. Only the profound God realm experts, who were also honorables, were shocked when they heard those words. Who dares to provoke the Demon Slayer old monster? Heavens, someone dares to send the Demon Slayer old monster to his death. Could it be the Star Heaven Monarch? No, this is not the Star Heaven Monarch's voice. It must be someone else. The voice came from the peak of the star boundary. Let's go and take a look. In the star sky, all the profound God realm honorables rushed into the star boundary. As for those weaker profound God-level martial warriors, they were also fighting to be the first to watch this world-shaking battle. Demon Slayer City. The Demon Slayer old monster was cultivating in seclusion in his lair. There was still some time before the half-year agreement. The Demon Slayer old monster had been hating this matter. Buzz. Suddenly, a deafening sound came into the Demon Slayer City, interrupting the Demon Slayer old monster's cultivation. Demon Slayer old monster, come here and die. The Demon Slayer old monster opened his eyes when he heard that voice. Crack. He clenched his hand into a fist, and the power he emitted instantly overturned the entire pavilion. Rumble. The power in the Demon Slayer old monster's body shook. He was furious. He stomped his foot and floated above the Demon Slayer City, staring at the peak of the star boundary. Finally, you're not a coward anymore? The Demon Slayer old monster and Fang Chen faced each other in the air. They were thousands of miles away. Their auras surged out and collided in the void, causing a terrifying explosion. Look, the Star Heaven Monarch is at the peak of the star boundary. In a short while, many honorables had arrived at the peak of the star boundary. They stood at the foot of the mountain and looked at the peak of the mountain. They saw the Star Heaven Monarch. Hey, there seems to be a young martial artist beside the Star Heaven Monarch. Someone shouted loudly. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on Fang Chen. That person's aura is so strong. He's not weaker than the Star Heaven Monarch. Is he also an ultimate honorable? Many people exclaimed. There were only a limited number of ultimate honorables in the Chaos Void, and each of them was famous. They had never heard of such an ultimate honorable. I think it must be this person who said those words earlier. He wants to challenge the Demon Slayer old monster. This is going to be interesting. No matter what the result is, this battle will be recorded in history. Sounds of discussion could be heard everywhere. Fang Chen stood at the peak of the star boundary with his hands behind his back, exuding a terrifying aura. His dark eyes stared at the Demon Slayer old monster in the sky above the Demon Slayer City. The Heavenly Star Lord stood behind him with a smile on his face. Since you can't wait to die, this old monster will fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Demon Slayer arrived with a whistling sound. The three Venerables gathered at the peak of the star boundary. This scene shocked the entire stellar sky. Boom! As soon as Demon Slayer arrived, he threw out a punch. The power of this punch was too strong, causing the hearts of countless spectators to palpitate. Crack! However, Fang Chen faced it calmly and easily broke through the terrifying fist aura. Today, I will definitely kill you. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2601. Star Heaven Lord was one of the top 30 experts on the honorable list. If he were to be ruthless, even the great clans would have a headache. After all, unless an ancient god made a move, no one could kill him. Once they escaped, there would be endless trouble. They would be constantly harassed in the future. That was the most terrifying thing. It was also because of this that the Star Heaven Lord's words had a great deterrent effect. Elder Shui and Elder Yao Jun looked at each other and then looked at the peak of the astral boundary. For the time being, they would not make a move. They wanted to use Demon Slayer Old Monster to kill Fang Qin. Look, it's the Void Tribe. Oh my god, the Thunder Punishment Tribe is here too. Overflowing battle intent, is that the Holy War Clan? The gathering of the 5 great clans made the entire astral sky extremely tense. All the martial artists felt a powerful force in the air. It was too shocking. They did not expect that this battle would attract the attention of the 5 great clans. The Void Tribe, Thunder Punishment Tribe, and Holy War Tribe stood together. They were just here to watch the battle and had no other intentions. Behind the 5 great clans was the Divine Sword Heaven's Li family. The head of the Li family came personally. He looked at Fang Qin with a complicated expression. Behind him was the young genius of the Li family, Li Ruochu. She was even known as the next successor of the Li family. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a complicated expression. Thinking back to the scene in Dark Cave Mountain, she felt her face burning. Is this the person who accompanied Li Ruohong? The head of the Li family asked. Yes, but Li Ruochu wanted to explain but was stopped by the head of the Li family. As time passed, more and more experts gathered at the astral sky. At the peak of the astral boundary, Fang Qin and Demon Slayer Old Monster were facing each other. Their auras collided invisibly. Fang Qin's gaze swept across the experts below. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Brat, you have one last chance. Surrender obediently, and this old monster will leave you with an intact corpse. Demon Slayer Old Monster suddenly said. Fang Qin sneered. You want me to commit suicide? I said that I would kill you today. Hearing this, Demon Slayer Old Monster was infuriated, and his body emitted an extremely violent energy. Boom! He clenched his fist and punched out. A vast fist radiance appeared in the void. This fist radiance contained an unimaginable power of the demonic Tao. Dong! Upon seeing this, Fang Qin unhurriedly threw out a punch, which collided with Demon Slayer's fist radiance. Crack! The 2 fist glows shattered into pieces, resulting in a series of explosions. If that's all you've got, then you can go die, Fang Qin said coldly. Humph, I was merely testing you earlier. Now, I shall see how you're going to withstand my demon elimination technique. Just a single exchange of blows caused a huge commotion. Below, the hearts of countless cultivators trembled, and a storm raged within them. Even the people of the great clans nodded in agreement. This kid's physical strength has reached an extremely high level. He's not any weaker than Demon Slayer Old Monster, the elder of the Void Tribe said. That's right. Demon Slayer Old Monster's seemingly simple punch actually exerted his physical strength to the extreme. If an ordinary honorable were to face it head-on, he would definitely die. The elder of the Thunder Punishment Tribe said, in terms of physical strength, the 2 of them are equally matched. I just don't know if Fang Qin can defeat Demon Slayer Old Monster in other aspects. I can feel Fang Qin's strength. Although it's very strong, it's not to the point where it can shock us. Therefore, I think that the final outcome of their battle will be a lose-lose situation. It won't be like what he said, where Demon Slayer Old Monster will be killed, the elder of the Holy War Tribe said. The 3 of them were able to see the essence of this battle at a glance. Humph, so what if his physical strength is strong? Demon Slayer Old Monster's demon elimination technique is a divine technique that even the top 20 experts on the honorable list are wary of, Elder Shui of the Dark Blood Tribe said coldly. Elder Yao Jun of the Demon Tribe stared at the peak of the astral boundary. Demon elimination technique. He had already fought with Fang Qin once before, so Demon Slayer Old Monster had a certain understanding of Fang Qin's strength. This time, he directly used the demon elimination technique. There were a total of 3 levels of the demon elimination technique, and each level was extremely powerful. Demon Slayer Old Monster had used the first level the most before. As for the second level, it was usually only used against the top 20 experts on the honorable list. The third level, he had not practiced it for a long time, so he was still a little unfamiliar with it. According to the information on the demon elimination technique, once he cultivated the third level, his strength would skyrocket and he would be able to compete with the top 10 experts on the honorable list. However, he did not need to use the third level of the demon elimination technique to deal with Fang Chen. Rumble. The moment Demon Slayer Old Monster used the first level of the demon elimination technique, the wind and clouds surged in the sky above the astral boundary. A violent force poured down and bombarded his body. Buzz. As he waved his hands, streaks of black light condensed into ferocious beasts. Roar. The roar of the beasts shook the sky. The most important part of the demon elimination technique was the word demon. Only by becoming a demon could one eliminate demons. This was where the essence of the so-called devil-slaying art lay. While using the demon elimination technique, Demon Slayer Old Monster's hair was disheveled, and he looked as if he had become a demon. His eyes were scarlet, and an extremely dense demonic aura surged around him. Kill! Demon Slayer Old Monster roared. He stomped his foot and waved his hand to control the ferocious beasts that condensed in the void. They whizzed over. Demon Slayer Old Monster's demon elimination technique has become more powerful again. This is only the first level of the demon elimination technique. It shouldn't be able to defeat Fang Chen. Just as the top experts were talking, the ferocious demonic beasts in the sky suddenly slowed down. At this moment, Demon Slayer Old Monster was also glaring at Fang Chen. He immediately slowed down. Although he did not completely stop, the ultimate venerables present had already noticed something. Their pupils contracted, and they were shocked. 10,000 Swords Domain. He can cultivate the 10,000 Swords Domain to such a level, as expected of a genius in the sword principle. Amazing! He can slow down Demon Slayer Old Monster with just the 10,000 Swords Domain. It's amazing! Just this alone caused a lot of people to be surprised. Even some of the ultimate venerables from the big clans were amazed. Buzz. The 10,000 Swords Domain was activated to the extreme, and Demon Slayer Old Monster slowed down as if he had fallen into a swamp. You want to stop me with a mere domain? Demon Slayer Old Monster snorted and said, "Condense." As Demon Slayer Old Monster roared, the ferocious beasts that had fallen into the domain suddenly exploded. Boom! The explosion of one ferocious beast was not too powerful, but when dozens of ferocious beasts exploded at the same time, the power was too terrifying. Crack! Under the violent explosion, cracks appeared in the 10,000 Swords Domain. Break! When the last ferocious beast exploded, the 10,000 Swords Domain could no longer hold on and shattered. Fang Chen quickly took a few steps back and dodged the powerful attack of the first level of the Demon Slayer technique. At the same time, Demon Slayer Old Monster also stopped. The first wave of attack had failed. The first level of the Demon Slayer technique could only barely break through Demon Slayer Old Monster's 10,000 Swords Domain. 10,000 Swords Domain? Demon Slayer Old Monster smiled eerily. Even Demon Sword Venerable back then could not reach your level, right? The experts of the great clans below nodded in agreement. Although the two of them seemed to be evenly matched in the first round, Demon Slayer Old Monster had actually lost. This was because Fang Chen did not attack. His 10,000 Swords Domain alone had broken Demon Slayer Old Monster's powerful attack. The first level of the Demon Slayer technique could only break the seal of the 10,000 Swords Domain. It could not hurt Fang Chen. I admit that you have the combat strength of an ultimate venerable, but it's impossible for you to defeat me with that. Demon Slayer Old Monster said in a hoarse voice, "For countless years, I've only used the second level of the Demon Slayer technique to deal with powerhouses who are ranked higher than me on the Venerable list. You should be proud that you can die under this move. The people below were shocked. Was Demon Slayer Old Monster finally going to use the second level of the Demon Slayer technique? Even Elder Yao Jun and Elder Shui widened their eyes because they knew the power of the second level of the Demon Slayer technique. Furthermore, they had also suffered under this attack before. Chapter 2602. This kid's potential is too great. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he's the strongest genius in history, the Elder of the Void tribe exclaimed. Fang Chen was indeed worthy of the title of the strongest genius in history to be praised by the higher-ups of the top faction in the Chaos Void. That's right. When I first heard that he overturned the Great Devil Realm all by himself, I thought that his strength was at most on par with an ordinary limit Venerable. But now, it seems that he's enough to be in the top 50 of the supremacy list. The Elder of the Thunder Punishment tribe smiled bitterly. Lei Pu, the genius of the Thunder Punishment tribe, was the second strongest on the profound ranking, second only to Su Zichen. He was widely acknowledged to have unparalleled potential, but he was still dejected in front of Fang Chen. His battle intent is getting stronger as he fights. It's similar to the invincible battle intent of our Sacred War tribe. Such a genius will definitely have a bright future. It's a pity that he's not from the Sacred War tribe. The Elder of the Sacred War tribe also sighed. The three of them were just sighing. At the same time, they were gratified that the human race would have another supreme expert. However, the Dark Blood tribe and the Yao race were different. They already had a grudge against Fang Chen. When they saw how strong Fang Chen was, they couldn't suppress the anger in their hearts. At this moment, they couldn't wait to tear Fang Chen into pieces. Let's wait for a while. Let's wait until he and the Demon Slayer Old Monster are both injured, Elder Yao Jun whispered. Damn it. He must have obtained a supreme inheritance in the Blackstone prison. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strong, Elder Shui said with a twinkle in his eyes. The two of them looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. They guessed that Fang Chen might have obtained the ancient god's inheritance. That was why he could become so strong in just a few hundred years. The ancient god's inheritance was something that even they coveted. If it weren't for the Star Lord's powerful means to maintain the peak of the Star Realm, it would have been destroyed by the two's attacks. Buzz. A dark and bloody aura surged from the Demon Slayer Old Monster. He closed his eyes slightly and formed a complicated seal with his hands. Then, ferocious beasts appeared in the void. Rip. At the edge of the starry sky, the void was torn apart. The Xiu family of Azure Civ Heaven had finally arrived. It's not too late. The Xiu clan's patriarch glanced at the summit of the star boundary and heaved a sigh of relief. Behind him were countless Xiu clan supremacies. Take them and wait at the foot of the Astral Mountain, the master of the Xiu family said softly. He took a step forward and arrived beside the Elder of the Void tribe and the others. The three of you, how have you been? The Xiu clan's clan master said with a smile. I didn't expect that the Xiu family head would also come to watch the show, the Void tribe elder said with a smile. They were all old acquaintances, so they naturally became more familiar with each other after meeting. I've heard that before Fang Chen fell into the Blackstone prison, he was once the leader of the 10 great commanders of the Azure Heaven. I wonder what position you're representing here, Patriarch Xiu? A commander is not worth the huge Xiu clan's sacrifice. The three experts smiled and asked. The Xiu family patriarch gently shook his head and said with a firm look in his eyes, You are wrong about one thing. Fang Chen is no longer the commander of our Azure conglomerate. The three of them smiled playfully. It seemed that the Xiu clan also knew that Fang Chen had offended too many forces and too many experts. A mere Xiu clan of the Azure conglomerate could no longer hold on and cut ties with Fang Chen. The Xiu clan's clan master seemed to have seen through their thoughts and grinned. He looked at the peak of the Astral Mountain with a deep gaze. From today onwards, Fang Chen is one of the 5 marquises of the Azure conglomerate. Hearing this, the expressions of the three changed instantly. They looked at the Xiao clan's clanmaster in surprise. No one knew better than them what the 5 marquises of the Azure conglomerate represented. After a long while, the 3 of them gave the Xiao clan's clanmaster a thumbs up. Patriarch Xiao, I admire your courage. Is the Xiao clan's clanmaster going all out? Indeed, such a peerless genius is worth the Xiao clan's clanmaster going all out. If you succeed, the Xiao clan will very likely become the strongest clan in the primal chaos void in the future. The 3 nodded. The conversation of the 4 was heard by the many supremacies below. Immediately there was an uproar. Was the Xiao clan here to support Fang Chen and help him? Everyone was shocked. A single battle had attracted the attention of the top 10 forces in the primal chaos void. The Yao clan and the Dark Blood clan frowned. A mere Xiao clan can't stop us, Elder Shui said coldly. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. How foolish. Elder Yao Jun sneered. When Fang Chen saw the Xiao clan's clanmaster, he felt warmth in his heart. After all, he was only a commander of the Azure conglomerate. He didn't expect the Xiao clan to be willing to give up everything to accompany him in his madness. He nodded slightly at the Xiao clan's clanmaster and supremacy Heiqi, then his gaze fell on Demon Slayer. Boom! Demon Slayer's Demon Slayer Art's second level was fully activated. The power of the second level was several times stronger than the first. Without experiencing it personally, it was impossible to imagine how powerful the second level of the Demon Slayer Art was. Dong! The sky shook. Demon Slayer waved his hand, and a dense pack of ferocious demonic beasts whizzed over. Crack! The powerful 10,000 sword domain was useless at this moment. The ferocious demonic beasts broke through it. Watch me break the second level of your Demon Slayer Art. The ferocious demonic beasts were right in front of him. The trembling power swept over, but Fang Chen was still calm. Whoosh! A bright sword light cut through the sky. The hidden star sword in his hand continued to expand. Crash! He exerted force in his palm. The huge hidden star sword carried the power of the Shura sword Qi and slashed at the ferocious demonic beasts. Crack! Wherever the hidden star sword passed, the ferocious demonic beasts were unable to resist. What a powerful force! What an exquisite sword technique! Fang Chen's sword technique shocked the world once again. The experts of the great clans were also dumbfounded after they finished reading. After a long while, a thought appeared in their minds. After today, the Shura sword Dao would become the strongest sword Dao in the Chaos Void, surpassing all other sword Dao. The Li clan master of the divine sword Heaven lowered his head, his face full of shame. He had always boasted that the Qinkuan sword Dao of the Li clan was the strongest sword Dao in the Chaos Void. However, under Fang Chen's Shura sword Dao, he did not even have the courage to draw his sword. Is the Li clan wrong? The Li clan master sighed. He felt very conflicted. Star and Moon and her daughter Fang Shi were watching Fang Chen's battle in the Star Sovereign's palace. Star and Moon looked calm. She secretly prayed for Fang Chen. Beside her, Fang Shi looked very anxious. Father will be fine, right? Fang Shi asked. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Father wouldn't have fought with the Demon Slayer old monster. Star and Moon gently stroked her daughter's head and said softly, Your father will be fine. He is the strongest. At the peak of the star boundary, Fang Chen's Shura sword Dao shocked everyone as soon as he displayed it. The huge sword blade was like cutting vegetables. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed. The sword light that burst out from the star-concealing sword was also accompanied by the star-concealing sword as it charged forward. Crack asterisk, no matter how much power the Demon Slayer old monster exerted, it was useless. The second level of the Demon Slayer art was like a joke in front of Fang Chen. Boom, the power of the star-concealing sword was completely displayed in front of everyone. When he was at the profound true realm, he could barely resist the second level of the Demon Slayer art. Now, not only had his cultivation base broken through to the profound God realm, but his star-concealing sword had also reached the void fragmentation realm. The combination of the two was not 1 + 1 = 2 at all. Demon Slayer Old Monster Reverse. The Demon Slayer Old Monster roared crazily. Dark devil chi shrouded the entire star world. The second level of the Demon Slayer art was pushed to the extreme. However, Fang Chen's attack was even stronger. Crack the star-concealing sword fell from the sky like a peerless divine sword. It broke through layers of defense and pierced the Demon Slayer Old Monster's head. Bang! The ferocious demonic beasts were all destroyed. The Demon Slayer Old Monster felt a tremor in his body. He could not help but take a few steps back. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! At the same time, the star-concealing sword pierced through the sky and shot towards him. Get lost! The Demon Slayer Old Monster roared furiously and took out his walking stick. Dong! The walking stick expanded to 100 zhang * 333 m per zhang in an instant. It emitted a vast aura force that blocked the attack of the star-concealing sword and forced Fang Chen to retreat. Buzz! A powerful force spread out from the peak of the star world. The Venerables below retreated one after another. Some of the weaker Venerables were even blown away by the terrifying chi wave. The entire land was in dead silence. The second level of the Demon Slayer art was broken by Fang Chen. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2603. The whole world was shocked. Even the top experts on the Venerable list would find it difficult to defeat the second level of the Demon Slayer technique. But now, it was broken by a young martial artist. If someone said that Fang Chen could defeat the Demon Slayer Old Monster before this, they would definitely be mocked. But now, many people began to imagine that Fang Chen could really defeat the Demon Slayer Old Monster and reach the peak of martial arts in the chaotic void. The upper echelons of the big clans were even more dumbfounded. This kid is not simple. The Void Tribe Grand Elder was silent for a long time before slowly saying. He saw the shadow of the Void Primogenitor when he was young in Fang Chen. He might even surpass the Void Primogenitor. It was too shocking. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest genius since ancient times. Even these titles were not enough to describe his strength. The Thunder Punishment Tribe Elder sighed. This kid's swordsmanship is domineering and sharp. It is not inferior to the Thunder Punishment Dao of our Thunder Punishment Tribe. The Thunder Punishment Tribe controlled all the Thunder Punishments in the chaotic void. The Thunder Punishment Dao was known for its domineering and sharp power. All along, the Thunder Punishment Tribe had given people the impression that their attacks were very strong. But now, the Thunder Punishment Tribe Elder gave Fang Chen such a high evaluation. It was enough to see how terrifying Fang Chen was. The Holy War Tribe Elder also nodded slightly. As a senior elder of a big clan, he had seen countless geniuses in his life. However, a prodigy like Fang Chen was unheard of. If he cultivates the invincible fighting intent of our tribe, it is very likely that he can challenge the ancient gods as a venerable. The Holy War Tribe Elder's words were a little shocking, but many venerables present nodded in agreement. The invincible fighting spirit was the only and strongest secret technique in the Chaos Void for cultivating fighting spirit. It was said that when cultivated to the extreme, one's combat strength would increase by several times. It was unimaginable how terrifying Fang Chen's strength would be if he cultivated the invincible fighting intent. Elder Yao Jun of the Monster Clan and Elder Shui of the Blood Clan were shocked when they heard this. They carefully observed the elder of the Holy War Tribe. What did he mean by that? Could it be that the Holy War Tribe was already interested in Fang Chen and wanted to rope him in? With this thought in mind, Elder Yao Jun and Elder Shui became even more determined. Today, he had to kill Lin Fan at all costs. He couldn't let Lin Fan leave the peak of the star boundary. Many warriors of the Li family of the Divine Sword Heaven who were standing at the back looked gloomy. The head of the Li family, in particular, clenched and unclenched his fists. In the end, he clenched them again. A hint of helplessness appeared on his forehead. Pain flashed across his eyes. In the end, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. From today onwards, Li Ruochu is stripped of all positions in the Li family, and of his status as the next successor of the Li family. From today onwards, no resources will be given to him. The head of the Li family said in a deep voice. Patriarch, you can't. The other elders hurriedly tried to dissuade her. Li Ruochu was the hope of the Li family. Wasn't it too heartless to remove Li Ruochu just because of Fang Chen's strength? That's right, Patriarch. A mere venerable is nothing. Our Li family has been rooted in the Divine Sword Heaven for countless years, and the Qiankuan sword principle has been multiplied to the peak. As long as the younger generation doesn't perish, it will continue to be passed down. Although Fang Chen has some grudges with our Li family because of Li Ruohong with his strength, if he wants to contend with our Li family, he has to consider his own strength. That's right. Unless he can become an ancient god, our Li family is not afraid of him. Many elders were opposing the head of the Li family's order. However, the head of the Li family frowned after hearing it. He was very displeased. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. He waved his hand to stop the elders' discussion and then looked at Li Ruochu. The latter's delicate body trembled, and her pretty face was full of unwillingness. Patriarch, Li Ruochu's voice trembled slightly. She couldn't imagine what her future would be like without the family's resources. I am the strongest of the younger generation of the Li family, the hope of the next generation of the Li family. How could you? Li Ruochu was still defending herself, trying to get the head of the Li family to forgive her. Unfortunately, the head of the Li family had made up his mind and couldn't be changed. Humph, at this moment, you still don't know what you did wrong? The head of the Li family said coldly. You will be grounded at the Divine Sword Cliff for 10,000 years. Reflect on it. After saying that, the head of the Li family ignored Li Ruochu. No matter how the latter begged, he directly refused. At the peak of the astral boundary, Fang Chen stood proudly, holding the hidden star sword in his hand. His expression was calm as if everything was under his control. The second level of the Demon Slayer technique is just SOSO, Fang Chen said softly. The Demon Slayer technique opposite him had an extremely gloomy face. The qi and blood in his body were in turmoil because of Fang Chen. He had used all his strength to activate the second level of the Demon Slayer technique, but it was easily broken by this guy in front of him. Just how strong is he? The Demon Slayer technique thought to himself. When I fought with him a few months ago, he wasn't as strong as he is now. At that moment, the Demon Slayer old monster was filled with regret. Why didn't he kill Fang Chen back then? Now, all the experts in the chaotic void were gathered here to witness the battle between the two. If he was really defeated, the Demon Slayer technique would no longer exist in the chaotic void. Thinking of this, the Demon Slayer technique's heart burned with a raging fire. An extremely cold light shot out from his pitch-black eyes. No, I can't lose. The Demon Slayer technique roared in his heart. Even if both of us suffer, I will defeat you. At this moment, the Demon Slayer technique made up his mind. Buzz. A violent aura emerged from his body again. He stretched out his palm and gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then, the crutch in his hand suddenly shook and the ground cracked. A trembling aura rushed out. Boy, I have cultivated the third level of the Demon Slayer technique, but I have never used it before. You are the first person who has seen it. The Demon Slayer technique said coldly. His body was filled with killing intent. Rumble, 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 rumble. Under the Demon Slayer technique's control, many ferocious beasts appeared in the sky. The aura of these ferocious beasts was obviously much stronger than before. However, it was still not enough. Condense. Under the continuous control, numerous ferocious beasts appeared in the sky. At this moment, the Demon Slayer technique roared. Roar. A trembling sound came from the void. Following that, the densely packed ferocious demonic beasts quickly gathered together, bursting out a bright light. Rumble. A pair of wings suddenly appeared in the void. Then, a fishtail appeared. Rumble. The fishtail swayed and the world spun. The wings flapped and a violent wind blew. Roar. A furious roar descended from the sky. A half-fish, half-bird demonic beast appeared in the dark clouds. As the beast flapped its wings, its fish-tail also swayed. The entire sky seemed to be collapsing. Seeing this scene, the upper echelons of the big clans were shocked. That is Kuan Pung, the ancient super-divine beast Kuan Pung. Is this the third level of the Demon Slayer technique? Many supremacies were shocked. The Kuan Pung was an ancient super-divine beast. Its attack power was extremely strong, and it was the king of all beasts. Now, the Demon Slayer technique's third level had evolved into the Kuan Pung. Let's see how you block it this time. Elder Shui and Elder Yao Jun said coldly with burning eyes. In particular, Elder Yao Jun was even more curious about the Demon Slayer technique. As a member of the Demon Clan, he knew better than anyone how powerful the Kuan Pung was. Unfortunately, the Kuan Pung was already extinct in the current chaotic void. The fact that the third level of the Demon Slayer technique could evolve into the Kuan Pung was too shocking. The Kuan Pung? Fang Qin murmured. In a trance, he remembered that when he was on Earth, there was a description of the Kuan Pung recorded in the school textbook. There was a fish in the northern underworld, and it was called the Kuan. The Kuan Pung was so big that it was thousands of miles long. It transformed into a bird, and it was called the Pung. The Pung's back was thousands of miles long. It flew in anger, and its wings were like clouds in the sky. At that time, when Fang Qin learned this chapter, he was extremely shocked. He could imagine how powerful the Kuan Pung was, but now, he really saw the legendary divine beast Kuan Pung. Although it was only the shadow of the Kuan Pung, it had some of the characteristics of the Kuan Pung.